Oh my god, I think I actually got everything ready in time. That's a bloody miracle by my standards. What is up, one and all, and welcome back to the Midweek Masters. Right, it's Grand Finals Thursday upon us, and I believe the draft is about to be upon us, so I'm just going to load that up now. We are going to be opening up with B versus sort of, following up with Anatan versus Wham, and then culminating in a Grand Finals between the two victors. It's... yeah, like, we don't often end up with both semifinals on the day. And, like, considering the matchups here, there's the potential for, I'd say, like, maximum potential is 17 games. I wouldn't be surprised if we're looking at, like, 14 games today. So it's going to be crazy. Draft is currently underway between sort of and B. And let me just add them in now. So reminder, best of fives. And opening map for this week is, oh my god, I take a day off and I forget things. Was it Regions? I should know this. I'm pretty sure it's Regions. Yes, my brain remembered correctly. There we go. I did not default on brain cells. Yo, what is up? A name I cannot pronounce. Thank you very much for the raid. Appreciate you. Welcome one and all to the Midweek Masters. These are live matches. These are indeed. We've got a very long day. What's up, David? Beavers Anachad, another El Clasico. Not guaranteed, mate. Calm your horses here. We've still got to see. It could be sort of. It could be Wham in that Grand Finals. There's 4 people attending this day, but only 2 get to make it to dessert. And oh, what a delicious draft already. Sort of actually snatching Abbas's away. It feels like snatch away as well because it's a comfort pick for him, but also it's something that we know B has been leveraging more than most players in the last week or 2. Is it Katsu? Okay, maybe. I don't know, like, it's weird. Sometimes Twitch will show you a name. Oh, sorry, I see it now. Nasu. It's Nasu Creator. Thank you very much, Nasu. Appreciate you. Yeah, I don't know why. Like, it showed me in the back end what their name was translated to English, but it didn't show on the front end. It's very weird. Nice shirt. Thank you very much, you know? You know, it's weird. Like, I put this on, I was like, damn, this would have been perfect for him considering the color scheme we chose, but I guess it works with KPMM as well. We're in kind of the blues. So, what's up, Wembley Hog? I appreciate you, mate. Thank you for the resub. Welcome back to the Swarm. Reminder, guys, some of the channel does support the channel immensely. We're always chasing that goal of making sure we have at least 100 unique subscribers each month, as in, like, at least 100 unique subscribers. Oh my god, because I just clicked on my channel to check. We're 81 out of 100, so we're getting close. If we do that, it means less money in Bezos' pocket and more money for me to embezzle. And that's important. Okay? Like, if you're going to trust anyone to embezzle, it'd be a pigeon. Because if he's trying to double cross you, you know that bird's too stupid to do it without being known. But also, we all want to see, like, money taken away from those guys, right? Yo, what's up, David? Appreciate it with the gifted sub. Is that gifted sub or community sub? It's weird. It calls it different things different times. Appreciate you, mate. Yeah, I don't know why Twitch does it that way, where literally you have to sub yourself. Like I don't know if people are aware of this still. I always remind people because it's crazy. So, like, if you have someone who gifts a lot, it doesn't count. Like, basically, primes don't count. A person has to sub themselves to count to the unique 100 or 300 mark. I never talk about the 300 mark because I'm not delusional about, like, the size of me. It'd be nice to have that because if you get 300 doing that, you get 70-30 split. If you get 100 doing it, you get 60-40. By default, you get 50-50. But I'll take your money anyway, David. They need to make OP one more civ so people stop perma-banning each other roost. Or, hear me out, you balance the civs. Like, I know, it's crazy, but hear me out. You update the civs, right? Like, that... Nah. Wait, was B playing today in the Age of Myth tournament as well? I heard about this. Yeah, he's a little bit of a man, but it's no surprise. He, like, honestly, this is not the first time he done this. He done it last year with Age of Empires 4, and you had Stormgate and Zero Space. So, yeah, not really the first time he's done this. Okay, so let me check the picks here and confirm what we got for game number 1. God, my throat's a bit stuffy. Okay, we're getting Sushi Byzantines on Regions. Yeah, we've been seeing quite a bit of this Byzantine at the moment. It's delivered mixed results. I think it can make sense, though. Sushi, just for the kind of pro scouts plus momentum of having cavalry. Byzantines, on the other hand, tends to play a little bit slower, although we have seen some players use mass cataphracts to contest. A little bit easier said than done, though. They changed Roost and buffed HRE? Yeah. Because, you know, like, if the Civ's being picked too much, the best thing we should do is buff it, right? Yeah, it's a little bit of a keck W. But how's it going, Kavoff? I haven't actually checked in on Age of Myth in a while. Are things going well over there? If all Civs are OP, that'd be some kind of balance. Ah, that is called the Ice Frog balance. That's actually how Dota 2 has balanced itself for years, and I am a big fan of that. I always recommend buffing over nerfing, and I think it's better to have everything be broken than have nothing be broken. Because if everything's broken, then people get to enjoy their own cake, you know? Yes, like, you'll suffer at the hands on the other side, but, like, it has a nice dynamic back and forth that I think makes the game just more intriguing. It's better than everything being underpowered, because then nothing happens quick enough. What's up, Faplop? How's it going, bud? All right, we're going to have a long one, so I made myself a drink. In fact, I'm going to get myself a Red Bull. The gummy bear is good. How's the weather today in the UK? You miss it. Why would you miss the UK weather? Because it's freaking cold and a little bit damp. Like, do you really miss that? Like, where are you right now? In the middle of a desert? I went to put shorts on. I came downstairs. I'm like, it's cold. It's like, that's the other thing. The weather is just so bloody confusing. It's not even consistent. Congrats. You turned me into a regular Brit. I've just started talking about the weather. All right. Anyway, let's get ready. Let's hype it up. Can we get predictions rolling as well, please? And I just noticed that map. Dude. So I've ordered new components to fix the potential audio issues. Because I don't know what's causing them. So I'm just changing frames or whatever. But, like, I keep forgetting to dig into what's doing OBS like that. But there we go. All right, hype it up. One and all, we are back. And it is semifinals time. And not only that, but for the first time ever, it is my pleasure to introduce you all to Sort of. That's right, Swedish phenomenon from the StarCraft 2 scene. Has returned recently Age of Empires 4. Has been hard on the grind. And now you start to sign up toward Midweek Musters. So we're going to be having a pretty busy day on this here Thursday. You see, Sort of had an interesting journey as well, able to take Deniska down 3-1. That was a crazy set. That might actually be the set of the week. I just realized we actually haven't updated. So outcomes likely are going to be B favored. I think that's what most people are thinking here, but Sort of has been hard on the grind, and I like his draft, man. I like this opening pick as well. Byzantines on regions. It's a bit weird because of the way you have to play wide onto the flank, but there is some potential here to just snatch a lot of berries in the mid-late game. And I think you scale really well because of certain things like trade not being present on the map. In the late game, when gold can become limited, the liquid gold can be the MVP, i.e. olive oil. Now, B's goal is probably to not let him get to that hyper late game. Because the thing about Shu Shi is obviously they play off the idea of this kind of fast castle timing with pro scouts into mass lancers. So he'll be looking to dominate the mid-map. I have seen some Byzantine players leverage heavily into cataphracts to try and contest that timing. In fact, if you guys remember in that Deniska Sort of series, the opening game went almost an hour long. And funnily enough, it was almost this exact same matchup. Sort of had the Chinese and Deniska had the Byzantines. Yeah, and I will say like Chinese maybe fares a little bit worse than the cavalry off there compared to Shu Shi when you get to that stage, but not direly so. So could be seeing similar ramifications unless B wants to maybe tune it up in aggression. Sort of has gone for the double work on the stone. This is an indication that it's going to be going all the way to level 5 system optimally around about 8-9 minutes. It works very cleanly. Yeah, it just feels very fluid as well. What doesn't feel great right now is the sheep count. He's sitting at 7 sheep to 13. Yeah, but he's going to make up for it now. Looks like there's still sheep on this side. And B, where's his scout? Oh, he actually might still snatch it up. Wait, he actually walked out here for this? All right, this is a little bit surprising, folks. So this type of meditation garden is cool, but takes a really long time to get out here and build. He didn't have willpower to do this. And I don't really feel like he's getting that way. No, B, no. Like, just go down slightly. Sir, just like... I mean... Oh, this is painful to watch. I think he's gonna... Yeah, he's gonna realize it as well. That makes it even more painful than if he just not. Right? Because now, look how deep you are in the tech. You're not gonna cancel it, right? Right? You kind of want to cancel it. It's a big difference. He ends up, what, clipping only the, I think, 2 berries from this stack. So he's going to end up getting, I believe that's, what, 84 food? But if he placed it here, it would have been over 100. That's so unfortunate. And he definitely would have claimed all of these. So yeah, that's the roll of dice sometimes. I think that's also why people gave up on like these crazy meditation garden ideas, because you almost get that sunken cost fallacy of like, oh, well, I walked out here. I might as well now cancel it and build it elsewhere. But if you do that, you hamper your tech timings. Now, we've been hyping this up a lot, but we've got something cool from Sort of. That's right. You are seeing that correctly. It's a Hippodrome build. Yeah, so a little bit of a rarity. I actually don't remember the last time we saw this. I feel like it's been weeks, actually months at this stage. So really interested to see what they're going to be able to do with this. I think sort of like there was a theory around Pro Scouts, but Pro Scouts of Byzantines is odd. And here's why. Either landmark you build, you feel disadvantaged. So if you build the Grand Winery, you save money on the mill. But now you have a Grand Winery, so you want to gather olive oil. But if you put a Hippodrome, you now don't have a mill. You have got this scout timing, but you're still compromising yourself and missing out on berries. So like it's very counterintuitive usually to play Pro Scouts. I don't think that's what this is about. He's only got 2 on gold. It is going to be the Horseman opening. So looks like this is going to be his counterplay to block out the Pro Scout timing. But can be a little bit wonky, no? Like the problem here is that Hippodrome is kind of a one and done with this Triumph ability. Remember, Triumph gives you +4 damage. It gives you the extra movement speed as well as health regen on all your cavalry for X seconds. And you generate tickets every 30 seconds. Or by killing units when it's not active. Now, if you're waiting these 30 seconds, that's a long wait. But also, the other trade-off is if you are expecting to get loads of kills to activate again, in the early game, that's not really feasible. There's just not enough units for you to kill. So yeah, often feels like quite an odd ability in that regard. I remember as well, when I had early access, and I talked to devs on this, my feeling originally was that Hippodrome's Triumph was going to be one of the most broken abilities in the game. And it is, like on paper, it sounds completely broken. But in actuality, underperforms almost every time. So, Horseman already here poking a little bit. We can see it was the 84 gold in the end. Sort of APM is not that high. Well, that's the thing about Age of Empires 4. I don't think Age of Empires 4 is a high APM game. And people who like flaunt it that way, I think it's more the comfort of how they play than the necessity. And that's a good place to be, man. I like that that's a thing. I've noticed some people talking about the spectatability and the hypeness of like AoE 4 before. And I agree, like, I wish the pacing was a bit better. And I think you could increase the pacing while still keeping that type of APM requirement low. But, it reminds me of Dota 2. Like, Dota 2, I was the type of person that would be clicking like this. Like, click, 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 click. Right-clicking my hero around. But it's unnecessary. For me, I'd done it because it kept me responsive. But then I'd watch, like a top 200 player who would be like, click, 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 click. So it's actually nice to have games that allow that variability. And there are some RTSs that historically force you to be high APM. I don't want to say for just the sake of being high APM, but it sometimes feels like it. Anyway, we do have Chig on the way. Sort of is reacting with Lombos. This... Is B expecting spears? He must be expecting the Matane. Yeah, because like this has turned into a horseman off, but this is a really weird one. One side had Triumph, the other one has got Dali horses eventually. We're not there yet, though. You don't really want to get Dali horses yet. Do I see sort of qualifying for an S tier tournament soon? He was pretty close to qualifying for Elite Classic 3, no? Top 8, no. I think he's still got a few months to go. But top 16, I could see him making at this current point. Got to remember, Sordov has like a lot of legacy as an RTS player, but also has a lot of historical experience in Age of Empires 4. He's not really learning the game from scratch. He's more or less refreshing what he knew. This Mela Blob is getting ridiculous, though. I wonder, do you really want to be coming out of Lombos into this? I mean, you could say the same with Chug. Like, both of these units feel like they just want to stay at home and never come out. Mohamed Kilyadi? I'm sure he'll bounce back. Kilyadi had a good start to the year. It's just about finding that continuity. Like, you got to keep in mind, the guy's getting old. So, like, when everyone else is practicing, like 10 hours a day, well, Kilyadi has to take a nap every hour. It's just, like, it's not sustainable for him. Okay, why is Kilyadi taking... I mean, I'm now firing the strays, but I got baited too. Why is poor Kiliardi taking strays in this one? It's not even playing. Okay, looks like B's going to blink first. He goes into Spimmin. Sort of, wow, this is kind of crazy. The timings are, what, mirrored every step of the way. The Horseman into the range switch, into the Spimmin switch. They're following each other in this dance in quite an elegantly synchronized fashion. I don't feel like you normally see players this aligned on their timings with these things. Normally there's one player who does it first and then the other one reacts. This is crazy though. We're blobbing for a big melee showdown. Well, with some range assistance. It does feel like it could turn into an inevitable feudal clash. I like the B's playing the flanks here. Just trying to actually distract his opponents. Remember, B's the one pro scouting, so you kind of need to guard this area, but preferably by guarding this area, you can put yourself in a position to attack the enemy economy, which means he has to react defensively. Whoa, wait, what? He used Triumph. Okay, that's actually a big deal. So Triumph now go on cooldown. It's only going to last 15 seconds. This is the nightmare, by the way. This is exactly what you don't want to do. He activated his one-timer against a unit that moves almost the same speed. Look how irrelevant this becomes. At best, it's just a small heal. Just doesn't get the DPS it's looking for. And now that means the next fight could be a little bit tricky, for sort of. Yeah, because he's getting outnumbered pretty fast. It's 33 to 41 military. The number difference just kind of keeps spreading a little bit wider as time goes on here. I mean, sort of economy should be better at this stage. He's got the system buff on everyone. That's 22%. That beats supervision, which is obviously there with 4 in the taxation. Once you get level 5 system, you should definitely feel like you're ahead here. And that's before we start calculating things like the value of olive oil on top of it all. The fact that B has got now a 10 military lead is kind of crazy. And now the PG. This is what I think is scary now for sort of. Something that he can't add into his composition are these melee units with armor, which complicates the range exchange. This game is nuts. Yeah, I'm surprised neither player's tried to take the castle age yet. But it shows you just how much respect is going each way in terms of the military pressure. But Triumph gets activated. He's only got a few seconds to work with, 3 or 4. Lombos barely exist in the fight, though. However, the horseman count... No, it's not going to be good enough, surely. If he runs them past, this could be good. But right now, he's kind of getting bogged down on the ponies, which means he's losing a lot of additional ponies in this fight. He's going to camp here. Did think about retreating, but a few wrap around the back. Now he's going to try to make his move, but maybe it's a little bit too late here. Where was the reinforcements? It feels like B had a gap. Yeah, he was holding reserve resources. So it does bring out 1 or 2 new horses in Palace Guard to bait attention. But Chuga now being target fired down. This is where sort of can actually ramp up a lot of potential value. He needs it fast, because if he doesn't kill enough here, then B is going to tech beyond it. Yeah, that was a crazy fight. Like, the way that spread out, you'd be deceived into thinking it's just an overall W for sort of. But the problem is, for so long, those Chuga Nu went unharassed. I think the Triumph definitely helped him break for a little bit, but the problem you saw is actually this gold vein. It split the fight, and he only had about 5 or 6 seconds of Triumph. If the Triumph could have been delayed a little bit longer and you range exchange first, then you would have seen the overwhelm effect. But you see what I was talking about, where once you've pressed it once, it feels really depressing afterwards. Because now he's taken the big fight, and everything's been wiped. He has 35 supply points. That's 35 seconds of this. But now there's no fight to be had. You've only got 4 horsemen. Looks like they are now ambitious playing to the same area. Unfortunately for sort of, B knows courtesy of the meditation guard on what's happening over here. And on top of that, B is teching. Now the academy's coming. Death might be coming for sort of. He doesn't have an age up. No, and the problem is your opponent's already pumping Palace Guard. So despite sort of looking like he took a good fight with the Triumph play there, you now like see the weirdness of it. It's always the aftermath of that ability that made me doubt it. The fight itself can look good, but you know, I'm not saying it's impossible to win a game of Age of Empires 4 off of one fight. But given the predictable nature of that ability, it is very hard, I think we can agree. Especially on a Civ, at this point in the game, that will only have access to, you know, horsemen. because most builds can't really allow for Keshik. Sort of kind of won the fight, but B's going castle. Exactly. So like this triumph ability, when you activate it like this, it needs to give you an overwhelming victory. It needs to be your opponent's completely destroyed and you have 30 military left over to roll into his base with. That didn't happen. If you use triumph and all you get out of it is a reset, you don't feel great. You're going to feel a lot worse with this. B's now marching out. Now the meditation garden is being torched down slowly by Sordov as he starts to stockpile for castle. But Sordov has bigger problems here, I'm afraid. He's revealed his weakness. He's got barely any olive groves at home, and he's playing for the berries. This is dangerous. He has got some fortifications in, so that could slow things down, but B is surging Pals card production here. Remember, he went up at the Mount Lu Academy, so he does have the ability, and he's using it. Regional Inspection allows him to pump out Pals card every 6 seconds. Dive now coming in. Only one outpost complete. Horsemen are going to try to target fire down the Chug as best they can, but the Palace Guard are going to be the MVP in the end. Everything else will die, but the PG will remain standing. And I rate this game PG. Moderate violence and inevitable outcome. It looks like Hippodrome is going to fail to bring sort of through. B just reminding us why Shushi remains such a dominant pick when it comes to these drafts. Shushi has more than 30% eco buff. Was 20% increase, right, on resources and then taxation in. I don't know if I'd say it's more than 30%. Oh, you mean like between the two at that point? Well, like, you know, because you have systems, so it's fairly balanced, right? I think it's just like the Horseman investment was really lofty by comparison. What is up, Faplar? Appreciate the gifted sub. Thank you very much. But it's also like you have to set up the systems. I think that's the difference, right? Like, that's the problem, is like if you stick long in Feudal Age, Byzantines should look better because they've got the system buff escalating. But to like CSO's point, where he's coming from is the idea that you'll have the taxmen, which you'll pay and you'll pay for and they'll almost immediately pay off. But like the system isn't an immediate payoff, it's a gradual payoff. It's escalation, right? And it kind of says everything it needs to about Shushi in China, that like he wasn't outproducing him despite the fact he had all those systems. Because he should have been outproducing. But like this is the sticky thing with China and Shushi. I said it before, I'll say it again. Like they are way too well-rounded now. China in particular is way too well-rounded. I don't feel like there's anything that China does bad, like any point in the game where they're weak. Okay, so G2, let's see where they're going to be taking us. So in terms of options, sort of can take us to Coastal, Lakeside, Enlightened Horizon, or Dry Arabia. Enlightened's going to be weird because his opponent does have Ottomans. He did at least get Knights Templar, but I think House of Lancaster probably works a little bit better against Otto there. So maybe you just force that now, inevitably expecting B to go Ottomans, because I don't think there's anything else you'd want to play on that map. Jean wouldn't fare better against House of Lancaster either, I don't think, because Jean hates defensive civs. Because you need to be able to get in on your opponent. So, like, Enlightened Horizon would make a lot of sense. Ooh. He goes Lakeside instead. And that's interesting from Sordov. Sordov does not use Knights Templar from Enlightened Horizon. He brings them out here. So we're going to have Ibid up against Knights Templar. That's interesting. I don't think that's too bad of a matchup, actually, for Knights Templar, no? With the Dervish play, the Ibids can be a little bit annoying, but like not untenable because you're a Civ that scales archers anyway. I guess the biggest concern is your opponent's going to just dive out on you and go castle. Interesting. And by the way, sort of does still have the Japanese option for Enlightened Horizon, as well as the House of Lancaster. It's like, he still has options overall for Enlightened Horizon. I think the problem is he knows that it's going to have to be Ottomans, so it's just, what do you weigh up being the best there? I would be surprised if he went Japan into Ottomans, just because historically that is a freaking nightmare. Tax 10% more resources, 1 gold from 10 of any kind of resource, plus 4 gold from each unit, 32 gold. It's pretty strong, yeah. And like that, well, let's not forget, like, you talk about the light version. China is where it gets really ridiculous. Yeah, I see where you're coming from. Like, China is the truly absurd one. It's like the easiest way I can ever explain the absurdity of China to people is when I highlight that when they start getting blacksmith techs, they pretty much get a third back per tech. That's when it's just like, huh? Nani? Templar on paper is such a broken civ, but in reality they underperform. What is that? We can talk about that a little bit into this game, actually. That's a good way to kick into the early game. Oh, yes, one and all. This is quickly becoming my favorite pick to see on Lakeside. Sort of has brought out the Knights Templar. On the other side, his opponent, Free to Clans B, is going to be going to the Iobids in the green. And of course, this is Lakeside, aka Pants, where we do have a little bit of fishing desire, which is why Knights Templar can feel pretty good. But my favorite part about them is how well they leverage Sacred Site control. Makes a very cool back and forth tug of wars in the mid game. Now, there was a question brought up by Shark, which is, you know, on paper, Templars are really broken civ, but in reality, they underperform. Why? So there's a few different reasons. Like, one is they actually got, like, nerfed since everyone was truly crying about them being OP. The wood gathering rates got slightly crippled. The other thing is they are situational in terms of their OP-ness. They need the right types of maps. Ones that have water, for example, are very good maps in Knights Templar. Not every map has water. So that already dilutes the win rate a bit. But the other big thing for me with Knights Templar is the linearity. Do you guys remember when we had issues with like Iobid fast castle builds or like HRE fast imp builds or, you know, the current talk around Mongol fast imp? What have you heard people say about the current Mongol fast imp? They usually say the only counterplay is to read it and all in it before it comes online. So how you deal with these type of threats historically is like you get ahead of the curve. You like know they're coming and you prep for it. And that's something I think has maybe made Knights Templar underperform a little bit compared to what people are expecting. This is a civ that you will always expect to go into the French commandery and build archers and knights. It's literally all they do. Like, I want you guys to think back to the last 30 games in Knights Templar that you saw or experienced yourself. How many of those were archer knights? That's the thing that I think keeps them in check and balance right now. Is Hospitalier is not viable. Like, Hospitaliers are not working. Principality of Antioch is definitely not working. It's just too clunky to use. Then you go to Castle Age. Nobody in their right mind wants to talk about Castile with the Genitors. And most people are going Genoa. So you already have a very linear path in what you want to build and also what you want to do in the game. And I think that strength can become a weakness. When it's truly broken, it doesn't matter because it just wins anyway. But when it's still reasonably attuned, you now have the free information ahead of time to counterplay them. So let's see what B wants to do to counterplay in this game. Boom. It is going to be culture wing logistics. We talked about this in the pregame. This is a very logical opening into Knights Templar. They will scale archers, but they won't have them straight away. So what does that mean? That means that you can poke at your opponent with 1 or 2 Desert Raiders, which also keeps him away from Knights, and sets you up for this key objective of the Relics. You know that Sortov's going to want to guard this area anyway, so by having the Dervishes early with 1 or 2 combat units, you can contest that. Because remember, for you, it's going to be semi-fast castle for Relics. For your opponent, it's going to be Sacred Site control for Sanctuary. Now, the question is whether someone wants to take a dive on the water side. That's a little bit curious as well. What was the idea from Sortov with this? You guys see what he done there? Most players agree you place your dock as close to the deep water as possible to remain efficient. Kind of like what B done. But Sortov decided to build it further away. And whoa. He's here to break the molds. This will either be a flex on how good Knights Templar can be when they're not predictable, or a reminder of why everyone chooses France. But folks, for once in a blue moon, we have got something other than the French commandery coming in from Knights Templar. Alright, sort of has got my attention. Axe throws on a map like this. Isn't this really bad? Against Iobids, specifically. Because if Iobids want to open with a Desert Raider, the Desert Raider has melee armor. And reminder, although they throw axes, the axes don't do range damage, they do melee damage. So you're 50% less damage. And your opponent has healing. This is a bit weird. Pardon my rudeness, but sir, we've gone in an odd direction here. Wait, he's going to do Horseman as well. Okay, so that'll be his answer to Dervish. To the Desert Raiders, rather. So, like, what's the reason behind the Axe Throwers? I mean, this has to be some sort of FC build, right? Like, I don't think there's anything you want. And there's your confirmation. It's going to be Spearman. Okay, so sort of is simply trying to utilize the damage buff that you get from the landmark choice. Both players have been gathering stone, by the way. What's B gathering for? Is it just arrow slits? I think they literally both have the same idea. Yeah, they're both going naval arrow slits because neither one wants to play water. This is a bit comical. Meanwhile on land. Wait. Oh, okay. Does that work? Is B going to try to body block him? No. Okay. I mean, I think you can. Yeah. The only way to beat those religiously believing in their pilgrims is to be even more religious. All right, so the cheeky camels do slow down the pilgrim slightly, but the Spinman's already here. Great read by Sort of. And we do actually have Axemen anyway. Okay, this is like a very unorthodox build from Sort of right now. Your opponent's scaling just mass Desert Raiders. So, like, really, you just want Horsemen, not Axe Throwers. Even then, though, we've seen if you just spam Horsemen into Desert Raiders, it doesn't end as well as you'd think because of the healing. It's very hard to out-micro Iobids, I think, with this type of comp matchup. This has been why I've been a very big believer that healing units should actually have a mana source. And when it depletes, they get a weaker heal until it replenishes. Like, this unit right here is the #1 reason why I've been suggesting that change. And you'll see why in this game. So B's going to be up to 6 Desert Raiders. Solov is going for a 50-50 comp. But still, like, the Desert Raiders is just stronger here, no? Yeah, look at the look at the damage. You hit as hard as an archer would, but you cost more. That's a little bit depressing. You're paying 120 when you could have just paid 80 for the same thing. And also remember that Knights Templar gather wood better than other civs. So, like, actually building archers instead of sergeants is, I'd say, more preferable. So Desert Raiders are already just winning the fight in the center. And sort of still gathering additional stone. Why? Is this, like, gradual 2TC? It might be just looking to set up outposts to protect the pilgrims. But with mass Desert Raiders coming, like, that's not going to work. Ibid Dervish should not heal themselves. Yeah, and it's like, it's a complete conundrum that they do that, considering that there is a unit just like this, an option just like this with the Ottomans, with the Imam point. But the Imams there do not heal themselves. So, like, if you ever lose one Imam, it's GG. Whereas here, you lose one Dervish, he doesn't care. I'm starting to realize I might be becoming responsible for the term OP-ness in the community, and I don't know if I should apologize for that. Anyway, Undermesh coming. B? Oh, look, you almost killed one unit. It would be a shame if we had a way of fixing that. And this is what makes it even more painful, is when he starts retreating, your horsemen get body blocked by Dervish, the thing they get no bonus damage against and do less damage against due to their unease. If he uses the sergeants to snipe the Dervish, this could work. But every time he goes after the Desert Raiders, it just looks worse and worse. Now the mode gets activated to clear the horsemen. Now, you want to be in a range form, probably, when you're clashing with the sergeants. And, oh my god, it's already over. GG gets called. Sort of may have slightly miscalculated on this one. Yeah, I think he had an idea and maybe just kind of forgot about the healing Desert Raider factor. Because I don't know if there's like a worse unit to try and contest Desert Raiders currently. That was pretty rough. All right. Well, concerns about a very long day are slightly starting to disappear. this is not looking very hopeful right now. But there's still hope. Sort of still has some potential. But yeah, I think like the lesson that the only reason I could think why you'd want to do sergeants there is to snipe the dervish. That was the only thing that potentially made sense. But then once again, like why not archers instead, right? I think feedback I'd give to like sort of on that one is maybe just I don't know if you don't really want to do Chevalier into the Desert Raiders, but maybe you just choose that landmark choice because you're not going to use the Antioch effect anyway. So if you just go like Archer Horseman, probably. Hospitalier could have been interesting because Hospitalier would have given you a way of healing as well. It's just the problem is Hospitalier in the current format are really, really clunky to use. They're not what I'd call reliable. And also, they're another melee unit, right? So it's another thing that's just going to clash with all that armor from the Desert Raiders and do nothing. The variant Civ's interactions are something you just don't know a lot about, having missed their release completely. True. But like this is, I think that game that right there is a pristine example of what we were talking about, why most people just focus around archers. Like, it makes you predictable, but there's a reason why it's done so often. It is literally the best option right now for that Civ. Make Hospitalier heal themselves? Yeah, I don't think we need another one of those. No, Hospitalier just need an option to toggle attack and heal. That's all they need. And then it's like kind of good. Not like crazy or anything, but reasonable. The problem right now is, do you want to know how you actually use Hospitalier to do healing? You have to pull them away from the fight manually, and then you have to stand ground. But then if a unit ever comes in range, they'll attack it instead of healing. That's bad. There should be a simple button that makes the choice. Okay. So next up, we have got Otto versus the Lancaster. He is going to be going to Enlightened Horizon. This is the one we said there's some potential with. I think this will probably be the most competitive game of the series so far. Hospitalier only has one ranged armor. Agreed, but like that's not the thought here, right? It's like at least you have healing. I think genuinely you just still go French, but if you wanted to get quirky, that would still feel like a better option than the Axe Throwers. Because then you at least have healing. Because then you can like hunt with horsemen and then pull back to heal. But here we go. One and all, it's time for the third and possibly last game of sort of's best performance so far in the midweek muster. Can't be feeling that way right now, though. 2 games, both in less than half an hour, done. And B, on the verge of making it back into the grand finals as often he does. And what a way to do it. One of the most powerful picks you're going to see on this map. Enlightened Horizon with the Ottomans. But honestly, I think sort of has an answer here, guys. House of Lancaster has been impressing me on this map, in particular against Ottomans. Ottos can struggle to dive Lancaster quick enough before they start to embellish their economy via the manners. So it's going to be Iraq starting at home. This definitely feels bad to do because look what B done instead. B walks out with the villager. It delays his first spinman timing, but look at the difference. By the time sort of can start capturing a merchant camp, B already has one. So this is the power that Ottomans wield. It's also why people like to pick Mongols here to stop players doing this. The risk is you've now built your production out of your base, but the upside pays off pretty damn quickly with this merchant camp. Now, I'm starting to feel bad for sort of looking at those predictions. Poor guy. Yeah, I do hope that Knights Templar get like a revisit on their diversification of unit types, though. Lancaster honestly doesn't need it as much, if I'm being honest with you guys. I think Lancaster just needs a rethink to the way Lancaster Castle and Manors work. Unit diversity has been looking good for Lancaster. We've seen Spearman Yeoman comps, we've seen mass Ulsgaard comps, we've seen mass Hobbler comps, mass Knight comps. But this Civ is actually, I think it has a lot of variability to it, which is refreshing. I know a lot of people remember the Yeoman games. They're the ones that really stick with you, but I've seen plenty of different builds in the last 2-3 weeks in the Civ. Well, unit builds. It's literally always Manors, which makes me sad. Sort of. We're going to make B sad here, because B actually went greedy. He went for the Wolf Den. So sneaking comes out, and sort of is going to look to start denying on the house and snatching the merchant camp. And this timing is intentional, by the way. Remember, Sortle's been producing spears at the same pacing, so he knows B is at risk of being pop-blocked. Still, like, do you care? If you get 150 gold but lose 50 wood, I think you're happy with that. Needs to be careful about the spearman. This is really good, though, because if he gets away, he can just heal them up later. Unfortunately, B hung around a bit too long there, so does lose a spearman. Sortle's Wolf Den has been torched in the meantime. The problem now is B has way too much gold. I think this is something that usually gets kind of overlooked with the merchant camps. Merchant camps give you gold as well. So you're already in a position where you're holding way too much resource to do anything with. And now it just kind of inflates further and further. But luckily for you, good guy Sortlev is here to take the gold away. Double merchant camp. That is so annoying when it happens. So sometimes when units are getting ready to torch, if you turn to attack a unit, they will toss a torch. AKA, they will become a range unit. And Sortle's spear count looks really good as well, by the way. Because remember, B's basically 2 down on spears, but Sortlev is pure 10. He's barely taking any damage on these guys. This is really hard for B. He's still got some way to go until he'd have the Imam point as well. So there's good windows of opportunity here for Sortlev. He's looking to fully exploit them. House now on fire. At this point, you could probably start burning the racks instead, because the house is just inevitably going to go down. B target fires it. Now pop block issue. B, he didn't calculate for this. Yes, has to rush the wood. And he has to rush up the house, but he's already going to miss a few seconds on the next villager. Next spinman can come out, but I don't think you can do this anymore. No, it's looking really good for Sortlev right now. I mean, B, all those spears banked inside are heavily injured. I think Sortlev, he has the timing right here. He's getting out. And look at why he's getting out. We are so close to the Vizier point. The Imam changes everything here, and Sortlev is respecting it to its full power. He actually might get the racks before it comes, though, which is incredible for him. Yeah, because like now you've got 13 spears, you have to rebuild a racks, but you never really want to have to rebuild a racks against House of Lancaster because of the Yeoman threat. So this just feels overall bad from B. A nice pinch. Great micro, Sortlev. Just reminding us that it's not just B in this game. There was a former StarCraft 2 pro. And now, love this. Just lame the deer. Spread them out a bit and kill them is actually perfect. Is he trying to dive? That's not entirely necessary, I don't think. Especially now that the Imam point's here. Like, this is where you actually have to show some respect. So yeah, I think he's going to see it and back away. And there you go. Gets eyeballs on. Nice line formation. That just makes sure that he doesn't get lobbed on as easily. He actually turns for the contest, though. And for good reason. Harden is on the way. But he's a little bit reluctant for good reason now. This is crazy, though. I'm surprised Sortlev competed with him like that. I guess it's because he knew if he just ran away, he'd keep getting stabbed. But that's why I was kind of surprised Sortlev went that deep in the first place. Well, Harden upgrade is now in. I think B might just have to let him go. Good news is, it was Lancaster Castle, so there's no Abbey of Kings to top these guys off. Bad news is that's a pretty good position for a Lancaster Castle. Look how deep he is. Yeah, so you can build a mana to guard onto the merchant camp. You can build manas here as well to kind of create a barrier for the deer. Like, overall, he's gotten away with a very aggressive placement on this landmark. Which is stronger, Marine Lord's French or B's Ottomans? Probably B's Ottomans. It's not that Marine Lord's French is bad. I don't know, like if you ask me which player is stronger, Marine Lord, right? But like, if you're talking about, oh man, yo, I need to ban this out, this is a threat. Like, I'm going to ban Ottomans from B over banning French from Marine Lord, I think. That's because Marine Lord can apply most civs very well. What would have been a better question is which one's a better Ottoman player? Because you've also just like targeted a discussion about 2 civs where one is cross-applicable and the other is situational. If you're asking me which player is the better Ottoman player, I think we've seen very little of Marine Lord to argue that B is looking like the scariest Otto right now. But historically, when we have seen him on them, I'd say like Marine Lord has the edge. Wait, did he He did cancel the mana in time, right? That took a lot of damage. Yeah, so he wasted on that. That's pretty bad. Sort of. That was insanely greedy. So great read by B. Did you guys eyeball that? I wasn't looking at the wood. It looks like he actually lost more than half, if not full. I think he was expecting quite that much torch damage. Nicely done by B. Now, I think... Is he getting castle? He's flowing a lot of food, but adding archers, it doesn't feel like it's clearly castle. With 15 on wood, this should enable him to get into rams if he wants to for siege engineering timing. Meanwhile, sort of... I think he's played this correctly. He's gathering the gold, but this is not for the mana spam by looks of it. Wait, actually, 14 on wood it might be. Okay. If he went 3 manas and then teched, I think it makes a lot of sense. Spamming more manas is a bit dangerous here. And yeah, it is going to be the mana spam. So condensed land practice is now on the way. This means he needs more time. And you can see B is not giving him time. It is going to be Castle Age Ottomans. So why did he build the archers? Just to guarantee that sort of can contest him. Because now, although your opponent's got manas, B has got the merchant camps. He's getting an extra 90 resources he'd otherwise not have. Doesn't sound like a lot, but definitely adds up. On top of that, there's a wolf den over here, ripe for the taking. And this is another part of why Ottomans is so good on this map. It's not just the fight over the merchant camps. It's the fact that down the line, any injured spearmen get made whole, as we can see by the health bars here. Remember, like half these guys were at death's door earlier in the game. Bit weird from B to actually just A-click into the wolves, but okay. It's sort of now initiating Yeoman production. Yeah, now feels like a great time for Castle onto Knights, I think. Your opponent does have a decent amount of spears, but you can kind of wiggle your way in. That's also why I sort of set up the walls here, just to prevent that from happening. There is the possible world in which we see Ottomans go men-at-arms opening, but he's already lost the racks. Even though he rebuilt it, it's only his solo racks. The biggest thing for B is going to be the timing on relics here. Because you know your opponent's mana spamming, you've already got merchant camps. The other thing that gives you the balance point in terms of economy is going to be relics here. Good to know on this back. Feels like sort of might be struggling for food. Actually, no, not too bad. He's got 12 sheep still. Let's say it's like 9, because obviously 6 of them in club down, probably half HP. And then remember on top of that, you've got the manas. So he's definitely not starving. It's just a case of he doesn't necessarily have the resources to consistently surge into production and such. And no, we don't have the Demi-Lancers yet. Now would be a good time. Usually people are quite comfortable with Demi-Lancering around 5 to 6 manas. If he triggered it now, he'd actually have the full complement in time. Right? Because basically this mana, the way the calculation works is it spawns the amount of units based on when the tech completes, not when you start it. So he'd be able to lock in 8 Demi-Lancers for a defense. But I think for sort of maybe the paranoia is like, hey, he has spears, he's not going to help me there. He could try to raid. I don't know if he noticed something that just made him think that raiding was impossible here. Rough trade on the south side. Archer's able to scare sort of away. And here's going to be White Tower. What? Is he serious about this? He's got 5 yeomen. And there's 2 imams. No way. No freaking... That's crazy. Spears, they're going to contest it. Yeah, I mean, sort of saw this as well, right? Like, I'm pretty sure he had eyeballs on those spears. So Melee Mosh Pit begins. B's just going to trade out and get any worker kills he can. And so far, it's stockpiling up. Shortbows do come out in the end to try and contest this. The imams cannot help out. So he will get the White Tower up, but it does cost him 3 workers. A lot of other time. Oh my god, the archers! He bought the time. And now sort of has to commit, right? No way! He cancels the landmark! That might just be game. He's going to try to rebuild it now, but... I mean, honestly, you can just rotate in. You've got the meta here. You've now got the ranged armor. There's really nothing to stop you from diving again. Unbelievable. I can't believe that. Maybe sort of... I mean, this is the thing. Like, he knew there were archers because they attacked him on the south side. So I guess he just thought he had more time, maybe? It's not that far of a run, though. It feels like sort of has just underestimated the healing and overestimated the mana shots. Remember, the manas do sting at 8 damage. They take 4 seconds to attack. Lancaster Castle hits at 12. That's a decent attack speed. But if you have focused healing with the ranged armor from Metro as well, it's not really enough to stop B from attacking you. So for the 3rd time now, we are going to see a white tower dropped. And I'm pretty sure, although Ottomans are OP on this map, they can't reach this. Don't quote me, though. They'll be here in like a few seconds, right? This is crazy. Remember, B's already been aged up for a bit, so he's got 2 relics now on the way home. He's already prepping siege. This is interesting. I actually love that. Imperial Armory switches to Trebuchet straight away. You don't really like think Springald's here because your opponent's already Yeoming, and you know he's on the high ground White Tower. So if you just get the Trebs out, you can camp them down here and snipe into this thing. That's a really smart read. Not often we see Trebuchet openings. Sort of is going to need a lot of spears to answer what's coming. B is just double stable pumping lances. Double relic already home as well. Looks like he was a little bit distracted. Did get caught in the back. We do at least have sort of now securing gold. That's really important. I think that, by the way, is why he white towered the way he did. He white towered here to secure the gold. It wasn't quite deep enough that it fully would, but I think he believed if he placed it like this, it covers the gold somewhat, and it's close enough to his base that he wouldn't get dirt. That's why he done it, because, like, guys, if you're going to white tower, you need to secure something. And the corner only has 1,600 gold. It's not really worth it. So Oscar's at least going to be able to push this back for the time being. I love that B's remaining very aggressive with the small retinue of archers. And it's taking what feels like a millennium to kill these guys. They're free ranged armor right now. He doesn't even have a blacksmith upgrade. And the knights show up. The knights show up with +2 ranged armor. He's doing no damage. He has no hope. This might actually be the quickest semi-final we have ever had in Midweek Muster. An unfortunate also very swift demise for sort of. Really wasn't expecting this series to be over that quick. Good lord. I guess because we had, and like flexi schedule bit, we had Wham and Anatan scheduled to play in an hour. And also mind your language, your ass is going to get banned. Like, you only get 1 warning. The weird part is that comment came through there, but didn't actually come through on the YouTube chat. That is very weird. Okay, so you want resources gathered? Oh, that's pretty competitive. I'm going to check with Chum and see if the boys are ready to start earlier, just in case. Yeah, I don't know. That was weird. Like, on YouTube, I went to check the comment and purge it, and it was already gone. So it came through on the chat bot. Like, by the way, that is also a big part of why I think Twitch has that rule about, like, not being able to show other chats on, like, they used to have that rule where you couldn't show other chats on their thingy. Because, obviously, you can't police that. What do you write? What's the word I'm looking for? A demeaning term about someone's intelligence. Let's describe it that way. Yeah, I feel bad for sort of like that last game in particular. His opening felt really, really good. He had me believing that that was going to be his best game of the series, but it just fell apart on that tech timing, man. I get his feeling of urgency because there's like 3 sacred sites, there's all those relics. You know your opponent's taking merchant camps as well. Yeah, I think once that first white tower looked a bit shaky, everything just kind of went maybe into a little bit of panic mode as time went on. All right, I've got my admin now checking to see if we have the lads available a little bit earlier, because as I said, that series was quicker than expected. If you just came in. We've been live less than an hour and the semifinals is already complete. So what I'll do now is I'll update the bracket to represent that. So we did just see B with a speed run into the grand finals, which is nuts after how like close back and forth and I'd say quite long his quarterfinals was against Myriad. Shame as well. It feels like, B just was very suffocating in this series, I think. He didn't give sort of the space to do what he was able to achieve against a player like Deniska. Like, when Sort of is given a little bit more timing, I think he can actually do big things, but this is what we know B to be great at. Like, B is not really, I would say for a very long time, has been seen as a passive player, a very aggressive player for a very long time. There was a time long ago, especially in StarCraft days, being a Zerg main, where the focus was on, hey, how do I greed? How do I like get most of the map and hoover it up quick? But AoE 4, I feel like very early on he started to steer towards a different direction when he came across. Anatan and Wham? Oh, yes. Not just that, guys. We've got Anatan and Wham, but we got time, so I might as well tease it. We also have Anatan and Wham. KP, like you just said that. Is your brain working okay? What are you on about? No, guys. We have more Anatan and Wham coming up tomorrow as well, because we did announce another Hims Cup. It's going to feature the return of the current reigning champion, Anatan. But this time, we're bringing a Canadian in to see if they can answer the question. So, this is kind of a preview. A BO5 here today, and then tomorrow, we're going to have a best of 9 between our two semi-finalists. And it also, as you're going to see in a few seconds, features a brand spanking new map. That's right. We've made another one. Big shout out to Caillou, who's been grinding non-stop to achieve impotence. Sorry, Caillou. Yes, we've got a brand new map coming in. It's going to be a really cool one. Looking forward to showing that off. A very different style to ones we've been putting out so far. That should maybe shine a light on some mechanics that I'd like to see utilized more in AoE 4. Yeah. Once again, like, really big shout out goes to Caillou. I just sent him across another idea today. He literally just receives them and goes running with them. You're doing what? You've caused impotence, mate. Great deals of impotence have been caused by you. All right, I guess, like, while we wait, we might as well see if there's a pub game we can have in the background while we wait. I like how someone called B just started a game here as well. So yeah, B is now going to be waiting, anticipating his opponent. Wait, wasn't there meant to be some Still Series games that have been happening? Maybe we can check out one of the games from there while we wait. Give me a sec. There's Poppy Paw versus MSN. That could be interesting. I figured it's better to have something playing in the background while we wait for our next series. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. We didn't quite prep for a best of 5 to take an hour. Because, like, we want to be respectful of the players, because, like, we need to have them available to, like, hop in when it's time. It's like, we could have been like, yo, be ready an hour after the first series starts, but then, like, if it ends up being a 3-hour series, it's a little bit awkward. Yeah, my instinct is we'll probably have to wait like another hour for Wham, but we'll get confirmation on that. So, let's see. Have we got any interesting matchups that happened here? Ooh. I kind of dig that. I'll switch the title to Up Next. And then we'll have Antan versus Wham. And we'll have a look at the MSN Puppy Paw games in the meantime. They're not responding. Yeah, like, I mean, sometimes people like to be here ahead of time to review their opponent, but yeah. AI Absurd on Mountain Clearing? You do realize, like, AI Absurd is not that challenging. You just have to exploit it. If you play aggressive early on, like, the AI in AoE 4 is not very reliable. Alright, anyway. 1 second. I think I remember seeing a logo around here somewhere. Yeah, we try to be, like, thoughtful when we do other people's tournaments to make sure we, like, have the logos, etc. correct. It does suck when people don't do the same back, though. That does annoy me. That's been annoying me a little bit recently. Because, like, we literally have it in our handbook documentation that, like... I don't remember if we had the logo in there, but we definitely had that you have to... like, the video needs to be named accordingly. So it's kind of annoying when that gets ignored. And it is something that's been discussed with people before. All right, there we go. So yeah, I guess we'll just have the regular start time, which is in an hour for Wham Anatand. In the meantime, we'll entertain ourselves with his brother. All right, one and all, we've got a little bit of a stopover here while we wait for our next semi-finals. We're going to be checking in on the qualifiers for Master of Steel. We've got Puppy Paw in the red going up against MSN on the Iabids in the blue. All right, this is pretty cozy for MSN. If you're not familiar with MSN, this is a kiddo, the true kid from the Danelands. Voldemar needs to get a new title because this guy is much younger. This is the toddler of the Danes. And he's infamous for his Arabit picks. He loves Iabids and Abbasis more than any other Civ that I can think of. And we're talking about a pretty good map for them. Kawasan is where Game 1 is going to be taking place. This historically has felt like a great place for Abbasids and also more recently Iabids. And I'm wondering, is this going to be the advanced wing timing that I know MSN covers quite a lot? On the other side, Mongols did actually make a lot of sense. When Kawasan first came out, I'd say they were like a top 2 pick. And yeah, this is the tourney that's been organized by Warman. He did start with 5 on gold. I like this. Okay, dude, like Puppy Paw, I gotta, you know, kind of fire him up a bit. I gotta give him a lot of praise for this. Do you guys remember we had a game about 2 months ago, 3 months ago? Louis MT versus Puppy Paw in the ladder, in which Puppy Paw was able to defend his mine as Malians by dropping a mill and clubbing sheep there with an outpost. Ever since then, I've noticed he tries to do these type of like lean, efficient plays where he'll keep the villagers out longer. Now, we've seen a lot of Roost players mirror this with the hunting cabin placements where they'll drop sheep off. But I love to see Puppy Paw always just expanding this to new civs, and Mongols, of course, is a very obvious one. So he already gathers the gold he needs in a rush and then just switches to the sheep on the location. Culture Wing advancement is already coming in from MSN. There is no mirrored play onto the ponds yet from Puppy Paw. He's just prioritizing the age up. Organized by KP and Microsoft sponsored. So yeah, we're Microsoft sponsored, and I'm pretty sure this one's Microsoft sponsored, which means it has open casting. Like, that's the thing as well. We were talking a little bit about... I might just actually start being a bit more vocal about it. Like, I've tried before, and it kind of gets brushed aside and ignored for whatever reason or forgotten. Like, when people do midweek muster stuff, they are meant to have midweek muster in the title of their stream. Preferably with an @ the channel, and then they're meant to have the logo on screen. But like some people have been ignoring that entirely. The reason why we have open casting is kind of because you have to when you're Microsoft funded. So when you have World's Edge funding, there is a responsibility for anyone to be allowed to cast the games. Hence why we can easily do this. We don't even need permission. But there's almost like a courtesy element to it. Of, you know, being reasonable, giving them the shouts out, etc. Which we always do. But to those that would like to cast the Master of Steels, because it is World's Edge funded, you can. There's no blocker on that stuff. Similar to how we have people who cast in French and German, etc. for midweek musters. They don't need to pay me anything. That's like a very big difference with the way that Age of Empires 4's ecosystem functions compared to some other games out there. Is there's certain other games where you'd have to pay what's called a broadcast rights. So, for example, like, you know, if you want to get the broadcast rights to like the Spanish coverage for football, you'd have to pay the league a certain amount to do so. But with the way Microsoft runs things, they provide usually the prize pooling is what you get from them for the tournaments. And then as a trade-off, anyone's allowed to cover it. So we do have the archer ship on the way out already. I kind of like the way Puppy Paw done this, though. I dig this. He went straight for the Uvu, and he rushes into naval arrow slits. Think about the position here. This is really smart. He's blocking out the fishing locations that MSN wants to be using. So it's going to force him to commit now to another dock on the opposite side. Love that as well. Puppy Paw's hanging around. He can gather the berries and drop them off at a dock. He can even think about going for another dock drop over here if he sees his opponent is getting cheeky. Puppy's your favorite player because the things he comes up with? Yeah, I think like there's players that have really built up a reputation, a popularity on that type of stuff. So I know one that's obvious to people over the years has been B. We've seen Anatan also. I think when Anatan started doing some very creative things, in particular the Ottoman Sipahi builds, a lot more people are like, okay, hello. This guy isn't just copying what someone else came up with. He's truly innovating. Looks like we do have the Khan Hunter on the way. Interesting. Wait, double Khan Hunter? Okay, color me surprised. Why? Over Magadai, the cost difference isn't that high, right? Yeah, Khan Hunter's going to be 60-60, whereas a Magadai is 90-60. Oh, sorry. Let me flip the UI as well, because I just realized the player's on the wrong side. There you go. Don't get too disoriented. Blue is on the right side. This is interesting. Is this meant... Oh, wait. Is this meant to be like a counter to Desert Raiders in his eyes? Because if you have the Deer Stone, you run faster. And also the Khan Hunter range, I believe, is just high enough that you won't be clipped by the Desert Raider aura. If so, that's really freaking creative. I'd have to double check this, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't work with boats. So I don't think it's about that. But that's actually weird that it's now got me thinking about that. Has anyone tested that? I never thought to cover it because like it's never really come up, and who cares about water, lol. It would be hilarious if you could actually use Khan Hunters to increase boat range, though. And no, you can't drop off wood and stone at a docks, only just food. So the interesting thing is like you can actually drop off any resource type when you first construct. So when you complete, your villagers will drop stuff off. Bit of an awkward loss there. Puppy Paw does end up getting sunk on this pond. But he's already established himself on the north side, and MSN hasn't. No, MSN's maybe shifted towards land a little bit quickly here. But that is somewhat forced by Puppy Paw's reaction first. Magadai plus the Khan Hunters now. Also, the Deerstone just camped here is so frustrating. Because your opponent can technically just run circles around you, hitting you. And yeah, did you guys remember that Deerstone used to work with Springles and Siege? Oh god. That was, if you guys remember, that was what made Mongols one of the best civs in the Age of Springles. Is that they could move quicker. It was pretty dirty. Looks like we did have some demo ship shenanigans coming out. Okay, this tree line is meant to be a blessing, but unfortunately due to the Falcon, it's not working out that way. Looks like we do have MSN now moving out for his own dock. Good body block, though. Not able to get in there. The Khan Hunter's damage is pretty low, so it would be hard to achieve a kill, especially with this terrain. And yeah, looks like he's just going to get clubbed down. So nicely done. MSN does secure a spot on the second pond, right? No. He has to walk away. I jumped just too quick. Magadai are also on the way. With the movement speed, that's going to be a kill. Nicely played. So you see what Puppy Paw's strategy is now with the Magadai play. Just outmaneuver the camels as much as you can, but most importantly, you're looking to deny any villagers coming out to set up new things. Desert Raider count does look good, though. Is a little bit of a problem. I wonder if there's a world in which Puppy Paw just pivots into archers here. Then again, like you probably don't need it, because you can just keep running back to the safety of the docks. Because this pond, you've got boats, right? So that means Desert Raiders don't want to trade into you there. Looks like he's going to try to resolve one of these docks. We have got a boat coming out. And he is going to hug the edge, the shoreline, so the springald shots can hit into the camels. Pretty smart. A lot easier to kill here. Remember, the boats can be repaired. The Desert Raiders cannot. And Desert Raiders are pretty expensive. 180 a pop. Still, he's not bringing the Magadai. No, instead, Poppy Paw is creeping around the back. He's about to come in vision for MSN, so we'll have a lot of time to react to this. An archer ship does also make it out. Looks like he's able to take out the Dow. Second one does come out, though. So it looks like he has now skewed that pond. However, the Magadai do wrap in. We'll find themselves possibly 2 worker kills here, actually. If he gets the target fire right. Yeah, that's going to be another one. And, oh, he can camp the tree line. So remember, even if MSN comes back, there's a problem. This deer stone's still here, so you can get kited on the defense. Speed arrow, not going to be used. Instead, it's going to be the attack speed to try and get them gun and kill. It's going to work out, so gets rid of that Desert Raider. Group's going to dive in. He can at least burn down the infrastructure, which is a good idea here. Poppy Paw has already switched to those archers we talked about, though. Not enough for them to win this fight just yet, but if MSN doesn't start cutting the numbers quickly, he's going to be in a bit of trouble here. Yeah, he's already got heavy injuries on the 4 Desert Raiders anyway. Top of that, Worker's again in trouble. Finds what? Another 1? Possibly 2. You see how much easier it is for Magadai to raid compared to Desert Raiders here. And it's twofold, actually. It's not just the mobility, where you're able to shoot and move. The other really important thing to keep in mind here is the fact that Poppy Paw can see ahead of time with the Falcons. That's something that MSN can't brag. This is ridiculous, though, guys. Like, look at the fishing count. It's 12 fishing, and this is the truly ridiculous part, to 2. MSN has nothing. I'm kind of shocked just how little fishing he has, but Poppy Paw was contesting a lot on that pond, so he forced a very heavy investment. And you see why people covet that contested pond so much, by the way. It's so easy to bait your opponent into overreacting, because let's say you place the dock. Well, congrats, you know. I win, because now you have to usually react with, like, what, at least 2 springald ships, if not more. Pull fishing boats to heal regularly. Takes ages to kill off that dock. I get all that value from paying 150 wood, plus naval arrow slits for another 200. And remember, for Mongols, you get passive stone anyway, so it doesn't feel that expensive. That, however, feels insanely expensive. 230 resource unit, and he kills 320 resources. Yeah, I don't think bleeding really describes what's happening with MSM right now. This is hemorrhaging. It's about to get a lot worse. Step readouts on the way. This tear stone's just been chilling here. Like, oh, hey. I'm in the right base, right? Like, this is my home, I think. Maybe? What does MSN do with this? He's getting ready to take up himself. I'm getting a really bad feeling about Desert Raiders coming in. I think at this point, you probably just need more economy, so growth would make a lot of sense. Or we just gamble wing, but it's feeling like, yeah, it's going to be military wing. Okay, so upsides of military wing, it's not as much about the camels themselves, in my opinion. It's about the ability to build siege with the camels. So I guess actually in a weird way, it is about the camels. But not for the core purpose of spawning them. This will give him ability to build things like springles, mangonels in the mid-map as an answer. I think that's much more desirable and valuable than the 3 Desert Raiders you're about to get. Problem is going to be the difference in tech timing. Veterancy for archers already on the way for Poppy Paw. And he's also prepping the crossbows, a logical answer to the likely camel lancers on the way. Maybe that could be a big edge here. It's like you could just kind of stick Desert Raiders so the the crossbows are useless. Also, one sec, I just noticed our skin UI is a little bit weird. Let me see if I can fix that. Alright, there we go. Sorry about that. Yeah, we had like half gold, half purple. Oh, wait, no. Now, oh god, I've kind of made it worse, haven't I? Nope, that's not better. That's 10 times worse. that better? Not really. Oh, I see the problem. I fixed it. That's possible. Sorry about that. MSN macro to make a big IO tower? Please don't. Imagine you start building that and he just moves the entire base away. Oh my god. Dude, you only just hit Castle Age. Can you please? Oh. So MSM probably for a few moments here was inspired, like there was hope. And in about 20 seconds, that hope is going to be drying up like a tiny little bowl of water in the Saharan desert. Like, you know, but it's happening so quick before your eyes, you can even just hear the audible noise like... That right there was his hope. But you know what? We came all this way. We made Desert Raiders. Might as well make a kajillion more. It's not like our opponent is going to instantly roll into nest of... Bro, have some mercy. All right, 15 seconds until pure chaos for the Desert Raiders. In fairness, Desert Raiders can answer Siege, right? Because they have that melee attack. The hand cannoneers is definitely a bigger conundrum. I think for me, the biggest problem for MSN here is like he's not blocking economy. It's not like he moved out here and started burning down the docks. So your opponent's just getting way too much food for this to not really work out. Instant GG, it kind of feels like it with this type of build. I think for MSN, the biggest problem is just how free the second pond became for Puppy Pool. Yeah, the Khan is a little bit gigged right now. It hits for 24 damage. Also, he has more range than Desert Raiders. Also, he fires on the go. It's not exactly a fair fight. By the way, at least he got one of the landmarks. Like, you know, here's the thing. You guys want to write this off as, like, Puppy Paw has won it, but you're not thinking about this right. MSN has achieved a quarter of his win conditions. He just needs to kill 3 more. Okay, I can't. I think he'd be lucky to kill 1 more landmark. I mean, he's got good scale here. He's up to 27 Desert Raiders. But a second nested, come on. And another funny thing here is the Khan Hunter with hand cannoneers. Khan Hunter with hand cannoneers means you get outranged on your Desert Raiders. This is really annoying. Because then also, if you ever push him back, he's got the Deerstone defense with like a Yam outpost. We don't actually have any yet, which is weird from Puppy Pool. Has he still not unpacked it? Oh, God. I do find it kind of comical that the double Warrior Monk is allowing him to get relic timing here. That is absurd. Oh, we do have Nesta be arriving. And yeah, that was like... He killed the Khan finally, but it cost him triple Desert Raider. And a bow. Oh, God. I think this is getting out of the comfort zone for MSN. Fast. Okay, finally. It's okay, guys. He only tapped like 700 gold from this thing before realizing. Only. Imagine how far ahead he would have been if he was efficiently gathering that whole time. Well, Desert Raiders are at least going to force Puppy Paw to come home. He has set up Yam in part of the base, not the full though. And why? Why Hui Hui Pao? Okay. He can take out docks with it. It's probably the worst thing to roll right now, though. Another thing that would feel pretty bad, I guess, is like rolling the Knights, which is now coming because of all the Desert Raiders. I think what you want right now is just bulk. So, you know, PG because they're tanky, or just maybe some Magadai would make a lot of sense. MSN, I think he knows he needs to find some kills. He's going to start diving in now. It's difficult, though, with the Yam. Yeah, you see how fluid he is on the move away. Willbound plus Yam means he actually almost has as much movement speed as Desert Raiders would. Someone asked me, did we sort the mic? So I've ordered plugs and USBs. which should be arriving today. I don't think we've had any problems today, so that's good. Alright, so we just ran around the base to lose 6 desert. Oh, God. Yeah, MSN's a decent player, but this is... I don't feel like I'm marketing very well here. Game 1 goes to Puppy Paw. Poor guy. So, we'll have a look in on G2. We've got about 30-ish minutes until Wham Anatan's ready to go. Yeah, just got confirmation Wham said it'll be ready in 30 minutes. Okay, so G2 is going to be Kurlaugor. Been a while since I've seen Kurlaugor. I was looking through like some series and I glanced at they play Kurlaugor with House of Lancaster and I got intrigued. So we've got Japanese, which has historically been a very good civ on this map, and Lancaster that's never been seen here before. Let's hit 2. Oh yes, one and all, this is an exciting thing. We've got Kurlaugor returning to competitive play, which means for the very first time ever, we will witness Lancaster on this classic Age of Mythology map in Age of Empires 4. That's right, if you guys have not seen Kurlaugor, Kurlaugor is a map where you have 2 rivers which have fish on them, and fairly close spawns between the players in this central strip of the map. So there's some fishing there. It's not too crazy. Normally players will play for it, but it's not like you see a million boats coming out. So if you're worried about that spin to win element with the boom ships, don't worry. We don't often see that here. What we do see a lot is what MSN has picked on the other side. He goes Japanese while Puppy Paw is actually opening with aggression. Okay, this is very surprising because Japan, at the moment, the meta is to actually go Dark Age racks for them. But on this map, he desired the dock. So this gives credence to Puppy Paw's opening now. With the spears, he's going to have something to target. You miss watching this map? Yeah, but you are a little bit biased. You did make it. That's like me going, oh, I miss my daughter. Well, yeah, like, you know. Actually, anyone who's the parents knows that's not usually how that works. Is it all shallow water? Yes. So you can walk across it. You can even come out here and like fish with villagers and whatnot, which we've seen from some players. Because you can do things like dock drop and fish from them that way as well. Usually it doesn't feel good to do because obviously you're going to be exhausting a resource quicker. Whereas if you just rely on fishing boats, you build additional workers that have a job. But these boys might go jobless quick. Forge is coming in now. MSN, do you just stop at 2 fishing boats? Because you either stop at 2 fishing boats or you're with spearmen. Because what you need now is a fast fuel and probably Coca Township to protect you against this. Coca Township doesn't feel great against Lancaster though, right? As this is a civ that has access to premium bowmen. And that is the optimal counter to Shinobi. Check your channel, and the titles for your videos are quirky and interesting, but they come off as very niche. Non-AoE4 players would not understand or care. That's an interesting point. The problem is, like, would non-AoE4 players care about a casted game upload? This is a tricky thing. So, like, we do have someone who handles the YouTube thumbnails, but I'm still the one doing the titling because, like, English isn't his first language. So it's a bit tricky. I think, like, in my mind, I'm always just trying to make them different as well. Because, like, there's only so many times you can go, this civ is broken in the title, right? In theory, anyway. Okay, so it's taking a while, but this dock is going to go down. And the tech up is only about to start. So, like, a pretty rough situation now. Where MSN has just invested to... I don't really think he even returned his investment. No, he definitely didn't. Look at it. He got 140 food out of this, and the dock itself was 150. And then the fishing boats on top at 56 each. So this is pretty rough. And even looking like he's going to lose the fishing boat. Drongo gets a lot of views because of the theatrics. I can see where you come from, but I think that's also something else, no? Drongo is very good at like optimizing YouTube. But there's also an element of like he had this huge audience. So like you definitely have an element of regulars who tune into the content. I think it's like part there. It's definitely earned viewership. But the fact that he's earned it in the past does get people to come back as well. I kind of have been weighing up the idea of actually, instead of doing full uploads, doing edited down content. It was something we were talking to someone about before. But that's kind of on me, not finding the time to like help them optimize that. I think I just need someone who takes control on the editing side of doing that. So you could have literally like, you know, grand finals could become an entirely trimmed down video. Like let's say it's 7 games long, it could end up being a video uploaded that is 30 minutes long. I don't know if that would be disorienting for like AoE4 people. But I'm always reminded of, you know, like Noob from UA. Who, for those that don't know, Noob from UA is a guy in Dota 2 who just takes pro series and trims them down, mostly around the fights. Dive coming in. Lancaster Castle is getting denied. Now, hold on. MSN, this is tricky against short bows, though. And Puppy Paw, maybe a little bit greedy. He's not pulling the other villagers to shoot him down. No. He's finally going to start returning more fire. But a second Shinobi's on the way. This is scary. And there's the reaction we were waiting for. So Puppy Paw, he does end up losing a worker, but finally reacts with the full firepower of that tree line. Now looks like we're going to get the classic hunker down. Second Shinobi is going to jump in, but the short bow's already there. Okay. So you know what Puppy Paw is doing now. What can you do to contest it? The stone on the back is unguarded, technically. But the problem is MSN, I think like this build, instead of just maybe going feudal fast, has left him pretty weak on his push timing compared to his opponent. And you have to kind of respect these 5 spears when you dive as well. Their body blocking can just get you killed with the short bows. And what's stronger, he didn't have 100k subs? Oh yeah, but I'm saying like... Basically, I think I've talked about this before, where people like have nesting behaviors. It's true of any scene. And to get people to come to your nest can usually be challenging unless you've got new eyes on, if that makes sense. Now, this isn't an excuse. There's definitely things we can always try to do and improve, and we try to. But obviously, the biggest opportunity to grow your channel is when big things happen that brings a new audience in. So, with that in mind, like, this idea about editing the content, it could be big, but it could also be an issue if, like, the timing isn't right because new people aren't looking at the game. And those that want their casted content are already going to go watching Drongo, for example. Or if it's... Or, actually, I don't even know if he still does AoE4 content. I think we talked about this like last week, right? It's like, you know, when you think about a tournament perspective, you know, there is an element of like, why would you watch a pro player's view over a full production casted? Because the full production casted gives you the full picture, and it gives you like a view that you can follow versus maybe a player who is 400 APM cycling around everywhere. It's because you've been indoctrinated into that community. You're part of them. Just a couple of tweaks here and there. I agree, and I appreciate the feedback, by the way, Shark. Like, I already screenshotted that one, and I'm going to send it across to the editor to see if there's something we can do. Because, like, I don't think I'm a master of YouTube. I'm a master of on-screen. That's the way I view myself. Because I kind of hate doing the behind-the-scenes YouTube stuff, because I'm a freaking perfectionist, and that's dangerous. But I think also, like, I don't know. I don't know if people like this, that if we dive into this, because right now we don't really have much happening other than MSN's going Castle Age, and Puppy Paw is just mannering up. But I like to be transparent with you guys. I want to try to find a way of making that a more permanent and visible part of the content as well. Like, I was always inspired by a guy called Devin Nash and how he would do that about, like, 3 years ago. He was fantastic for that. Caster games is better as an entertainment, but player POV teaches you a lot. The problem with player POVs, I find, is like it's disingenuous to you learning the game. And let me explain that a bit deeper. If you have a really good intuitive understanding, then the POV is useful because you can understand and dissect it. But in fairness, and you can ask people who play the game a lot, like we've got Ezra just popping up in chat, and we'll have people like, you know, Mirror come through usually. they'll tell you, like, they can look at a cast game and understand what was good or bad. So, like, that difference doesn't really matter. What I think people don't realize can be disingenuous about, like, a player POV is if you watch them play the game and now you copycat the exact way they play the game, 8 times out of 10, at least, that strategy is now not going to work the same way. Because there's so many different sub-level variables that you're not considering. Thought processes that are going in, reasons why that strategy worked, right? Like I'd say if you want to learn, you know, how to play a build yourself, you're better off actually going to someone who's created an elegant, like, pre-scripted breakdown on a strategy, right? Instead of just watching a recording. Like, for example, they might explain the goods and the bads of, like, a Lombo Rush, and then they'll do a classic Lombo Rush and dissect as they go why it does or doesn't work. That's why, like I say, you know, like, I love Voldemort for this. I think Voldemar's probably the best coach in the scene, right? Because, like, his content focuses on teaching you the whys and the hows instead of the do this. Where, like, I've been in enough esports scenes to see what I call lane coaching. And lane coaching is do this trick to get conk. It's very clickbaity. It works, but it does nothing for the player. So anyway, we have got the age beginning. As expected, Matt Samurai going to be coming out. Dockside has been stopped by MSN, but this is weak in comparison to the 6 manas Puppet has. And to make matters worse, we have got White Tower plus Muster Nobles in the way. Now, Muster Nobles is going to feel pretty bad without King's College. If he had it, that would actually be a solid answer to Matt Samurai. But the White Tower is just as good of an answer in this infant stage of Castle. It's going to stop this dive that's about to hit. The timing could not be more perfect. And the muster of the Nobles was almost perfectly timed to actually body block a retreat from Mount Samurai. So MSN does at least break away just before that becomes a problem. Yeah, because that could have just been curtains closed on any scale point. And, like, yeah, I think the thing I like to think we do better here than most places. I mean, I don't know. Like, I'll always think there's certain other things as well. But I think something that's quite helpful is as we've been growing the channel more, people ask questions and we answer on the go. Which is just like, it's not that there aren't people that necessarily know the strategy better than me, right? Like, obviously, if you ask, you know, a Doom or whatnot, but it's more challenging for them to answer you when they're playing the game, right? No way the Demi-Lancers win this fight right now. They're not going to. The crossbows are coming. Okay, so MSN's in a tricky situation now. Elsgard is intriguing from Puppy Paw, by the way. I guess he just wants something to counter dive with. Or more likely, he's worried about the Yuumi. Yuumi is, right now, the #1 follow-up build for this strategy. Ever since the buffs in particular, it's become insanely popular. Pro level POV without talking is very hard to understand. Exactly. Like, I always love these people that are able to annotate their mind as they go. But I think that's very rare in these days in AoE 4. I'm trying to remember back. Maybe I'm just like, maybe it's just, what's the word I'm for? Maybe it's just the nostalgia element. But, like, I think Grubby was usually quite good for that, right? Back in the old days. And, like, where it gets even trickier is if you're playing a pro series, it's very difficult to be that annotating person as you go. Nice burn down. I can't believe he got rid of that dock with just a handful of Demi-Lancers. I mean, theoretically, this shouldn't have been possible. But once again, for the second time this game, MSN's now just being food denied. He's going to move back to set up the dock again. That's going to lead to idle time. That's also a side investment away from military. And here we go. We have got Yuumi on the way. Okay, so I guess MSN maybe feels confident about this because he waited so long that Puppy Boy actually stopped producing Elsgard. And he hasn't actually confirmed yet that it's going to be Yuumi. So if MSN can hide this element of his strategy for like a minute or two, it will be the perfect counter to everything Puppy Boy's doing. The challenge is hiding it for a minute or two. Just look at the military numbers. Puppy Paw is not slowing down. No, he's barreling forward. Spears are going to be able to blob on top of the outpost. That's going to be a burn down there. And the worker kill count is getting a little bit worrisome. A lot of it, of course, is fishing, but occasionally now it's turning into villages. We'll be able to get away from the outpost just about in time. Are you more interactive than most streamers? Thank you. I think like that's for my own sanity as well, by the way. Like when we have these kind of podcast elements or we respond to chat, it's like I don't like solo casting. I think I've talked about this before. I think solo casting, the more I've been doing it over the last 2 years, has made me a worse caster overall than what I was before. Anyone who thinks they're a better caster solo is like, I don't know, like, I won't sugarcoat it, either like delusional or narcissistic. I think people that are better solo casters are not good like this. You're not a good caster, you're a good content creator. It's different. You know, I always use like Tasteless and Artosis, who are two great casters on their own, right? But when you put them together, oh, the serenity. Drongo diss? Not really. Like, if you put Drongo with someone else, he's better than on his own. I don't think he'd be insulted to hear that either. I heard Pig cast in SC2. I've heard some of his casts. But, like, once again, I think Pig... Like, I think his casting, like, when I listened to him on Stormgate with Dumu was better than his solo stuff on, like, StarCraft. I don't think he'd be insulted to hear that either. It just makes sense. It's so much better when you have a conversation, right? Like, because otherwise you're just doing a TED Talk on your own. But one of the rookie mistakes, and oof, I can't believe he's losing villages to Demi-Lancers still. We're 15 minutes in. These guys are still rolling. Okay, I've got to answer one of the biggest mistakes, though. One of the, like, the biggest mistakes that people make when they try to get into duo casting is not understanding that casting is a conversation. It's not a presentation. When you sound like you are just two people not interacting, you'll never enjoy casting because it's bad. I think that's someone that maybe goes whoosh over the head sometimes when I see like new casters setting up, because at the end of the day, we are all gamers and we are, a lot of us, recluses. Which means we're probably not very good at talking to people. Please just kill this Demi-Lancer, for the love of God. No. Okay, there we go. Shivs are out. Yeah. I've messed with any villager, but not a Japanese one. They've sharpened those swords too well. What's up, Selkar? Appreciate the Prime sub, mate. Welcome to Swarm. Let's get those Prime subs in. I only sent a few today, and I know you're all holding out on me. Start of the month is also coming up, so you got to remember to save it and use it here. Okay, so like, what's MSN's plan? He did hide the Yumi quite well for a bit, but it feels like economically it's not working right now. And also, he got a glimpse of it, so Puppy Paw has reacted appropriately. He's laid 50-50 Spear Earlsguard. The goal here is just to scale crossbows. Like, crossbows will be your golden answer for the real threat, but you're just creating a trash comp at the front as well with some premium in there. Makes Yumi's lives hard, but also just guarantees that you've got body blockers to protect the expos. You're feeling down with yourself a little? I mean, don't. I've really tried to be big on this always. And I think like AoE4 maybe needs a bit of a mentality switch on us like worshipping pros all the time with content. Do you. Like, you don't need to be the best. Be the best you. Don't be the best in the world. Being the best in the world is overrated. Like, yo, here's a thought for you. You may be able to be the best player in the world at a game, but then be incapable of getting up. Now, that's why we have a certain sponsor on Fridays to help with that issue. Or maybe, like, you know, you could be the best in the game, but you can't, like, grow hair. Or, like, you might be the best in the game, but, like, you can't read. Or, like, you might be the best in the game, but can't get a second date. Like, everyone has upsides and downsides. We only got so much time on this planet. One of the most underrated things is enjoying that time. Now, I don't know if MSN's really enjoying this game right now. But that's kind of the Lancaster effect, isn't it? You know they're ticking. You know it's coming. It's the bomb ready to explode. Wingard Palace is in. Puppy Paw now an age up. And he immediately queues up the garrison command. Oh, God, dude. Like, what is it with this Civ right now? They looked weak for a little bit, and now people have just got so good at rushing Imperial on them. Well, thank you, guys. I appreciate all the compliments coming through. I guess he has to dive in. The problem is, like, with the mana set up, you're never really going to turn the valve off on the food supply. This clash coming in is probably the best one he's ever going to get because Elite Tech is just 30 seconds away. And this is the thing about this retinue. I think this is why it's become the most popular. You wait 23 seconds. I can't believe it's 23. 23 seconds to get 8 Spearmen and Earl's Guard. It just blobs so much crap. Do you guys remember when I was bigging up the English with the play into Wingard Raiders because of how quickly it blobbed an army? It's like that, only this is cost efficient. You're paying 550 resources. The Spearmen alone would cost you 640 resources. It's a damn good deal. MSN's army is looking like an irrelevant detail in that negotiation. Nothing he can do here. Tries to stand his ground and immediately regrets as elite tech upgrades come in. We've also got a Yeoman switch on the way, which makes sense. I think from here you can play Spear Yeoman into Castle Age Mount Samurai pretty happily. But yeah, at this point you're like in a death cycle. I think at this point MSN's just hoping there's kind of a gap in food gathering. Oh, hello, maybe. Mount Samurai on the back. So many freaking spears. How do you go Imperial and just have so many spears already? Unlimited Pokey Sticks is proving to be a bit too big of a problem. I mean, the Yuumi aren't even beating them now. And this is the best case clash for Yuumi. And that's going to be best that he can muster up here in game number 2. A 2-0 storyline. One game away from MSN being out at the first qualifier for the Master of Steel's Invitational. All right, and catch up on the rest of the chat. Because I had a feeling the end was coming, so I want to give him the credit there. Was there something about like what was happening on the EGC comments or whatever? Something KB said, like, wait, ooh. Wait, was it because I brought out, like... Yeah. I never said it on a cast before, so, like, it... Okay, so... You know me, I like analogies. And many years ago, I came up with one about nail, like, to a cross. And I don't know, I can't remember what it was in the moment, but it just came out. And I'm like, I don't know, I think that's, like, that's probably the most controversial thing I've ever said on, like, a cast. Because I don't swear or anything. Like, you guys may notice that I barely swear here. But, like, you'll never on an official cast get me, like, swearing. Funnily enough, though, by esports standards, that is still very bloody tame. I don't know, did people react to it? I didn't really look. Who are the most important members of this community? Pro players, casters, and tourney organizers, Gold League players, or single-player gamers? I mean... They all have relevance, and to like deny that relevance is delusional. It's like you can't run tournaments without players, but you can find new players in theory. It's just less credence, less skill, whatever. You can't have tournaments without tournament organizers, so players like can't do it on their own. You need the viewers to actually make it all justifiable. The most important person at the end of the day is actually the viewer. The viewer is more important than anyone else in that environment. Because without them, you can't run tournaments. That's how you get sponsorships. That's how you get money. It's like I've talked about before. Like, if we want to do bigger and better tournaments, we need more viewers. It's just how it works. So, like, number one, the viewer is most important. Which is why I've said, like, we shouldn't necessarily say, oh, let's just cater and do, like, a, you know, Dry Arabian Lipany only type tournament where, like, we just use free map standard. If like, that's not going to generate the best viewership, then no, that's the wrong answer. Would I say cross the lemma? I might have. I don't know. All right, let's get ready for game number 3, though. Did you nail the pun? You may have. I don't know. Like, it's the type of pun where, like, if you're not religiously sensitive, you're like, damn, that's a powerful analogy. It's probably inappropriate. I don't think, like, I don't know. I wouldn't use it on any major broadcast, really. I don't know why it came out in that moment. It was a third place match, maybe. Was it on the third place match? I don't know. I haven't looked. Now you got me curious. Let's have a look at the comments. Oh, it must have been on live, right? Yeah, I guess it was on the live. Yeah, I think it's like one person highlighted it. Yeah. Need to watch this? No, you don't want to see it. Can't comment on a Christian POV, but if you said something like that, I guess Muhammad Muslims would unlive you. So yeah, I mean, yeah, like I did. Don't get me started. I still remember when we cast, like it was years ago. We cast a game of Dimus when he was called Muslim, and some freaking person, some Muslim person went crazy about it. Like, if you ever say anything like that again, I will work tirelessly to like dox all of your details. And I was like, Jesus Christ, are you an idiot? Like, this is literally the player's name. But yeah. So we have got Malians versus Delhi. Let me flip the score as well. Sorry, I just remember that. There we go. Yeah, I get it. Some people take the politics and the religious elements very seriously. For me, I mean, I'll be blunt. Like, those things for me have always been a little bit more nonchalant. Apart from, like, the politics and, like, things that actually seriously impact people. But I get it. For, like, certain people, it really... I mean, dude, it's like their identity, right? Dimu had to rename due to a tournament for some reason? Possibly. I mean, I don't know if they would have said anything, but I could imagine with, like, the switch with EWC and the Middle Eastern involvement in esports, like, having a name like the Muslim may have been... I don't want to say insulting, but confusing at least. Like, a white guy with that name, right? And for those that don't know, like, Dimu, like, his name there was completely innocent. It's literally because, like, Muhammad Ali is a hero of his. That's why. That's why he chose that name all those years ago. Okay, so Delhi versus Malians, by the way. Delhi have been looking like a little bit rougher in this matchup recently because of the Malian Pro Scouts play. Sets up for Rimba and gives really good aggro play. I think before, what really worked against Malians is they just couldn't scale army quick enough, but with the Pro Scout switch, they can actually keep up nicely. Dimu sounds better? Yeah, I like it. Imagine if it was just like a play on him being very lean. He's like, Dimu Slim. Boom. That should have been the name change. And then we could have been like, if you're the real Dimu, please stand up. So Demofif coming in. Dry Arabia spawns like this can feel fairly good. He's got double Secret Sight to the south side tight. So that could be something delectable for him to kind of sink his teeth into. Papa on the other side, it definitely looks like Pro Scouts though. Yeah, we got the stable being dropped, prepping into the Warrior Scout tech, and gold gathering is coming along nicely. I'm trying to figure out what MSN's going to try to do here. Like, what would feel good? You probably just want to stick Ghazi and Raid. That will shut down the Pro Scouts play and force your opponent to Donzos. And then I guess you just try to play Archer. Or maybe Spear? Okay, but he's going Spear and then Archers? No, okay, Stables. I'm pretty sure he actually accidentally started building Archer range there, which felt really weird. Like, Spear Arch is, I want to say, the worst comp you can build against Malians. Doesn't feel great. Because you'd have no mobility, and your opponent can counter that out with just going Javelins, Archers. Like, weirdly enough, your opponent can just be full range to counter you. Maybe there's like a bait and switch play there that can make sense for MSM, where you just open Spears, and you open Archers, and you wait for your opponent to over-invest, and then you go Ghazi. The tricky part is with it being Pro Scouts, like, time is not really on your side. You need to play blocker now and scale nicely early. Wait, you guys mean you're not offended by Popcorn's name as cat lovers? Just ridiculous. Like, personally, I am deeply offended by this name right here. MSN? Like, bruh. It's Discord. I actually don't know what the origin point of MSN's name is. Because he's a kid, it can't be the actual, like, messaging service MSN. Because I'm pretty sure he wasn't old enough to have ever used that. It's one of those weird ones, like 20 years from now when someone calls themselves Skype, and they'll have no idea, like, Skype was a VoIP IM. Oh, that's interesting. Musafadi Sofa. Yeah, so he doesn't go the Donzo way. I mean, Musafadi are more cost efficient, right? Yeah, they also got a buff recently, because they used to be 80 if I remember correctly, now they're 75. Yeah, so 25, so 75 resource rather instead of the 90 is like a huge difference. But now with the Ghazi coming out, it looks like Papa Boy is going to be put back on the expected track. So Javelin plus Donzo. Right now, it just looks like a sampling. You know, like, yo, I'd like to try your flavors. What have you got? We'll send you one of each. Okay. I really like these, like, Javelin. The Javelin popsicles are great. The Musafadi are very fattening, not for me. Okay, so MSN, with Spears plus Ghazi, this does give him the good burn point you're looking for. Remember, when you play against Malians, you want to try to take out as much of their buildings as possible to slow down their economy. Musafadi versus Ghazi, equal resource, who wins? Ghazi, because, like, we're not, you know, at conk level, you're not just A-clicking into a fight, right? So with that mindset, it means that Ghazi are going to get peeled back to be healed, which is something Musafadi can't really do. You can kind of do it with local knowledge. Local knowledge is a really underrated tech. It was moved into Feudal Age a long time ago, and that's the one that allows you to come out of stealth and heal. But it's nowhere near as consistently powerful as just Scholar healing. Speaking of Scholars, good club down, and oof. A little bit of a desperate push. MSN sends the other two out. I think he's feeling the pain of just not having a Sacred Sight now, and doesn't want to risk just playing a little bit too greedy. Does secure one on the south side. I think that's the... No, not the Sofa coming over. Okay. I actually got wiped out. How would you have to be to know MSN as a messenger server? Like, I don't know, guys. I think let's be totally reasonable here. 56 is reasonable, right? No, like, I'd say maybe 25? 25, 26 sounds about right. And MSN's a kiddo. Like, he's still in school. So he definitely doesn't fit category. Use MSN in middle school? Yeah, but you're like ancient, so... When you sit down, your hip creaks. So, like, let's be real about this. Losing skulls to War Scouts is a painful feeling. And you know they're just going to run away. Good fight, good fight. A lot of Donzo's coming. Nice intercept. Looking good for MSN. Even pinches too, so well played there. Remember, the deer has been brought home. So, like, you are competing against this better gathering rate. Maybe struggling a little now. Switching is coming into archers, but Puppy Paul's already a step ahead with the javelin count. Yeah, it kind of feels like MSN has just been hard countered now by this Donzo blob. He can't win a direct fight with spears, because remember, Donzos will get the first hit, but also they've got the armor, so you just suck in that exchange. Ghazi are now going to feel worthless. And the archer switch, being mirrored by the javelins, means you just don't necessarily have scale here. And Sacred Sights have now been denied, so it's not like he's got an influx of extra resources. Top of that, looks like he's going to be losing additional scholars. Wait, does he have food? Okay, 7 sheep. I was a little bit worried there when he's being pushed off of the berries at this point. He has got the ones in the corner, but wait, MSN hasn't scouted that. Okay, so now we find out how MSN's doing in maths class, because if you do a basic count of berries on the map, you should know that there's still one unaccounted for. Instead, he melee mosh pits in with villagers as well. Oh, honey, no. All right, this fight did not even look close. Where are the spears? He's got some troops rally down here. And the others were on the north. No, he got suckered away. Okay, they're going to arrive back in the fight now. But the problem is, like, MSN's not really protecting his archer count. So Donzos can now turn around. They get a great engagement into the north side, and they get a GG out of MSN swiftly. 3-0 victory for Puppy Paw, and I believe the round of 32 here in Masters of Steel. Okay, that actually lined up perfectly. Da, 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 da. Hope is a new sponsor. Oh, they don't sponsor me, so no. Still looking for a peripheral brand to get involved with, actually. It'd be cool to get one come on board. Like a Logitech or a Razer or like a... Noble? Not Noble. Glorious. Maybe some Corsair. They send us nice chairs, so why not? Okay, dude, I keep forgetting. I need to change my camera setting because the zoom is too far away. So like, yeah, it needs to be there. Anchor don't do they don't do like peripherals in terms of gaming peripherals. So when we refer to gaming peripherals, we're referring to things like headsets, mice, keyboard. Your daughter was born yesterday? I remember you saying, congrats, man. How was the first night of no sleep? I got like no sleep tonight. I had to wake up to deal with Ezra at like 4 a.m. I went, Emma, you know I might be live for like 8 hours. Thanks. But thank you for your patience, folks. I think we are about ready to kick off. Yes, so draft is underway. Let's switch over. So, wham. Anatand. Let me flip them, actually. Anatand. Wham. And we're going to have BF5. So map draft now complete. And we are live into the Civ draft. Fantastic. They sell dussets or cutlasses? No. Actually, like, funnily enough, Corsair sells scimitars. Like, that's one of the mice. You tried, though. You went the wrong way. Win 8 series in a row, KP cast the next loss. Wait, so you won the earlier rounds against the low-ranked players, but then couldn't win against the high-ranked player? What do you want from me, MSN? What are you going to do? Now, like, in a YouTube video about me casting your losses? Bring it, brother. I've already been, like, thrown into the pies of that bullcrap before. I will not tolerate it again. Bring the war. You could even... dude, you could even... You know what you could do? You could even put on, like, one of the little... What are they called? The little bonbons that, like, the babies wear, the bonnets. Silver League? I haven't been casting the Silver Leagues. I've been busy. I think we only in total cast, like, maybe 2 of the Silver Leagues that happened. Okay, so ban-wise, Roos didn't get banned until the second phase this time around, but it does get ignored entirely. In terms of maps, we don't have insane amounts of water. We just got Kawasan coming through. Regions will be our opening map. So Japanese makes a lot of sense there. Abbasids can also come in really strong in Kawasan, and the cool thing about Abbasids is it's not high priority, so you typically don't see it banned, and it doesn't need to be rushed on the picks. So you can actually wait with that type of selection later on if you don't solve the issue early. Like, for example, Wham, he does have Knights Templar, but I haven't been crazily impressed by Knights Templar, the idea of them, at least on Kawasan. I think there's, like, better maps for them in general. On this selection, maybe not, though. Regions would definitely be interesting for them. Most likely, Regions is going to be Shushi versus Chinese, although Anatan now has the early potential to pick Marlins instead. You wish you were such a chill dude like me. You think I'm chill? Bruh, you don't know. I am tightly wound. Like, oh god, some of the deals I'm dealing with behind the scenes, and I'm just like... Let's just say, like, I have my good interactions with some people, and then there are ones where I want to rip my goddamn hair out. But time and place, right? Ooh, sir. Pog. I just got confirmation, by the way. I wonder if I can activate it straight away. You might be able to. I'm going to try and activate it now. We're going to be working with AMD again on another awareness campaign. In fact, while these boys are doing their draft, I'm literally going to set that up now. Maybe we can slot them in today. I don't know, because like we use kind of like a back-end system that automates adding in the commands and whatnot. So we'll see if it actually pulls through. It might not pull through, though. So I'm a bit skeptic. Erg. Save image. And then pictures. Doink. Because, yeah, the new 9800 X3Ds you guys need to know about. No, it's not for the new GPU. It's for the 9800 X3Ds. They're doing a campaign currently. And they offered to sponsor us. And I was like, hell yeah. I love working with AMD. They've been one of my favorite partners to work with. So I'd happily do it again. So let's go ahead. I'll add that in. And then we'll move that near the top. Where did I move it? I'm blind. I thought I dragged it somewhere. Now I can't find it. Oh, there it is. All right, nice. Added that to the panels. I'm going to add it to Nightbot as well. AMD. We don't have an AMD command? We should. Oh, I guess we'll add another one again. Want the best in gaming? Look no further. Bit normie, but like, yeah, we'll sort of bet one later. And then... boom. That should work nicely. So I think... everything should be working there. Hey! Look, it's a AMD. Mamma mia, we love the AMD. Mwah. Waha. Now I need to go requirements, confirm, boom. All right, fantastic. Should be activated. So yeah, guys, if you aren't familiar with AMD, I don't know like what you've been doing your gaming needs. I don't know where you've been sleeping. Wonder what rock you've been waiting. But they have delivered time and time again. If you guys have been enjoying the quality of all of our broadcasts, no small part because of that. We're powered by both AMD on the CPU and the GPU front. So if you guys want to get the best performance for gaming, their CPUs are uncontested kings. It's undeniable. The new 9800 X3Ds are top-notch for standard gamers. We went the extra mile. We're not quite on the X3Ds, but we're on 16 cores of power with the 9950X. It's got everything I need for production and gaming. And we also went the next level. We went 7900 XTX, which is the last generation GPU, but it is the staple king of the roster. And I've been blown away, man. It's the first time I actually went into the AMD GPUs, and honestly, I don't know like what I was worried about. Like you hear all these doom stories of the olden day AMDs where the GPUs at least weren't performing that well, and those days are gone. They do really well on both, so be sure to check them out. They're going to be with us for I think like the next week or two to sponsor us. And big shout out to AMD for coming back again for the 5th time. I think that's not bad. That's some commitment right there. And reminder, by the way, with these type of things, if you see the link, just click the link. These are awareness campaigns. They don't need you to go buy. They just want you to be looking at their products. So, supports the channel. Okay. Anyway, they're setting up for game number 1. Let me update. We are now saying that we're live with these two. And I will have a look. G1 on regions. What? All right, that's weird. I wouldn't have expected that. We've got Japanese versus Ayabids for G1. That's very different. I guess both of them are trying to counterplay maybe the Chinese picks in their minds. And yes, clicking the link helps. You don't have to buy. They're awareness campaigns. Oh, sorry, I just realized I haven't made YouTube feel involved. There you go, YouTube. You can also click the link. Look at that. You're part of it. Oh, another thing you guys can do, if you haven't yet, reminder, we are still working with Opera GX. That sponsorship is not done. That one, you have to do a little bit more. It's an awesome browser. I definitely recommend checking it out and let me know what you guys think. We've been using it now for 2 months. And everyone who's like downloaded it has had positive things to say. So if you want to support the channel, another way you can do it that's free, click the links when Opera GX pops up, download it, create a free account, and let me know what you think of it. And that will financially support the channel as well. But I've been having a lot of fun with that. I still love the gaming corner. The gaming corner is my favorite thing. Just like somewhere easy to look for like upcoming releases that gets updated regularly is nice. But on top of that, if you're looking for something that's like a little bit more optimized, a little bit more lean, because you don't have a 9800X3D yet, then that might be able to help you out in terms of, a little bit less taxing on your PC, because you can do things like minimize CPU and RAM usage. Oh, by the way, someone's asking earlier about like, when I was talking about like some people forget to put the details in for the streams, I'd rather like I didn't answer that because I don't like to shame the ones that don't. I'd rather praise the ones that do. Like shout out to, I think top of my head, I'm trying to think. Lash has been pretty good for it, and big shout out also Marine Law's always really great for that stuff. On making sure that he has the KPMM logo, even the ats, which is really appreciated. So we do have the Abasa pick, by the way. That could be a flexi for Kawasan, but he also got Mongols. Like, Wham got a lot of good options for Kawasan. I know, a little bit funkier. Maybe that was the idea with Japanese, but he switched up. Shushi could work there as well. I think we are getting into game. We'll see if they actually have a delay. If they do, we can run ads, and then you don't have to worry about them when we're in. Blessed be. There's no way not to worry about ads, by the way. Subscribe. I'm going to be nice this time. I'm going to run the ads so you don't have to worry about it, but maybe just consider subscribing for over 100 hours of ad-free content. It's a pretty good deal. Okay. Sad rude noises. I mean, dude, like, Roos is just... Yeah. I think that's the only like sad thing is obviously with these banning phases, because it feels like it's a little bit of a delay for us to actually get certain civs buffed or nerfed. We don't often get to see like Roos or HRE. That is one thing I've noticed compared to when we like obviously done a lot of pubcasts. What happened Pro Team Works, were they being frugal and paying my boy KP? They didn't like the results they were seeing from the gaming audience, so they shifted all remaining funding out of the scene. So yeah, not really a brand that's supporting gaming now, which is unfortunate. There was a guy on the team that I really liked working with, and he was quite polite about it. He's like, I wish I could like come back and sponsor you because you're one of our good converters. But this is the sad thing. Like sometimes when the campaigns are managed by different agencies and whatnot, if they can't find the anchor creators that generate good revenue, it's very hard to get these sort of things renewed long term. So yeah. If someone does know a meal replacement brand, let me know. I'd always like to find one to work with. I've tried a few different ones that I've been intrigued by. But the challenge is, like, obviously, the size we're at, I'm not going to sit there and literally just do free exposure. It doesn't make sense. I want to be able to afford to do more tournaments, bigger content creation arcs. It's like we need to get sponsors that believe in the channel in that regard. Protein powders and gamers isn't exactly a great demographic. But the thing is, the meal replacement, my envisionment is it should be. So, like, the reason why the meal replacements is really good is, like, if you're gaming and you just want to keep gaming, you don't want to have to go snack, right? You might not have time for that. It's like, I found them very useful. That's why I'm trying to find another meal replacement brand to work with, because I like, it's great. It saves me having to go off and have lunch. I just sit here and sip one from a cup, right? Didn't expect either of these sieves, right? It's kind of wild. When I saw Japanese page, like, oh yeah, this is just for Kawasan, of course. Can redeem 30? Good lord. Yeah, but the thing is, you like gambling instead. I know. I don't know if there's a way. I know there's a way to put a limited amount of redemptions per stream. I don't know if there's like a way of doing like a timer on it, so you can only do, like free redemptions every 10 minutes or crap like that. That I'm not sure of. Yeah, like, you've literally chosen the worst time to make me do push-ups. We're literally going in-game. See, now I'm off screen doing the push-ups. That's your own fault. Ugh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I intentionally went off screen just so you like weren't sure if they're done or not now. And you're questioning everything. But yeah, if people have recommendations for things they'd like to see for their points, let me know. I don't want the cringe answer of like, give away a PC. That's not happening. I don't have that money. But yeah, maybe there's some quirky things you guys would like. Always looking for ways to improve the channel experience. It's time, one and all, welcome back to the Midweek Muster. This has been a name I think we've been lacking for a while. Canadian representation. We had to get the colonies back in here. Last time they complained about representation, it didn't end well for the Brits. So here he is. Wham returns to us here in Midweek Muster, and he's already back to making semi-finals, this time up against Anatan. Opening game is going to be on Regions. And these picks are a little bit crazy, guys. Ibits versus Japanese, I never would have expected. These players split China and Shushi. They had Malians. They had plenty of picks that make sense. And then they do this. I'm expecting fireworks. So Regions, those that hasn't seen it before, is exactly what it sounds like by the name of the map. It splits the resources into separate areas. You've got deer on the left side, berries in the east, majority gold in the center. So it's almost like, you know, biomes. Rush towards biomes as you go. But Anatan, he's going to try to ignore the pro scout shenanigans that's been taking over on this map a little bit. This is really popular right now with Japan. It's the deer shove. Oh, wait. Do we not have predictions? All right, I'll get game one sorted. And then remind me to fire my mods. Like, you'd think you pay someone nothing, they do a better job, you know? Ugh. So, interesting thought here, guys. Wham will be able to deer shove as well. What you normally do here is Ibits. What's really powerful right now is Logistics Wing, because you get double Dervish, which is good enough to deer shove, especially with the Scout. However, the Spearman play comes in so early for Japan, you could theoretically get your deer shoved in and then rush your opponent's base and stop his deer shove. Wham is already trying to be a nuisance, but Anno played this right. You can technically deer shove with 2 spears, but 3 is much better because then 2 focus on shoving and 1 focuses on denying the Scout. You see Wham. He's flirting with a dive back in. But he's just going to retreat away. So most of the deer are going to be brought home. 5 out of 7 is pretty decent here. And that is different. It is not going to be a dervish play. I think this is in response to the Japanese opening. He goes Growth Wing instead. Tricky on the timings though, no? Growth Wing, it could just be about a faster castle, but we also see Growth Wing quite often when people want to compete with Feudal. The problem is when Japan gets 5 deer home, they're not really going to be easily stopped. And you cheeky son of a gun, Wham. Alright, so it's not going to be a lot of deer now. Well played. So only 11 sheep to work with. We're likely looking at Kura though. Whenever you go Rax, you don't tend to go Koka. But it's definitely going to be a little bit of a hit on the timings here for Anatan if he wants to rush castle behind this. East corner looks like a Japanese berry bush in Joy's dream. That's the idea. But there's a big risk. Come out here, you're very exposed. And remember, like this matchup, both of these civs love building heavy cavalry upon castle arrival. So going into those berries is incredibly risky, despite the fact that both of these civs love it. Okay, so it looks like he did at least keep 3 deer still alive. At this point, yeah, Wham has just ran home. He doesn't care. He's pretty much lamed the play enough that it's not as valuable. And if he needed the extra influx of sheep, just in case he needs to kind of rush here. What other plays could they do? I think... Could you play Yumi here into Ibits? Probably not, because they can just rush castle now with the growth. It is a 4 gold, though. Yeah, and the Spearmen are already harassing that, so nice to play Bano. So this is going to keep Wham in the H. At least until he does some sort of reaction. Then again, the TC is just edging on protecting. I think you can... Oh, come on. What? How is that reaching? I swear, sometimes these range indicators blow my mind. He's getting shot here. Like, broken? Good news is, because you're against Irobids and they want to be on berries first, you can actually poke at them quite freely. Favorite maps on Light Horizon regions, Kawasan and Socotra. We don't really do Socotra anymore. I thought people got a bit bored of that. It was really cool for a while. I think that's the way that, like, AoE4 maps quite often function is fine. Some maps are great staples consistently, and others will come and go in terms of entertainment. Once they get figured out, you don't want to see them, and then you make them leave, and then you bring them back after a while. The reason you bring them back is meta's changed, new mechanics are introduced, and all of a sudden a freshness comes over the maps again. You know, it's why we brought back Frisian after Frisian was kind of just, in my opinion, made certainly redundant. It just felt like free civs made sense and nothing else did. But then you wait 2 seasons, and with Season 10, so much has changed, it's worth revisiting. And I think that's healthy. Like, Enlightened Horizon might just reach a point where people get bored of it. I think for Enlightened Horizon, it'll be more based on better maps coming out that use points of interest. It's not that Enlightened Horizon is bad, per se. It's just some of the ideas can occasionally feel linear. Okay, so Anno is rushing towards the castle, but Wham is mirroring. And he's not too far behind. We did get the Kura in the end as expected. And the berries are being surrounded with the houses. It's not even Tawara, though, so Anatan not even stopping off the wheelbarrow tech to try and accelerate a bit here. He's looking for the fastest castle time possible. This map looks really good for KT. In theory, right? Because you've got a good sacred site, and then if you get harassed there, you immediately switch to the other side of the map. But the whole idea of stretching the map for sacred site options works both ways. Compared to Dry Arabia, you now only have 2 instead of 3 options. And although you can pivot to the opposite side of the map, it means your army then could be completely out of position. So, you know, the upsides can also be the downsides here. I think that's why KT isn't seen as the go-to pick for everyone on regions. Wonder. Is Anno considering... Would you go infantry hero? Probably not. It definitely is a matchup where it's worth considering because Ibids have camels, so you're already getting discounted on the value of Mount Samurai. I have seen in the past some really cool Onimusha builds against Ayu because Ayu will usually want to open with camel lancers. So you just build the crossbow counter. Because the thing here is, like, you would love to be able to just maybe spam a few Onabugeisha, get value. But if your opponent's going camel lancers, what's the point? Right? It's just redundant. You get counterplayed. And you don't often build Spearman and Castle as Japanese and feel good about it. So I'm very curious to see which way he's going to lean here. Because so far, it's just the racks and nothing else added. And Samurai would be quite peculiar just because of the Lancer effect. But in theory, you know, Samurai keeps your opponent off of Golems because Golems just get shredded by Odachi tech. You would need a lot of food. Was the Onabagadi a misclick? Not necessarily. It could theoretically chase down an archer with spear assist. It's also kind of a pseudo scout. I don't mind Onabugeisha as a weird kind of scouting unit because it's very cheap and has 1.5 move speed. Like you can see, it actually moves super fast. So, annoyance from the archers, but obviously Wham didn't want to heavily invest. I think he just wanted to force a reaction play. And this is almost like a pseudo scout. You see both sides of the base right now. Culture Wing is coming in 30 seconds, so we'll have the ability to rush relics. And I want to see people rush in to use those prime subs just like the Jinx did. Well done, mate. Appreciate you. Welcome back to Swarm. That's a smart cookie right there. He's saying that Mount Samurai beat Camel Lancers. It's close once you have Uma Bannerman, but before that, it's rough. So the thing that's annoying for Camel Lancers is their charge does nothing because of your deflect. But then remember, you're going to be minus 20% damage. So that once you get Uma Bannerman, which he is now rushing, you can somewhat contest. But like having a second layer to the cake, such as the Onimusha rather, is going to feel much better to clear. So that's what I'm keeping an eye out, is like, what does Anatan add in next? He might just be able to get away with the Mount Samurai into Yumi because of what Wham's doing. Wham is already reacting crossbows. Samurai have more HP? Yes. They have 20 HP more. The tricky thing is now there's dervishes. There's another reason why I like the dervish play. It just gives you an ability to heal. Great timing here, by the way. Denies the wall going up. Wham. Wheelbarrow at least get them away somewhat quick, but there's already a melee tech in, so it's going to be another worker going down. Great start to the age for Anatan. Oh, look. You sent a spearman to logically counter this cavalry unit. Anyway. But I stabbed him. Look at that damage. Yeah. Like a quarter of his health is gone. And he's going to heal it again before I stab him again. This is a fun interaction. Poor guy's working overtime. It's completely pointless. Nice to know on the scout blocking. Yeah, you're not wrong in like your assessment that camel lancers aren't going to like rue the day. But I think usually the idea of the Mount Samurai is like, do you feel like you're getting far ahead? And in fairness to him, Anatan's made it work, man. I think my concern with the Mount Samurai play for Anatan at first was going to be the deer shove getting stopped. So he's going to run out of food. But he's threading the needle. Control of the map is looking really good in this first game. Growth not only cancelled out, it's getting worse. It's now a 5th worker kill. Oh my god, no, 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 no! Run! Nice micro there. Quick garrison to get him out the other side, but this is looking grim. Wallo's going to come through to protect. I mean, Wormer has done well on relics. He's got 2 home, 3rd coming in. It's going to be a 3-2 split, so that's decent. Problem is, I think Anno, yep, just drops a Euroshire on the TC and he's cruising. You know, you could tech up a Growth Wing, or you could just tech up and drop a Euroshiro. Which is better? Is Pro Scouts worth it in Castle Age? No, because normally in Castle Age, a lot of food has been removed, is the idea. The earlier you do Pro Scouts, the better, because theoretically it means there's more resources on the map for you to exploit. The other thing to keep in mind is Pro Scouts is easier to do at the early phase of the game because your opponent doesn't have a counterplay yet. That's why Pro Scouts got nerfed in the end. It needed to happen because the issue with Pro Scouts is that people were getting too much home before you could ever put a counterplay in place. This is really impressive. And there's the next step we were looking for. It's going to be Onimusha. Yeah, so this is to enable the Uma Bannerman to the maximum. Then again, he could just actually switch. A lot of stone gathering has been happening here. Spearman as well. Yeah, it's a little bit funky because like Ibers really like going archers, and also Spearmen don't work against camel lancers. And what I mean by that is the brace doesn't work, so you can't stun them. You definitely hurt them, but they can just charge in and move away. It also slows down his comp a lot. And looks like we do have an attempt to move out here. Wham. Wait, did he? I swear I saw a building for a second. No, so Wham's going to be fully hunkering down. The deer's not going to last much longer, though. He's got what? 350, 300, 350, 250. I think that one's almost gone. And he does get eyeballs in the spears. So this is good news for Wham. We already have the full infantry comp coming in. But he needs something else. Normally, you're thinking 2 TC at this stage, but I don't think he has a big enough lead. But you know what I want to have a lead in? The scoreboard for who got the most clicks on an AMD link. Why have you guys not checked out the new 9800 X3Ds yet? Click that link. We're doing an awareness campaign currently of AMD. And you know what? You should want to support them because they support content creator you like watching. I think this is the 5th time we've worked with AMD. Shout out to them. Our whole setup is powered by them. So if you think that our graphics look crisp, our production is smooth, tip your hat to AMD. And clearly, whoever wins this game has got the better AMD processor. I think that's how it works. Yeah, having a non-AMD CPU is like, it's like having this wraps. But having an AMD CPU is like having this stable with a Yorishiro in it. More speed. All right, anyway, we've got Yumi switch now coming in. I was wondering when it was going to happen because everything Wham is building is technically countered by Yumi. If you have enough of them, of course. Like, it's a perfect counter to Spearman. You can outmass the archers, crossbows. In crossbows in particular, I think, struggle a lot now with Yumi spam. Because if you have an equal investment on both sides, Yumi just run away with it. What is spruiking? Can someone explain the word spruiking? All right, bye. Don't let your sense of self-dignity slap you on the way out. I'm curious, how many people actually take issue with people shouting out sponsors? I always find that funny, like the term sellout. I'm like, yeah, no crap, dude. Bills get paid somehow. Same people who probably like to see slot sponsor instead of legitimate hardware brand. Heck, W. Wham's expecting a play under the berries. Anatan's been very tempered about this, though. I love that he hasn't been rushing it out. He's been minimizing risks at home so you can take bigger offensive angles into Wham's economy. Monster's not going to be diving in now. Village will be able to shuffle away, but it's going to cost the Spearman their life. Army's posturing, and yeah, look at the trade-off here. Wham's berries much further forward. It's a bit of a paranoid position. Anu not able to overwhelm right now. Has got big idol at home. He's still not actually built a... Wait, he has. He just hasn't picked them up. Shinto Shrine is about to get garrisoned, though, so Royalks are now on the way. If you take a gambling sponsor, you'll leave. I mean, we haven't done any gambler sponsors. I will say one of the depressing realities for esports as a whole is like 70% of the revenue that exists in the space on sponsorships comes from the gambler. Which is depressing to say out loud. Not necessarily AoE4, but like in general esports. Some scenes' entire ecosystem is held up by it, which is pretty depressing. Okay, we have a Gullum switch. We did talk about this Gullum detail being a bit scary against Samurai, but Anatan has given him reason to do this. The Yuumi do not like dealing with Gullum whatsoever. Then again, you shouldn't really be able to reach them easily. I think the one thing that's a bit scary about this Gullum idea is like Mountain Samurai is still going to do well against it, and your opponent can still just switch back to Onimusha. So like that mobile cavalry battalion becomes a big problem. So Wham, he's going to have to lean between spears and Gullum. I think you kind of have to treat your heavily armored infantry a bit like you would a few men-at-arms with mass spears into archers, right? It's just there to absorb fire. Oh yeah, I saw CoffeeZilla's videos on CS. Like CS's tier 2, tier 3 scene is basically held up by Gamba. You guys don't realize just how many orgs would disappear tomorrow if like Valve said no more Gamba. It's wild. And yeah, I do chuckle if someone complains about like the way we do integrations here, considering we basically do, I'd say, more seamless integrations than I've seen on most channels on YouTube and Twitch. I like to throw them on the bus. We don't do like the Mimi Linus. And now, speaking of segues, like, bro, we weren't even talking about segues. We were just talking about the integral dynamics of economies in the Western market. How did we get to the word segue? Anyway, we're going to segue now into this fight because it looks like a big clash coming in. The Mountain Samurai just fought it. Now the Spearman count is going low fast. He's only got 6 of them left alive. Good micro. I love that pullback. Anatand, he resets it into the spear line, so he maximizes the life left on his heavy cav. And the Yuumi target fire is coming on those backlines of crossbows. However, Anatand is struggling to hold on here. It looks like Wham. Gotta give it to him. The Mamluk's bravery just carried hard in this fight. Yeah, the start of that, like, this is the downside of playing Yuumi into this. In fact, I kind of forgot about it as we rarely see it, but great read by Wham. You've got higher quality unit versus budget units. When Yuumi dies so fast, this is a negative because what you're doing is triggering more buffs on the Ibid army to then roll you in the later phase of the fight. That was sick. I'm actually shocked just how quickly he erased that army. It looks like Wham is going to be moving those berries. Simultaneously, the Anatan sneaks out, but less guarded. Immediately has to pull away. Wham just cocking his leg up and marking his territory. We do actually have Manjaniques on the way as well as 4 archer rangers. Love this detail. It is so underrated. He's moved out onto the berries. you've got all these villagers here. You know you're going to have to camp this area. Why not make production here? I think this is slept on way too much by people. And yeah, that person, like, I got a rise out of the streamer. No, you got a reaction. Streaming is all about reactions, buddy. We do it. Like, we've literally been doing it all stream. But thank you for chatting. You know what you do? You make it much easier to have conversations as a solo caster. Oh, we've got AoE2 people tuning in. Interesting. How many people watch both AoE2 and AoE4, actually? I'm kind of curious. I think it's hard to trap both scenes, but I've actually heard, I feel like, a lot more positive talk from people towards both. I like that, though. I kind of hate how... At first, you had this hard divide, but I think over time, it's kind of... I think the worry originally was like, AoE4 is here to take your gerbs, or whatever. And then the worry for people who really like AoE4 was like, AoE2 needs to die so AoE4 can live. But over time, people have just accepted both games and have their own ecosystem. Which is smart. Where it should be, but oh, I know. We've seen this type of dive before. Yuumi is so great at just getting on top of you like this. The Manjanique's not really getting much value either. Now, we talked about how the Yuumi is a negative due to the Mamluk's bravery. So, although the start of this fight looked like it was a good dive, look at what's happening in the tail end. The Yuumi don't have quite enough firepower to kill. That also means the religious unit here, the Dervish AoE heal is going a long way. Most of the army gets obliterated, but the villagers are going to be pulled to make it a cleanup. Anatan able to now push in towards the static defenses. Sprint replacements are on the way, but the torches are out, so they're not going to do much here. Villagers are trying to get the repair in. And remember, Anatan can afford to lose a few villagers because he has got the Yoroshiro drop that's been in effect for several minutes at this stage. Now he's going to be able to cleave down a few more. Wow, what went wrong here? It looks like he maybe got kind of pulls on the reinforcement wave by maybe one or two raiders. It's a bit of a wonky situation, but I love the fact that we're just getting an absolute all-out brawl, for berries. The deer, and this is super rare, has been ignored the entire time. Outside the deer shells, right? But like, usually we're used to on this map just seeing pro scouts and a grab over here. Hasn't happened all game. And honestly, I gotta give it to him. I think Anno's in control now, right? Like, the problem here is WAM needs farms in a way that Anno hasn't needed to rush it. That's the beauty of the Cursed Storehouse. It just gives you this really organic switch over into farms. Just kept the pump going. And in the fact that Yuumi are just so cost efficient, and it makes sense why he's able to keep lobbing at a point where WAM has to just concede the map. And wow, concedes the map entirely. GG gets called. Crazy back and forth here, but props to Anatan. I mean, that fight before this really made it look like it was going to be a rollover in favor of WAM, but I think he leveraged his mobility a lot better, and this was kind of a key reminder of why Mounted Samurai Yuumi still remains the bread and butter composition for this Civ. It gives you a lot of dynamic control that not many Civs can match. All right, so G1 on the board. Let's line it up for Mr. Anatan. Crazy opening game. Like, really funky picks. I don't think anyone looking at these drafts would have expected those picks for game one. Japanese seems like a really strong Civ. So I think in a weird way, Japanese is actually a deceptively good Civ for beginners. There are elements that are a little bit weaker, and those elements are typically the idea that, like, maybe the banner system and some of the transitions are a little bit polarizing, because it's not like you're dealing with French, where you just have knights, archers, right? Like, you know, you have nice archer spears, you have all these units that are pretty standard across the board. Instead, you've got unique things like Onimusha, Onibigeisha, etc. But one thing that I really like is the simplicity of the farm transition. I think that makes it actually very new user-friendly. Hold on a sec. This guy's like weirdly obsessed. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm all for having a conversation, but when you're literally just there full stalker vibes going, add me on Discord, let's talk. Sorry, buddy, you got the wrong person. Twitter's where I get sent those random sex bot comments. But you keep doing you. Anyway, G2. Where are they taking us? Actually, no, that's not true. Nowadays, for some reason, I keep getting like added to these. I don't know if I'm also getting this to Twitter at the moment. It's always job postings that are definitely scams. Like earn $200 an hour. And it's like they've added, 200 plus people to the group. So game 2, we are going to be looking at Shushi versus Ayabits. And we're going into Kawasan. I don't know. I think I was being overly polite to someone who was just acting like a douchebag there. I don't know why I was being that polite. Usually I just shut them down, but... YouTube going wild? No, it's just one person. Even people over on YouTube is just telling them to stop being a bell end. I don't know. I think I like myself more when I'm in the no sugarcoat it element. Whereas sometimes I just try to... I don't know why I waste time trying to convert Muppets by being... I don't want to say accommodating, but like not just jumping to the correct conclusion. Whatevs. Numpty's gone. Alright, so... Oh, and we need to do that. It's over! Come on, it's got to be. One and all. It's Knights Templar and water. What more do you want from... Okay, it's different. Calm down, folks. It's not as simple as calling this. WoW may have Knights Templar, but this time it's on Kawasan. Now, while there is fishing, and it is desirable, it's not your holy island where you just call GG from sacred sites and a million boats that can't be stopped. And Anatan also has a civ that has some quirkiness here. We've got Shushi coming out in game number 2. You're thinking what I'm thinking? Because that looks like the best meditation garden you're ever going to see. No, really. That would be, what? 108 food, 25 gold, and like probably 12 wood? That's insane. I hope he's going for it. That's actually sick. And this makes sense. He'll get it because Knights Templar, they want to go fishing. Remember, Knights Templar look really good on water maps because having fishing offsets the big disadvantage, which is that they tech up with less villagers. Well, if you build boats, you're making up for the deficit. You're improving your weaker economy. So he wants to do it. But for Anatan, there's no value there, right? Like, you're just going to be playing slightly from behind compared to Knights Templar that are insanely efficient on wood gathering. And that's why 3 villagers are already on the way out to the center. And I think the follow-up play here will probably be a dock drop. He's got 3 on wood currently. So you can tech up and then drop a dock afterwards. Yeah, this is cool, man. Anatan is cooking. I really rate his creativity in the series from game 1 to game 2 so far. I mean, I feel like this is an easy one to forget as well, because most people on this map, they're thinking Mongols, Abbasids, Ayabids, Japanese. I'd say those are the go-to. Knights Templar are a little bit too new, not fully explored yet. But Shushi was a banger. And that, oh, that's going to be delicious. So he does sacrifice some wood here. He could have got more wood. But he's going to get additional berries. So I said it's going to be 108, right? It's now going to end up being 120 food per minute. And he's still going to get about 10 wood and the 25 gold. That is crazy. Yeah, hill belongs to him now. Does Wham know? No, he built spears. No, he's not going to see it in time. And that's sick. I love what's happening here. Anatan doesn't want to build the outpost unless necessary. So he's got 3 villages. He understands against this spears early. If he sees them running in, he can rush it up before they kill him. Great read. Unfortunately, in the meantime, it looks like he has been intercepted over here. But wait, this is sick. Think about what Anatan can do now. Villager's going to get chased away, but the scout's here. So what does Anno do? He says, I'm still getting my dock. He walks over and drops it even closer to Wham's side. And this is a tech timing that's really scary as well. Wham invested a lot to try and stop this from happening, and well, he's failed to do so. Spearmen do now see it, but they see it too little too late. Archer ship gets queued up. Villagers, is he going to outpost drop maybe? He did cancel the one over here. He's got the wood for it. I think he wants to protect himself with the archer ship, and this could work. It's a little bit risky against Dark Age spears. Looks like he actually might be -1 villager, in fact, for Anno. A little bit too ambitious. So archer ship does come out. Villagers remaining will be safe. Scout has been torching pretty decently into that dog this whole time. He's going to chase the Meditation Garden for good reason. Like, look at this, 117, 10, and 24. It's ridiculous. He's getting over 150 resources per minute from that thing. Yeah, which means he's competing with the free fishing boats. So Kingdom of France coming through. You could actually open with like 1 or 2 Chevalier to harass land, but I think for now your focus has to be on the water side now. Reminder, French Commandery on water did get nerfed. It used to increase the production speed of military boats and fishing boats, but that got changed. So whilst there's still a strong landmark for land play, it's not as dominant on the water side now. Yeah, and that was such a needed change. I think Knights Templar was far too oppressive for that commandery all around. Still pretty oppressive on land, but at least it fixed the water issues. Speaking of water issues, that fight is going to extend north side. So we have got dock drops coming in from both players. Wham! Love this reaction. Yeah, and Anatan has to cancel. So good blocker. Looks like this pond is going to be forfeit though. So Wham doesn't even try to contest it. That feels pretty expensive though. You bought all these fishing boats and the dock. You got a little bit of value out of it, but to concede to such, I'd say, a little investment doesn't feel great. You did at least get a worker kill for your troubles, which isn't too bad. That's now going to be Rax plus dock down. And Wolves going up. Okay, so I'm starting to wonder, like, was part of this intentional from Wham? Maybe he didn't expect the timing, but probably expected to be contested on the pond. The reason why I'm curious about that is had he secured the east side, he would have got the weaker Pilgrim route, i.e. he would have generated less gold. But with his move here, he's now protecting the long flank, which gives him maximum gold at 130 a pop. Curious. I don't know if I'd go as far to say as like this was his original intent, but it's definitely a great pivot by him. And we do have Chug on the way. Now, Chug are an interesting unit comp into Chevalier. They actually perform better than you'd expect because Chevalier have a less ranged armor than standard knights at this point in the game. And remember, repeater crossbows are triple attack at a lower base. So why is this important? Well, it means that when you play against Chevalier, you do double the damage you do against a knight. Because even though your opponent can get +1, you can get +1, so you remain at 6 damage output. If these were French knights by comparison, you would only be able to achieve 3. Interesting matchup, actually. I'm scratching my head on whether that makes Knights Templar a very good answer to Shushi on most maps. Oh, sorry, Shushi a very good answer to Knights Templar on most maps, rather. Because in theory, like, what's your answer? You can build archers, but your opponent already has Chug for that. And also, it gets crazier than that, because if they start spamming horsemen alongside that, the horsemen have Dali horses. How's the Meditation Garden doing? It's vibing. Vibrant life. It's not like you can really burn it down this early as Wham. Yeah, Anna just has the correct answers. Remember, he also has fishing alongside this. Fishing, which is escalating quicker than Wham. So Wham's upside is definitely in the Pilgrims. But here's the tricky part. Currently, he's generating 130 gold a minute. Your opponent's generating 150 resources per minute off of this landmark. So he's beating you in the raw quantity game. And that diversification of resources is kind of better, like food in particular. In theory, if Wham can actually escalate the fishing count high enough, he doesn't have to panic about that detail, and the gold can be more valuable again. But I wouldn't say we're there just yet. Like, at this stage, you know, seeing what your opponent's doing with the Spearman Chug, you got to ask the question, do you really want to be building Chevalier? I guess there's not really any better options at this stage anyway. And wait, did he deny that? I think he did. I think he just about got the kill. That's big. Yeah, so he stopped the wall going up. There's one Chug that can now kill Pilgrims. Yeah, it sounds crazy, but with very little effort, one Chug can beat a Pilgrim. You're doing 12 damage per strike every 2 seconds. Yeah, look at the health bar. Without moving. Without moving. Like, that is insane. Without moving off the spot. Oh my god, 2 HP. 3 HP rather, but he's going to get it anyway. Looks like Chevalier will at least clear him up in the end, but I mean, that's an 80 resource investment to kill 130 resources future. You think Pilgrim should have a pop count? I don't think that's a problem, personally. I haven't felt like the Pilgrims are OP for Knights Templar. The one exception is on water maps, but that's for a whole different bunch of reasons. Love the little wall here by Wham, by the way. Just gives him a quick escape if he gets overwhelmed by Chug. Chevalier are circling the base, which is the correct call here. I think for Wham, he wants to try and draw attention into Anatan's own base so his Pilgrim route doesn't get blocked or intercepted. Well, now that we've blocked that troll, it's a perfect time to talk to you guys about that. You see that popping up on your screen? That's right. We are once again sponsored by AMD. Be sure to check out their new 9800X3Ds if you want to get the best performance out of your PCs. Hey, I swear by AMD. I've been AMD now for... how many years? I think it's been 8 years. Never regret going to their CPUs once. Is Anatan going to regret stepping up like this, though? Chevalier count is absorbing a lot of shots. The Chug should win long form, but it's a bit weird right now. Love the Palace Guard coming in from Anatan. That's smart. Muddies the damage output of the archers. And wow. Okay, it might even be more impactful as time goes on here because we've got a switch from Chevalier into Horseman off of Wham. Curious what the thought process is. I guess... actually, it makes sense. Like, you're getting the same amount of ranged armor, and right now your key concern is Chug Nu, less so than the spears. So this just gives you a much cleaner way of efficiently answering Chugmas. Anatan's being a greedy mother ducker. Look at the economy. That fight was good enough to convince him. He's going to start moving towards Castle Age. Meditation Garden is at a point where it can just get completely disturbed. Remember, you need 10 units in range to make it give nothing. Oh, you guys are talking about the trade? Yeah, if you go for Venice in Imperial Age, you can get traders as Knights Templar. They do move incredibly fast. The problem is there's barely any matchups where Venetian makes sense. It's not a great landmark option. It's just... I think you would consider doing Venice maybe against... what, Order the Dragon? I'm not even sure about that one, per se. But yeah, we have to get that far. You guys maybe jump at the gun. This is the matchup I feel usually is decided in Castle Age more so. And yes, Ottoman. Sorry, Ottomans are the good one. We talked about it before. Thank you for reminding me. Because the Condottiero are anti-gunpowder units. Yeah, I'm not even sure we get that deep. Anatan is already prepping the rush. This is big. Like, this is a really powerful civ on this map. Not just because the Meditation Garden is now getting denied, but because once you have the fishing set up, Mount Lu Academy is incredible. Regional inspection is on the way. This is going to allow him to pump out Palace Guard every 6 seconds out of 1 racks. And he'll have the food to justify it too. Smart play, considering that Wham did stop producing Chevalier altogether. And he has queued up the next upgrade, so Angevin Empire coming through. Yeah, I think Wham's getting ready to hunker long term. He wants to stop the Lancer raids he's expecting, which, by the way, is not happening. And then he wants to set up fortresses for the late game. But this is a problem. He hasn't scouted the transition, so that this is kind of blind faith. If he's running... if you're running Spearmen like this into Chug Palace Guard, it's not terrible. You've got a tanky unit. You're definitely not countering out a Lancer play. Also, the other issue you run into is Palace Guard are quicker than you, so you can actually get kited. Let's see if it works out. 4 Raxes are coming through. The Chuganu are going to march forward to try and deal with that, so villagers now getting sniped. There's 2 picks. A lot more Palace Guard where that came from as well. Outpost not looking well protected. That's going to be another 3 down at the beginning of an age up. He's going to try to run for it. Will only get away with the 1? No, that one's gone too. No wheelbarrow. Okay, so Wham's trying to prep the heavy spear defense, but remember what we said. This is tanky, but it's not really countering anything. It's nice from the body perspective, but what is the point in this over a Men-at-Arms? A Men-at-Arms would cost you about the same, but would do more damage to this comp. Yeah, I'm worried. I think he's got really big problems, and Anatan has already switched onto it. He's got crossbows queued. Chu trying to prep a ram in his face. Wham's not going to stand for that, but I'm sure he can stand here long. Palscard already had the double ranged upgrade. And by the way, Wham not only doesn't have veterancy yet, he never got Steeled Arrow 1. Yeah, this is ugly. I don't know, man. I think Wham... Would Jano have changed much? In some ways, yes. Janoe's crossbowman could have sniped the PG quite well, and then obviously just front men-at-arms. I guess he just felt he needed bodies and thought that this would be a bit more cost-efficient than going men-at-arms. I mean, it is slightly cheaper. His army's just getting erased. I just don't think Wham can hold on much longer here. He's got Templar brothers on the way, but only one of them. Anatan is going to have enough crossbows to deal with that. Villagers are getting sacrificed again as they get caught in the berries. The first knight does arrive, so that might slow things down just a little bit here and force Anatan back. Doubtful will force him back for long. Good intercept on the relics returning home, at least. I think the big problem, though, is, like, when did this stop coming? You know, when someone does a PG flood like this on a land map, you're like, okay, he's going to run out of food soon. It's deep water. Yeah, it makes it tricky. So it will be a temp reset. Anatan, I think maybe at this point, you just kind of like slow things down. You've done great economy damage. It's now on your opponent to do something to you. Love this as well. It's a 150 resource meditation garden. You bet your damn ass off you have to repair that. It's too valuable. And he's going to prep the rams now. I think this is like another weird thing now about the spearman route for Wham. His heavy spears were pretty underwhelming. I mean, they saved him from dying. They weren't able to really turn a fight. And you've already encouraged your opponent to build crossbows. So now you're going to build another unit that gets countered by crossbows. Would horsemen have made more sense here for Wham? And he's got triple stable. You've definitely got the food income because you've got the pond. And the other problem with Templar Brothers is just you're slowly producing them. Like right now, the biggest issue for Wham on producing melee is you're trickling them. They die before they reach. So what does it do? We do indeed have dot drops coming in. So Anatan is snuck onto the pond. On top of that, he's got a ram coming to delete access for Wham. This is the cool thing I think about this map. Because the ponds are shared, the water play is very intriguing because it requires presence. Because if you just camp in your base, this happens. With dots going down, if the concept was mass Templar Brothers to defend, I'm struggling to see where Wham's going to get the food for that. He's heaving on the berries in the center now. He's going to start rushing up some outpost defenses. Even Peels to go hunting. Could snipe the Pilgrim easily enough, so that's another gold. Wham? Is he out of position here? Okay, so a raid onto the villagers, temporarily. But the Palace Guard bog him down. More troops are reinforcing. He will find a few worker kills, but there's bigger problems now coming for Wham. Quick reactions out of the Canadian. The moment he saw a repeater crossbow, he got out of there. Wait, what? Okay, we're stuck here. But you know, that means it's time for one thing, folks. It's our favorite pastime. If I need to get out of here, I'm going to need some torches. Would thou help me get out of here? Will you all help me escape? Nice timing there, Wham. Just about gets out of range there. Still forces some out of time. Makes the best of an awkward situation. He's now going to be trapped inside. Kind of ironic considering Wham right now is trapped in his base. Docks are getting cleared. So we've got demo and demo play. Well played. Wham is going to stay alive here for the time being. No arrow slits, so no clearance on all this naval. Still, it kind of feels like he's in a headlock, no? Like, how do you get out of this? How do you solve this? And what? How do you get away with that? Oh no. You've walled off my retreat pattern. I guess we'll just go deeper to get out the other side. I would GG too if I just watched that monk walk out of my base like that. All right, game 2 to Anata. This guy is looking unstoppable today. Bro, are we just getting 3-0s? Bro. I promise the potential for 17 games today. This is not a good start. Although these ones have been very entertaining. I can't believe he just like, oh, look at that. There's still a way out. I mean, you might as well punt with it with the Monk, right? I mean, you're stuck here anyway. Wham's getting smacked around. Yeah, it's not looking good for him right now. That was hilarious, though. Props to him for that. Oh, that delivered. Use the Monk on Vils for the thumbnail? Yeah, that's the obvious one. I mean, I think I talked about this with like thumbnail design before. It's like awkward because you think you want to show the epic thing that happens later, but actually what people usually want to see is someone that they relate to early. That's why I think the editing is important. Like, I don't have time to do it myself, but like I love the idea of having previews of something that happens later at the start of videos. So, yeah. But, like, the thing as well is like that type of thing where you show that and then the wall load doesn't go off. Like, people might feel a sense of like they didn't get delivered what they wanted. Does that make sense? It's always weird. The most alpha, I don't know, you might call it the most alpha Monk just makes him leave. Makes him quit. It kind of felt like it between the failed wall lord, but then he just follows up with a walk out of the base. Like, Jesus, look at this guy go. The biggest D energy. All right. Let's get ready for the next game. So, Dry Arabia up next. We've got French versus House of Lancaster. Let's go ahead and pay out. And we'll set up for G3. Hopefully I'll have one of the mods to take over that for the next games so we can focus on this. Yeah, the sort of B one was pretty one-sided. B rolled over him really fast. There is no breaks on the aggro chain here. One and all, welcome back to the semi-finals of KPMM. We've got Anna's hand on House of Lancaster going up against the French of Wham. Okay, this has looked like a grim series so far for Wham. While the game's had some competitive back and forth, Anatan has been time and time again, it feels like a step ahead. And I'm curious about this one. Anno has been quite interesting to watch with his Lancaster players. He doesn't just subscribe to the same spam of manners as everyone else. No, sometimes he likes to add in a few lords. But we're kicking off with a Spearman opening in the Dark Age for Lancaster. Interesting. Does he send it over onto the gold, or is this simply about the deer shoving? It's probably about the deer shove, right? I think so, considering he just killed the wolf. Maybe? Does the timing actually work for this? It probably works better if you go to the right side of the base. So this is already looking a little bit rough. Anatan, because he wanted to drop off the sheep first, he's not in position to scout ahead. So he's kind of having to go on a little bit of a blind punt here. And has to split up the spears. That kind of cripples his timing. However, I think for Anatan, the idea here is if you want your opponent to not do pro scouts, then this play makes a lot of sense. It's going to deny him the ability to do so. Because he won't be able to touch the gold. Six on the gold now. Wham realizes what's happening. Has he realized too late, though? Should be fine. It's only a single spear. He'll at least get enough for an age up, but nothing else to work with. I mean, I'd be surprised if you hung around here for the night. Unless... Oh, beautifully done, Wham. Gets rid of the concern. Still, this is a long way to go. If you want to get enough for a night, anyway. He's committing. Second spear is a little bit delayed arriving because for some reason he ran further out. I think Anatan was paranoid about running underneath TC. I don't think this is getting you enough for a knight. This is like feeling a bit weird on the timing, no? Maybe he just about threads the needle. Okay, so pull away. Yeah, he's not even going to have 100 gold here. It's a little bit rough. I wonder what Wham's thought process was. Like, one knight can be pretty desirable here for harassing the other side if you get the timing right. And he definitely wasn't trying to save the pro scouts. So now we have the switch on the lumber camp. Likely going to be looking at like maybe an archery range just to open to secure. And then for Anatan, he's actually hanging around. So I thought this would be a deer shove, but he's not doing it. No, he's just ignored it entirely. I mean, it can't happen now because it got lamed. I think that's one of the rough things, by the way, is one of the big value points of doing this spearman openings is deer shoves. The problem is against high-level opponents now, they scout it and they take that option off the table. Because the scout can't really contest the spears. So the only thing that you can contest at that stage, after you've gathered sheep, is killing the wildlife. Wait, is this 2TC? Now, that would be interesting. It doesn't feel greedy either, by the way. Remember, because Lancaster's going for House of Lancaster's typical greed build with the Lancaster Castle, we are just going to be seeing mana spam. So this is almost like Wham is spitting in the face of the logic of what Anatan expects of him. Right? You go Lancaster Castle because you think you're going to get attacked while being greedy. There are actually some matchups where you can kind of get away with Abbey of Kings into manas. So you just front a little bit of aggression, and then you know your opponent doesn't want to attack you anyway. So if Wham's idea here is to go 2TC, I kind of dig it. It's going to be interesting to see if 2TC French can actually beat out Lancaster mana spam. But I guess it beats the alternative. With a spawn like this in particular, you'd have to hit a very far side of the enemy base. And although Knights over time can actually somewhat reliably dive Lancaster Castle's defenses because the nobility, the ability of Chivalry rather to heal over time is good, that's down the line. And by the time you get Chivalry and you have enough Knights to justify it, Anatan's probably close to 6 manas. And I could go fast castle. It's possible. I think if you do it, you're looking at what? Triple mana? Then again, Anatan hasn't moved on to stone at all. This is so weird. If I was Wham, I'd be very weirded out by this. But this is a great reaction. It's Anatan pivoting because of the 2TC. Because remember, if French go in 2TC and you block their gold like this, well, they've got no knights. So, funnily enough, getting free men-at-arms with daggers is bloody strong. And spear. Ooh. Oh, no. He ran beyond. The good news is Anatan's spears are out of position, so it should be the one. But he did just get hardened, which is going to make this a little bit more annoying. And yeah, you can see Anatan's now actively paying attention, so it's a bit harder for Wham to get that free grab. Could end up losing one. Yeah, it's going to be -1 villagers for the kill. Yeah, this is crazy. So, White Tower, I guess? No, guys, calm down. He's not going to White Tower drop his base. That's a bit too crazy. But what he can do is just White Tower and then, like, rush Elsgard. It's like a poor man's Burgrave, only you have a range attack. It's GG. Oh no, we return to that. I mean, Anatan, like, Wham can't GG out that early. It would be dishonorable. Keck W. And I think Wham, if he sees what it is, you can kind of defend yourself with knights to begin with, right? Against the Elsgard. It's not clean, but he's got gold access again. And remember, this is now just a attack v defend. And Wham historically loves playing that defensive role. I think he's refined himself as a player over the ages by it. This is kind of wacky, though. Like, I don't know. Has Anatan tried this against French? Like, what's the success rate been? Because I am just thinking, you know, it's Elsgard. They are great. I guess the range attacks are quite interesting here now that I think about it. Yeah, because if this was a standard men-at-arms, I think you're in a wonky position because the knights just almost die and then run away. But that's where this is interesting, folks. Remember, Lancaster, the Earlsguard have a dagger throw. They also move quicker than standard men-at-arms. So you, to put it another way, have a kill secure button. Okay, this could be really cool. And by going for the white tower here, if it is knight spam from French now, they can't really dive your base because of this defense. That's crazy. So I guess Anna will open Earlsguard. Could maybe switch gradually over to Gathering Stone, but with the double rats commitment now, I think this is just an all-in send. Walls are on the way from WAM. I think he realizes what's coming. Guys, why are you judging the white tower? Look, no one can stop him gathering berries. English main's about to be in my chat like, I can't believe he's gathering the berries as English. Chill. These guys don't get a farm buff, remember. So it doesn't hurt to watch. Well, unless you, like, zoom in and you only see that they're English villagers, you're like, oh god. Remember, it's the variant civ in this game. Guildhall. Okay, that's quite creative, what he's doing there. So he hugs the edge of the map because he doesn't want to be seen teching. Yeah, he's just trying to buy the illusion that he's building knights so that Anatan slows down a bit. Because if he knew, then these Earlsguard would just be catapulting towards the location. And... oh, he catches him. This is big. Earlsguard, remember, move quicker than standard men-at-arms. And if he gets in position with just 3 of these bad boys, he can already net himself a kill before he reaches. The dagger throws are 17 damage each. This is crazy. What a weird build for a game. And imagine you have a bow and an arrow, and this guy throws a dagger further than you can ever shoot. Like just a little stabby boy hiding in his boot. Speaking of the stabby boys, another punk comes in. Textiles was a smart choice by WAM. He's going to need it. This is tricky on the runaway. Also, the pathing. What? I don't know if that was intentional. Might work out somehow. Are you kidding me? Only 1 worker goes down. That was sick. Okay, so the rest get away. However, Torch Power's now coming in. So second TC is a bit tricky because here's the thing, guys. Against any other Civ, when they men-at-arms like this, you rush repair. You cannot do it against Earlsguard. I've done it to players before. When they try to repair things, you just throw daggers at them. WAM's in the business of buying time. Business ain't looking too good. He's got arbitrary on the way. But guys, we legit just saw what happens when a ranged unit walks near these guys, right? Like if you trickle arbitrary out, they will die. The dagger has a 15-second cooldown. This is sick. Spears left to contest with the knight. First Arbor has arrived. Ansand, he's getting the extra worker kills. These daggers are ridiculous. Oh my god, I think he's just dead. 10 eco lead, but it doesn't feel like it. Undermesh is now on the way. Villagers are going to migrate the area. That's TC down. He has 2 crossbows to his name. Look at the daggers. Oh my god. He's losing against a melee unit in a range fight. This is ridiculous. And that's it. He GG's him out. An absolute kick to the nuts to wipe him out with the 3rd game of the series. I'll tell you what, folks. If you're sleeping on these Earlsguard rush builds, it's time to wake up. The attacks might look a little bit weird when you play a long game, because when you got 50 plus units, who cares about those daggers? It's like a small detail. But when you're so early in the game, having a 17 base damage attack on a 15-second cooldown on a faster moving men-at-arms is king. And that's exactly what Anatan looks like with this win. Oh my god. Like, I knew it was dirty, but I just... That is like the filthiest... I think you should call that the filthiest fast castle build in Age of Empires 4 right now. I'm trying to... Is there a dirtier fast castle build? I guess you could argue you drop the white tower in the base. Sure, cool memes. But like, of legit reliable ones, that is ridiculous. That was absurd. So that means our grand final showdown is going to be between B and Anatand. A rematch from last week's Hims Cup. So let me update the schedule. If you just tuned in, we have had both of les semi-finales. So B has been waiting. Probably was chuckling as he watched that final game. And we're now going to have a BO7 between the two. So let me update this. Damn. I wasn't expecting to roll him like that. Especially that last game. Yo, what's up, Reveal? That's a smart move right there. Appreciate you for the sub, mate. Welcome back to the Swarm. Remember, guys, we've got plenty of action still to come. We've got potentially 7 games ahead of us between two that historically have very close series. And we've got the Hims Cup, best of 9 tomorrow between Wham and Anatand. I'm a bit worried that might not be... I hope that's competitive. But the point is, if you don't have to deal with ads, you want to support the channel and all these tournament efforts, feel free to subscribe. Also, let other people know these are going on. I feel like there's so many people who don't even know there's tournaments. Oh my god, though. That was ridiculous. And yes, that was sort of best placement so far in the Midweek Musters. Okay, so I think our boyos... I don't know if they're taking a 5-min break or if they're just rolling straight into it. That was ridiculously quick, though. Alright, looks like they've already drafted. That answers my question. So, BO7 time. Regions for game number 1. Oh, wait, I need to reset it, don't I? Yeah. B on the left. And time on the right. Okay. I think that's everything. I'm going to quickly refill my water, by the way, guys. So... I'll be right back in a second. They're now setting up the lobby. And when we get back, we're going to have our grand final showdown between B and Anatand. So be right back in a sec. And we're back. Guten Tag. All right, folks. Welcome, welcome. Looks like we haven't missed anything. Stop playing the game when knights were able to dodge the spear and spear brace and got off their charge. What are you talking about? Brace works. Are you talking about the H3 one? That was years ago. What do you mean camel lancers? Camel lancers you can't brace. Oh, wait, you mean how, like, they can fake you out? Just time it better, lol. Bro, why are we putting on ties? It's unnecessary. We look so clean and nice in this shirt. And now you want me to button up? Might as well just type, button up, KP, you look like a whore. Ugh. Tie time. Man, when I say tie time, it doesn't even mean the good thing, which would be like takeaway. My city doesn't have any good Thai places. Where I live, I pretty much have like the most stereotypical options in terms of cuisine that you could imagine for Britlands. So, you know, like there's a curry place, there's kebabs, there's pizza, there's burgers. Trinity Knot? Hell no. I was intrigued by the idea of Trinity Knot several years ago, and I was like, it's too much. Especially because we have a lot of ties that have patterns on them. Trinity Knots would not look nice on pattern ties. Yeah, you didn't think I knew what a Trinity Knot was, did you? You're already shocked. You're like, whoa, actually, KP's looked into this. We normalize magnetic ties? Hell no. Don't you just mean clip-on? Like, okay, yo. Calling it a magnetic tie is just a less lame way of referring to a clip-on tie. Nice try, clip-on tie boy. But we read through what you were doing. Nice try. You almost had us. Ah, not today. Don't call those ties? Exactly. They're about as much ties as a TIE fighter is. Actually, that's not fair to TIE fighters. Like the flying thing, not TIE people. Clip-on ties have less chance of accidentally hanging oneself. Yeah, and that's the thing. If I'm going to live life, I might as well live it with risk. Right? Come on. And then some people maybe like the choking element. I'm not judging them. Anyway, we're going down a very weird hole. Wrong thing to say after making a choking comment. So game number 1, we're actually going to be having regions open up with Delhi versus Ayabid. Interesting. So like B goes for the same thing that Wham did in the previous series against Anatan, but Anatan mixes it up. I think Ayabid can be pretty annoying here with the Dervish Wing choice. It's also a little bit, in some ways, it's a weird map for Delhi because there's only 2 sacred sites as opposed to your standard freeze. But they're really far away. The only tricky part is, like, I think against Ayabids, because they're probably going to run Desert Raiders, you don't feel great about the split sacred sites as much. I'm Palpatine pulling the strings. When have you ever seen me wear a hood? Also, what the hell? Dude, I get compliments from makeup artists about how good my skin looks, and you call me Palpatine? Sheesh. Well, I guess it's not as bad as Anakin's skin, so I guess it could be worse. I mean, I guess in some ways, Palpatine's skin must be incredibly impressive at his age to still be on his face. When was the last time I went climbing? It's been a while. Back in October. I really want to get back to it. I miss it. Like, I think that's another reason why I like YouTube to kind of start to bolster a bit. I think when you've got YouTube working in terms of income, it's not that you don't care about the metrics of Twitch, but you're less anchored to it. So it's almost like when I'm at that point, I could literally go, hey guys, we're going to the gym. I'm going to stream us like climb at the gym, which I think would be really cool. There's probably going to be like 70% of the audience doesn't care, but probably 30% of you that would love it. I do indoors climbing. It's a good old bouldering. Should have been a model. I don't know about that. I look pretty goofy. My body ain't in great shape. I just hide the fat well. Makeup artists used to people shove cosmetics on them. Kind of. I mean, but like I always get asked, like, what moisturizer do you use? Like, soap and water. Most elegant. You lead indoors and switch outdoors soon? Nice. That's awesome, man. Hell yeah. I won't ask you like what bands you're on because obviously it varies country to country, like what that really means. Gonna run a minute and a half ads now, by the way, guys. Darth Pidgeotine. Is there like a better one? Darth Vader. Because he's so ugly, he'd have to get laid. Oh, why did I just like do that to my... I don't want to be here anymore. No, it's not do it. Do it. Do it. Execute Order 60 dick. Anyway. I don't know. I haven't practiced Palpatine in a while. I used to do a really good Stewie, and if you can do Stewie, you can kind of shift over to it. Mummy, mamu, mama. Anyone want some cool whip? Cool whip. Whip. Man, I kind of miss doing all the impressions. Used to have so much fun with that, like Consuelo. No. You buy. You win the first game of the clean. Oh, God, throw. Of the clean. God, my voice is really croaky today. I don't know, like, I got a freaking, like, flu a few weeks ago, and I still haven't fully cleared of it. Ah, there, little boy. All right, anyway, let's get going. Idaho. I'm going to stop. All right, can we get Predickies up? Have we got a mod around, or do I need to... Oh, wait. I guess we do not have a mod around. This is going to get annoying, isn't it? Oh, no. More tasks. Idaho. I don't know why that was the intro, but what? It's grand finals time. Welcome back to the channel for good old Classico. Anatan up against B in a best of 7. We start off here in regions where Anatan has already tasted delicious victory against an IB pick, but he changes things up. He goes Delhi for this first game. Curious pick, actually. A little bit different. Delhi on this map is a little bit funky because the sacred sites are super split. So in theory, you can control it well with cavalry, but I feel like Ibis is a pretty good answer out of B. Like, so another Civ that's also going to be dynamic in terms of playing Desert Raiders usually, so they're able to match flank pressure. And also, hold on a sec, for some reason, the map overlay piece is not working. Let's see if we can fix that. And it will say regions in the bottom right corner. Because constantly people are like, KP, what map is this? All you need to do on these broadcasts, folks, is look at the bottom right corner, and it'll blow your mind. We have written it. Oh, yeah, don't get me started about, like, losing out on money. So if you guys are not seen it, we have one of the most epic RAM plays ever in free-for-all history. And I made no money. I made 0 money off of that. Because for the betterment of entertainment, I played Duel of the Fates for, I think, 45 seconds of an hour-long video. And they took all my money. George Lucas is so poor, he had to take my $5 ad revenue. Hard times, man. I'll tell you what is not a hard time right now. IOBIS with Logistics Wing. They've been loving life with this build. It just feels like it's taken over as the go-to most popular build. And for good reason. It gives you potential to fight in Feudal because you now have healing in Feudal Age, which is insanely strong in early phase of the game. It gives you the ability to rush Castleays because you now have the ability to hoover up relics with them already in position. But even more than that, this, and Anatan, great reaction. The deer shove, you have to stop it happening. If you do not deny these deer, they will be steered into the base of the Ibids. And there'll be no way of stopping them and starving them out. So great start by Anno denying that. And great sheep haul, by the way. 16 sheep to 7. Oh my god. B lost the scout game by a mile. Yeah, and what little's going to remain on the map, because there might be some sheep over here. Anansan's also going to find. So this is an absurd advantage. Yo, what's been happening with Anno? Anno takes a break from the KPMMs. Comes back, plays the Hims Cup. If you guys didn't see, the last Hims Cup was B versus Anatan. That was a... I believe it was 5-1 scoreline in the end. Now he comes in this week. He's able to annihilate Wamfrio. And already off to what looks like a fantastic start in our grand finals. I wonder, how does B try to address this now? Because he's definitely lost some value with the Loggy. You could try to deer shove the further away deer. I mean, at this stage, unless you want to attack your opponent, you haven't got anything else to do with them. And also, my god, did Anatan kiss Marine Lord? And some of the luck rubbed off? Like, what the hell is that spawn? Double berry back. Double berry back. Gold back. And, like, tree line being forward isn't really that big of a deal here, I don't think. That's a crazy good spawn. Meanwhile, on B side, it's kind of atrocious. You got double gold forward. Has to outpost just to defend it. So this is fast castle then. Oh, I think B's probably hating life about now. Fast castle with 8 sheep, and you've already tapped 2 berry bushes, soon to be free. So I guess you go probably growth wing. I don't know if you really want to be advancement wing here. Want to be military wing rather. It sounds nice getting some desert raiders, but there's already going to be guys who kind of plub you back, and I think with this type of kind of control, your opponent could just mirror the tech up. That's the arch range beginning. I guess if you start scaling desert raiders now, it could make sense. We're going to 2x just for the moment. Hey, it's going to be desert raiders. Okay. Yeah, I think we're like 30 seconds out from live, so we'll go 2x, I just realized. But you're now doing desert raiders and Ghazi. So the idea here is that you can actually out heal, but remember the difference in this matchup is obviously your opponent can just like pull away and heal as well. That's the benefit of playing Delhi. They're the Civ that done this originally, the OGs of this strategy. And yep, let's time out. Let's send him into horny jail for that. So I know initial poke, not really finding too much value, but that's to be expected. I think this is the annoying thing about playing Delhi into Ibid sometimes, is just with this new Dervish play, you can't escalate damage into kills as easily. You have to just reach a definitive point where you can kill something. Right, so I think we're now up to live. First scout's on the way in the meantime. That is going to probably light a fire underneath B's ass to do something. And that something's coming in loud and clear. It's going to be castle. I'm starting to think he's going desert raiders. If he didn't add anything in, I'd say, yeah, you're probably just looking at straight up going into castle. But he's done archery range in particular. Like, why would you do archery range here over stables? And there we go. Military ring's coming through. So the logic here is you just want to be scaling desert raiders. I'm a little bit surprised he didn't go for the stables, because then he could have littered in a few camel lancers. Well, sacred sites are going to get intercepted on one side. So we did talk about the issue of this split. You'd think it's a good thing for Delhi, but when your opponent's cavalry as well, it's actually a negative. Now the slow march to your own death. Ooh. Ah, yes. The eternal task. Killing a dervish with ponies. This is not going to work. However... Oh, he catches B focus healing. That was sick by Anno. Great micro. And... What? That's it. He just calls a GG. I'm a little bit shocked. That was quick. We already saw that B was on a knife's edge, though, due to the food issues. And I guess he felt that if the Delhi locked in double Sacred Site, they'd mirror the tech up about a minute behind, and he wouldn't have the food to contest. In fairness, like, before anyone's like, why do they call GG? Guys, like, this is... Think about it this way. He went military wing reinforcement and was already losing Desert Raiders, and was going to lose Dervish on the retreat. The entire strategy unravels in literally 2 minutes for that. This is the thing about Desert Raider strats. They are all about scale. And if you cannot consistently scale, they fall apart quick. Yeah. It's like, it seems a bit Oh, sorry. No, sorry, I forgot. He's disrespected us. The fact that he would come into this scene and play a game like that and not even go 10 minutes. Not even go 10 minutes. This man has 2 kids. He doesn't know how to go 10 minutes. Okay, I'm not going to go. How dare he besmirch the KPMM name? He is now banned from... No, I'm kidding. Chill, guys. Chill. It makes sense. There's like... The chances of him flipping that round are like pretty low with the way that's played out. I don't really blame him. Like the sheep roulette at the start, I think, is the biggest thing that like stings, man. And I hate that sheep roulette is still such a big, prominent factor in the game. But like he lost the food game hard. Okay, so game 2, give me Lakeside. We've got Knights Templar, so this should feel a lot better. A Bassett's coming out in G2. Interesting. Yeah, don't forget, guys, you have to get your Reddit threads up. Clip me out of context. All the whole kit and caboodle. We must make a riot for reasons. I mean, dude, we've got no other drama, so why not? Be better make an explainer video. Yep. And he better damn well make sure he apologizes. Disgraceful. Oh, Gamba. Oh my god. Dude, do we not have a mod around? Do I need to get more mods at this rate? Might have to. Well, that one was crazy. One and all, if fast food services in 2025 was as quick as game number 1 between B and Anatand, my food would actually arrive warm. Anno has swiftly taken the lead, but B is looking to strike back quick. Knights Templar for game number 2. We're heading into Pants. Good old Lakeside here. A strong map. And actually, I think my favorite map I've seen Knights Templar on so far. They've got that trickle of fish on the food that allows them to be competitive in the later phases. And then a big focus towards pilgrimages into the central sacred sites, where you see these huge tug of wars for control. Anatand, on the other hand, has done something a little bit different. We've gotten a Bassett pick coming through. Abba's been creeping in recent KPMMs, but that's more on the flavorful map. So I'm thinking certain things like the new excavation map, where you have to dig stone anyway. Here it's a little bit different. You do get the cheaper dock, but not too much else to speak of. I wonder, is he thinking of like a hunker down play where you just play like 2TC, land transition quickly? That would be a little bit risky against Knights Templar, I think. And also, wait, I just realized, historically relevant fight. This is literally the Crusade. So how do you contest KT here? Is it 2TC like we mentioned and then maybe play Millie Wing anyway so you get the health? Because like that's actually an interesting thought. Is Knights Templar usually like to build Archer in the matchup? But if you can mirror Archers and you get Castle, composite bows is king. Fishing has been set up. Reminder, by the way, like you almost always see fishing here. It is extremely rare to not see someone dock drop. It's just too tempting. Even just the one deep water fish. And these two civs in particular do it very well. Knights Templar love any opportunity to gather wood. Like they're all about grabbing wood because they just manage to get extra sustenance out of it with the food. And then obviously for Bastards, it's only 75 wood for a dock as well. Okay, how's the predictions looking, by the way? 66% for B. Okay, but if he doesn't win in less than 10 minutes, it's outrageous, right? And it is the Eco Wing. So we've just got him stacking up for the greed. Does this beat? I guess it does, right? Like, does it beat Knights Templar greeding on Sacred Sites? It should, because... So there's a few things to consider here. KT is not exactly what you call a good fast castling civ. even though you kind of want to get relics now, they cannot escalate their pilgrim count quickly past 2 because they'd have to start building forts, which cost 900 resources. So that's a problem. Compared to Abbasid, say, doing free TC, that's going to inflate a lot faster. On top of that, because he's going to be inclined to gather stone, he could even just think about going for the naval arrow slits, because these are the other logical edges to try and win water. That is crazy, by the way. He's going up to 6 fishing boats. Okay, so you're probably wondering why the hell is B doing this? It's a timing attack. He's going to exhaust the deep water fish quite quick by doing this. But I think, and I don't even think it's about land, I think this is about him building boats to attack sea. And then, once he wins over here, he can pull the free fishing boats. Very interesting. I don't like you. Dude, I can't find the person's name. Oh, there he is. I'll teach him to talk. You guys need to chill. You realize we're doing like 5 different jobs at once. Sheesh. Oh, wait. No, we should have taken the weirdo from earlier as our co-caster who wanted to call me. Because that phone call definitely wouldn't have just ended with a bunch of racial slurs that would have got me banned. Kakapa. So do you go free? I always feel like whenever you want to do Eco Wing, free makes a lot more sense. But then again, the thing we have been noticing more and more in the last year is Abbas is using Fertile Crescent to justify farms super early. Other side is now going to be the safe passage on the way. And Stable's beginning. So we're going to get Chevalier. Makes a lot of sense because Anatan might get tempted to build a TC out here. And if you have a Knight, that denies him the opportunity altogether. Should have interviewed the call and stream. The thing, okay, so like the thing you have to keep in mind, guys, like those type of things. There's a reason why those type of content creators don't do that stuff on Twitch anymore. Can you guess why? Because when you invite a random person on the internet onto your broadcast where they can be audibly heard, there are certain words they can just say to get you instantly banned. Funny that. And yeah, fresh food stuff should be coming in soon. You do have the mill these days. Second TC is being prioritized on the timing, though. No third, so it's just going to be the 2. Meanwhile, Aggro comes in. So Anatan, he did go naval arrow slits. It's going to make it very annoying to kill him here, unless you want to start pumping a lot of demo ships. B could just basically pull 2 of the fishing boats and just keep healing the Hulk. But it's always annoying. You know, like when you try to make this type of play, it seems simple. Like, oh yeah, just it's only heal with fishing boat and kill building. Oh, pause that fort. Maybe kill villager. Ah, it doesn't get him though. But to the point of the issue, if you just slowly try to kill this, your opponent could always start pumping demos when you're not looking. So watching and guarding the Hulk is very time consuming actually. Chevalier is going to run the tree line, but great reactions. Anatan not losing any units so far. An archer ship on the way. Wait, what? Does that work? Because if your opponent kites, the demo ship can be repaired. Well, luckily for Anno, B hasn't noticed what's happening here. We'll dive in now. It's going to deny the villager coming back. And the demo ship, this is the thing, you just repair. Like, you can actually just repair it now. Yeah, great read. B, got to be careful with that fishing boat, though. One does go down. Good dodging, but not good enough. Demo is going to detonate. Okay, so Anatan barely getting away with that there. And on land, we do now have camel archers on the way. A bit of a predicament, but B is looking for a resolution elsewhere. This is a Castle Age build from Knights Templar. A little bit surprising as well. We said this is not really a civ that rushes age ups for good reason. It tends to cost them a lot on economy. Still, Anno's eco lead is deceptive. Remember, 3 of his are just not working. Oh, you can say the same the other way, though. B, bringing the fishing boats out like this is expensive. And a demo ship now on the way. Has got the archer ship camping, so it should be difficult to get in. Love the way that B's just been using these fishing boats to absorb all the blows, though. That's a bit ambitious. Wait. Wait. He hasn't realized? Oh my god, he actually gets away with it. That was sick. So now these two can just chain feed health into each other. That's crazy. That was so close as well. I think Anatan had a small window where if he clicked, he would have got the fishing boat kill. Because remember, if he doesn't have 2 fishing boats here, he can't stay here doing this. So tech up on the way, and we are going to be seeing Angevin Empire. Okay. Well, makes sense on this map, guys. Genoa is definitely nice for the extra gold gen, but if you get the fortresses up, they're going to feel unkillable with Angevin. I think that often gets overlooked. Remember, Angevin gives 30% more HP. Docks and fortresses. And if you put your opponent on the clock, especially after he goes 2TC, it makes that escalation to siege all that much more difficult. So yeah, I kind of dig it. It's a cool pick on this map for sure. Fishboat is going to get denied. Looks like he is going to get rid of the dock though. So you might see a transport ship play here just to set up. Especially now that you've got Angevin, your own dock is going to be very tanky. Time being, it looks like Greedy Boy B was trying to move out. What the hell happened here? Wait, what? Oh my god. Did he just massacre them? What? That's not just 2TC, guys. That's not just 2TC. We were so distracted on the pond, I think a single camel archer just wrecked his world. That's ridiculous. That must have been, what, 6 villagers out on the deer, probably? And he kills practically all of them. Absolutely wild, because I think he's killed, what, 3 fishing boats on the dive, so 5 villagers on land. And now Anatan, all he needs to do is hunker down and wait. That is wild. And reminder, it's worker kill, so it means Anatan has killed 8 workers. And I believe 3 of them were fishing boats. Maybe 4. And B, he will at least get the pilgrims in, so that's going to offset the sting a little bit. But this is still a bad position to be in. He needs the relics, and he needs them yesterday. Problem is, your opponent's already spamming camel archers. I think this is another part of the thought from B for spearmen, is if you built normal spears, they get countered by camel archers because of the double damage. Heavy spears will get kited, but they won't kill quickly, right? Like, the camel archers won't get bonus against you. They're only going to do 7 damage to you per strike. But it's still pretty high base damage into a unit that's going to be kited. So this is cannon fodder right now for B. It buys time so that he can get his real objectives. And somewhat pays for itself with the pilgrims, if you think about it. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, you don't really think about heavy spearmen in this way. You want them to be this absorber. You're not expecting DPS, but full cannon fodder is a bit wacky. Ever since the nerfs as well, where they did actually increase the cost of the units. See if it pays off. It feels like they may be dying a bit too fast. Yeah, because the problem right here, guys, is that B isn't killing anything. This is a snowball effect. I always like that the simplest metaphor, like comparison, is when you have a men-at-arms rush against you and you build a wall. And it's like the wall's good at first, but the wall isn't fighting back. Well, these spears are B's mobile wall. They're great for a bit, but they are not going to return fire in a way that means anything. And you're seeing how this is already snowballing. Anatan may be able to win this game without even aging up. And 2 relics are at least on the way home. But we're at a point where pilgrims are now going to be starved off here. Camel archers easily move in. Get the double snipe. So close to reaching the site. He looks kind of stuck. He's starting to gather stone gradually. If he can get a fortress online here, it changes the look of the game, because then he can secure pilgrims. He has done a good job on the relics, because it is at least going to be 3 relics his way. And there's still the opportunity to go for the fort, remember, because he could always go wide and try and sneak past this blockade. B don't care who would rally like that. I think B does care about winning. And the reason he don't care, like, it's cannon fodder. The whole idea, the reason you rally like this is so your opponent doesn't come here. Because this is the double-edged sword of Knights Templar. They get a lot of value off the map, but if you can't be on the map, you lose. So this is him sacrificing an arm so the body can continue to exist. It's just getting less and less profitable as this goes on. Love the archer switch timing. It's a smart read. With veterancy plus range 2, this is a competitive comp. The problem now is getting the count. Yeah, because military numbers are a lie. Some of this is on C. And the mesh 2 either. I guess that makes sense. The steel arrow is high priority here because there's already such high base damage on the camel archers. However, the archers got revealed early. He doesn't even have veterancy yet. Does secure on the close sacred site. Third relic is coming home, but I think the problem here is like B just needs more food and wood, and those early hits on his economy is kind of hurting. In fact, there's been more coming in. Wait, actually no, there's a pilgrim so far. I always get thrown off by the pilgrim count. Reminder, guys, worker kills, pilgrims count for that. FC Delhi is worse than this? Yeah. Well, sort of. I mean, you can get scholars to a reasonable count of an FC build. Knights Templar, the thing you have to keep in mind is, like, Knights Templar is truly probably the worst civ in the game for true fast castling. Like, 7-8 minutes fast castling. Because you lose so many villages. It's a huge percentage of your economy at that stage. B should have went genitals for camel archers. You can't guarantee that, though. Like, if I saw you building genitals, I'd just stop building camel archers. Then what? Like, genitals is not a great answer. Genitals is probably the single worst unit Knights Templar have access to. Their attack animation makes them unusable. The military wing now on the way. Anatan, this is a bit worrisome for B because he could just pivot now into archers. And remember, when you get the veterancy in on both sides, Abbasid archers are vastly superior to Knights Templar. Wait, what? Wait, is this the first time we've seen this in a competitive game? Guys, we have l'autre de change. I think that's how you say it. De change? Change should be change, right? L'autre de change. The Pilgrim loans. I've yet to see a single pro use this. Okay. Now remember, this is where you pay a bunch of food to get gold, but you kind of need food for that, no? What? That's wild. This ability feels weird to me every time. In late game, it feels great, but I wish there was a version where you could use gold to get food, because if you're getting loads of pilgrims, you can afford gold. It's food you can't. And this choice right here, like, you haven't seen it before, guys. No one ever takes the pilgrim loans. Because I think the points in the game where we see Knights Templar most, early mid-game, it doesn't make sense. Food is the thing running out, not gold. Yeah, so reminder, you pay a big upfront cost of resource to get a gradual income of something else. And honestly, it always looks underwhelming. Like, paying 1,000 food to get 600 gold is not great. And oi, oi, oi. Wait, is B snatched? He has! Guys, we have a 5-relic game. Okay, this makes l'autre change even weirder. What do you need it for? Is B doing this? Well, he's got the fortress on the way. Anatan still has a better economy, but credit to him. We talked about B, his win condition being around these fortresses is achieving it, and it gets better and better. Your opponent hasn't switched into the composite bow archers. On top of that, once you drop these castles, remember, someone that usually gets forgotten because it's rarely the focal point, I feel like. They have a 15% range buff. So your archers are easily going to be able to out DPS and out trade against the camel archers. This is crazy. He's working some voodoo magic right now. So Anatan with crossbows coming in. Lancers as well. Don't you just Golem this? It's weird. This is something polarizing, I think, about heavy spears. It's hard to find the situation where they're very justifiable, but here, it does make sense. Your opponent can't go composite bow archers. because of that, presumably. You can't really rely on Ghoulems because Ghoulems are usually great at clearing spears, but this has 4 melee armor. This is wild. I got a big smile on my face though, man. Because I thought this was just going to be a wash. I was starting to get a little bit worried for B with the way the early game went for Anatan, but this... confidence has to be surging. And stone's being gathered, by the way. Second fortress is coming in soon. This is the snowball effect that makes Knights Templar so good on this map. You're talking about a thin map, a water map where like Knights Templar are pretty good at trying to contest early, but then you have a funnel point with 2 sacred sites. Everything you need is on this strip. If you keep drop it, they can't get through, and you also get more escalation into gold. And it almost becomes like a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? Like as you get more fortresses, you can afford more fortresses. The biggest challenge for Knights Templar, and why we rarely see it go that well, is getting the first fortresses up. The first one in particular, let alone 2, are the thing that usually seals the deal against Knights Templar. But you see why a map like this is actually really good for the Civ. Like, where's Anatan meant to raid right now? It's so difficult to sneak in unnoticed compared to a map like Dry Arabia. And do we have... okay, no treasure towers yet. Honestly, he has 5 relics soon. Treasure towers makes a lot of sense. Flash on the south side. We'll be able to defend it though. The heavy spears don't look like they're going to be done quick enough here. Yeah, and he's doing a good job with the archers, just sniping out the crossbows as he goes. And this is the other awkward thing. I find when you scale camel archers, the count gets too high, it gets weird. You just end up lobbing and always getting hit by melee. Spirals, in the meantime, are going to be taken out. The heavy spear line has thinned, but there's more reinforcements on the way, and the lead is ever building here for B. Not just that, a castle drop had to come in from Anatan to counterplay this. The villagers, it's going to be an overflow, so some losses to be had there. The camel archers are going to be forced to retreat. Now, not the end of the road for Anatan. He has already made that farm transition semi. He's up to 32 in total. Credit to him, B. Just brute forcing his way through. There's some other techs that would be really handy here. I wonder if he goes for it. Desert Citadels in particular is great because of the +1/+1 aura. Especially now that you're going to be up against things like Ghoulam, Crossbow, Camel Archers. A lot of mitigation value there. A reminder, these archers now have easier trades. The 5.75 tower range expanding across pretty much everywhere they're going to be fighting. Now the question here is, does B go for a 3rd fortress on the front line or one at home? Because if he sets one up at home, he can set them up on the monasteries and then go for treasure towers. Treasure towers will buff the amount of gold he gets from sacred sites, but it's also going to buff the amount of gold he gets from capturing them and also the gold he gets from nearby relics. Treb's already in position from B. And this is a très bien game coming out from him so far. So what's Anatan's get out of jail free? Does he actually have one? Your opponent doesn't have permanent food. That is definitely an issue to consider for B. But the thing that we've seen time and time again from Knights Templar is they don't need food on this map. Sounds weird, but hear me out. What if instead of building units with 2 legs, we just built units with 4 wheels? You're getting all this gold. You have plenty of wood on this map. It's just a dead obvious call from there. Siege. So that's the thing that Anatan needs to answer for. Now, most civs struggle with answering that because of the lack of farms quick enough to get horsemen. But that's where Bastards is a little bit different, remember. They're able to scale farms super efficiently with Eco Wing. Castle's going to get dropped in the meantime. So second sacred site should get locked in, and that's when the time is going to start ticking. We also do have Desert Citadels on the way. I would love to see some wolves. I think wolves here are just so underrated. Remember, if you build the stone walls in range of the fortress in this influence range, you're going to get a bunch of arrow slits as well. And the reason it makes sense on this map more than most is because of the linear nature. Your opponent has to come to you. Lancers are trying to be cheeky in the flanks. I think they did find 1 or 2 workers. More stone being gathered. So B getting ready for an additional keep drop soon. So the debate going on about heavy spears, the way the heavy spears cleared the map, though, isn't the way that you brag them as OP. They are a good tank. They're a cost-efficient tank. Like, what B done remarkably well with spears in this game wasn't that he somehow brute forced the fight and won it. It's that he stopped Anatan winning the fight. Right? It's kind of like that stoic character that doesn't attack you back, but doesn't feel damage either. Now, of course, these guys felt damage. They died over time. But they bought the time necessary for B to exist in this game. It's pretty crazy. But he looked dead. Think about how big the eco difference was when you came into Castle Age. Think about how many of you in chat just 5 or 10 minutes ago were saying, can't fast Castle Knights Templar, it kills you. We were highlighting that it's a very difficult thing to justify on this Civ. But B has done it. And now he's in control. Eco and military numbers are pretty much switched around here. And B's going to look to push that military edge. He's on the edge of reaching the farm clusters. That's important. Anatan is bobbing into Gulam, but this is problematic into mass heavy spears. On top of that, B's already prepping his favorite unit in Age of Empires 4. He's got Springles. So remember, Gulams benefit from low armor units. And heavy spears are not that. No, not only that. They're higher base health, higher base damage than standard spears. Reinforcements already arriving, though. Villagers are going to be pulled to try and deal with the siege. We need to body block that. So, spears get in perfect position. Archers now sniping them down. And Anatan, this is crazy. It's a Congo line of villagers to the center. He knows he needs the siege gone. He clears the trebuchet, but the mangonels are something difficult to answer right now. He's starting to clump up a little bit. If he hits those villagers, it could just be over. I know. Rotating around now. The mangoes go deeper. The archers are target firing them down, but the textiles makes it difficult. However, the sprinkled shots are big. This is ridiculous right now. Both players are losing economy. Backside Lancers also find the wood gathering from B. And the numbers now tilting in favor of Anno. You asked the question, you got your answer. Gulams will beat them. Oh my god, it's not just the Gulams though. The Camel Archers have been coming in clutch here to make sure he has the high base damage to wipe through the Spearmen one by one. Wall's not going up, so B, he's getting the arrow slits. It's happening. Every tiny defense he can muster is going to be necessary here. Spiral crews are now arriving. And the Gulam line, at least on the front side, is spinning a bit. That's because the second wave is distracted right now. We've got outpost emplacements up the wazoo from B. And now Anatan looks to break out. He looks at the decap while he gets a bit of breathing room here. Wait, is he really just A-clicking in? Okay, he switches over now. New Spimner's on the way. That's going to delay the decap. B says, I'm not done yet. Both players hemorrhaging a lot of economy and military, but it's looking like Anatan has ran out of steam. At least for the push now, he can't get a second wave in fast enough. So the slowdown is going to benefit B after the reset. He lost a lot of troopers there. But when the army gets this small, Anatan can't really get a decap. And the Pilgrims are getting ridiculous now. He didn't go for Treasure Tower still, so it's not escalating further. And remember, it's not Genoa, so it's not an insane amount of gold he's capable of here. Also, eco numbers are even more deceptive when you consider that B has got all these fishing boats constantly doing this. There's a lot of inefficiency there. Gulam's also finding their way into the farm. Okay, but what's next for Anno? We're getting a switch now into composite bows. And you know what? Like, it seems questionable. Makes sense. Your opponent just went Springboards. On top of that, he's going crossbows. So composite bow archers would actually be the golden solution for a lot of your problems. Speaking of golden age is almost here. That production is going to be important. Anatan has almost 3,000 food. His issue at this pacing is going to be getting units out quick enough. And alleviate a lot of that problem. That is ugly though. Anatan needs to stop trickling troops. Feels pressure to do so, but gives openings. Gulams, this is a weird dynamic by the way. Gulams they look like they're countered by Springles, but they're also the counter to Springles due to the double strike. Good micro, though. B barely gives him anything, and look at the damage on the health bars. He walks in for a second and almost loses 30 golems. It is crazy how good Springles are these days, even after the recent slight nerfs. Definitely a unit that's starting to find its footing. Looking bloody strong against this comp. He's going to do it again. B, he turns the shots. Anatan trying to show some respect, but even the rotation around, you see how expensive it is. Like, I don't know how these guys are ever meant to win the game for you. It's impossible. He needs the Archer's stat. Let's say he'll be able to stab at a few more. Range forces are now arriving as the counterplay into Springles, but credit to B, man. We talked about it. Siege is the way you want to play Knights Templar on this map because you have plenty of gold and not much of else. Well, this is the unit that a lot of people forget about. Mango is usually the first thought on most KT players' minds. The Springles have definitely earned their role in this army. Heavy Spearman Springles. Is this like... Wait, is this like maybe Knights Templar's most toxic comp? Now that I think about it, it is pretty crazy how effective it is. It kind of reminds me a little bit of old school Chinese Nesta-B spear. Just more tanky. And in some ways, more consistent DPS. And it does get a pushback. He has revealed the composite bow plan. But remember, this is still difficult to do into the heavy spears. Your damage is reasonable. It's not exactly feisty on the push timing. Well, you got to push soon. We're down to 4 minutes until it'll be a Sacred Site victory for B. Anatan needs a win or a decap. What a wacky game. I kind of feel bad about rotating Lakeside out. I got to give it to the players. This map has weirdly enough been delivering some bangers the last 2 weeks. In a way that I never felt it used to, actually. Heavy Spear counts back up to 30. The problem with this Horseman is great against the Springles, but how the hell do you ever get them in? What's the best comp against Heavy Spear Springles? I think it's meant to be crossbows. Crossbow. And then what, though? Horseman? Like, crossbows should be your MVP, in theory. Actually, could you not do Springald in return? Crossbow Springald, maybe? I think Crossbow Springald is probably your best comp. But he's not going into it. Instead, he just remains bio. B remains in control here. Rams are now arriving to try and deal with these annoying outposts. That's the other problem, I think, for Anno is maybe a little bit blind going into these stealth forests in a way that B is not, and he knows he cannot get in. It's happened. From such an uncomfortable position, a huge eco lead, B is still able to strike it out with a win here on the Pants map. Damn. All right, I am impressed. I don't know what we call the focus of that. Would it be the weird fast castle, maybe? The weirdest fast castle civ in Age of Empires 4. Or would it be something to do with the perfect cannon fodder? I'm not sure. The best cannon fodder Knights Templar could ask for. I don't know. I'm not sure on that one. Crazy. So, we are getting a competitive series here. B, able to strike back quickly with G2. Where are they going to be taking us for G3? I wonder. We're going Kawasan. And it's going to be Mongols versus Shushi. We saw... I don't know if he's going to really guarantee himself that type of spawn, but if he gets the type of spawn he did against Wham, I'm a little bit worried. So Kawasan, mark it up. start predictions. Game 3. I'm being educated on how to say Angevin. Oh, sorry, you want it more French. Angevin. Is that the problem? Yeah. Oh, look at me. I found the French pronunciation of a word, and you must pronounce it that way. But just got DM'd pronunciation for Angevin. There, I said it wrong again to annoy him. I know it's Angevin. But I'm British. Oh, that is the smell we love. That is the smell of competitive Age of Empires 4 in the morning. 3 games in now. 1-1 apiece. We head into Kawasan to break the tie in our best of 7 grand finals between B and Anatand. And we just saw, I know, on this map with Shushi. He just showed us how absurd they are with the meditation gardens in the center. And I'm already seeing delicious ones here. The potential for quadra berry grabs. But B on the other side won't allow that for free. He's picked the most aggressive and punishing Civ for anyone building outside their base early on. It's going to be the Mongols. What is up, Werner? I appreciate the sub, you smart lad. Remember, guys, always get those subs in. It supports the channel. And also, when you see the AMD thing pop up, they're telling you about the best CPU for gaming on the market. Make sure to click the link and check it out. Big shout out to AMD for coming back to sponsor us again. So, opening-wise, we are getting at the racks. B is definitely aware of what could happen here. Now, last game, when we watched Anatan unravel Wham on this map, it was because Wham went for a dock. That was the big difference maker that allowed the meditation garden. Because of this difference in play, it's not possible. And that is interesting. We don't have spear opening. We've actually got stables. Why? That's quite unusual against Shushi, no? Is this because he thinks there's going to be a dock drop? That's the only reason I could think you'd do this, is that if your opponent dock drops and you show up with 2 spears, he could probably just get away with the villager. But if you show up with 2 horsemen, they'll run him down. What a curious build. And also, that sets you up to block both docks placements instead of one. It's very expensive, though. There's a reason we don't see horsemen Dark Age often. They're 120 each. And reminder, early horsemen have worse stats than what you're used to seeing on horsemen. Yeah, they're not exactly the be-all, end-all kill a villager force you'd expect. This also weakens your timings around just rushing feudal into Keshiks, which is usually more popular. There is going to be a safe meditation garden, so he just sells for the food. Not quite able to clip the stone, but it's going to be a lot of wood coming in for Anatan. And here come the horsemen. Wow, look at that. 8 damage. 8 whole damage. Wow. Okay, was that sarcastic enough? I think it was. I guess that's not as bad as it could be. Like, what was it? Feudal Horseman is 125, right? Imagine if this had 100 HP instead. I feel like if they had 100 HP, you'd never build them. Armor's the same? Yeah. The main hit is the damage. By the way, did you guys know they use a saber? Not a spear, it's a saber. That is the funniest looking saber I've ever seen. Guys, did you know that Emma drives a Ferrari? It's actually a tiny little Toyota hatchback, but seeing as we're calling this a saber, I guess I get to call that car a Ferrari. Why does it say... I think it's just an oversight because no one ever builds them in Dark Age. What's better, Dark Age Horseman or Hobbler? I think... Doesn't a Dark Age Horseman beat a Hobbler? I think it actually might. That's kind of comical. Okay, so Deerstone on the way. We don't really see Silver Tree anymore. On this map in particular, it's bad. Because the trade posts quite reliably spawn about Central, so you never get great trade options, it feels like. But finally, we do have a dock drop. Took a long time. Anatan was forced into Spearman, so we'll see if this is part of B's master plan. Because archery range definitely makes a lot of sense to follow up here. One of the tricky parts is he doesn't have any pawn control yet, but that's about to change. B. He sneaks in, but he does so in range of Anatan. Villager is going to be in a little bit of danger from the spearmen, but can definitely complete the task before they die. I mean, you're committed at this stage. If you walk away, you're dead anyway, right? So you might as well just tap your little hammer, because there's no way this spearman would kill you just before you complete it, right? No! The plan! The plan! That's a 99% dock! Oh, God. And there's an archer ship coming. What is going on today? Of course, GG. We're speedrunning this Thursday. Oh, my God. Bruh. I mean, I know it's bad, but do we not just pull another Villy at that point? Oh, my God. That is like... today, I think today has been the weirdest day of Grand Finals Thursday we've had in Midweek Muster. Wait, sorry, what I mean is, how disrespectful. Why doesn't he just pull in all his villages? That would build it up. I don't know if that's like a bigger problem of Kawasan, maybe. I think Kawasan probably puts that more defeatist thought in people's minds. I've noticed it historically. But no, yeah, like outrageous. B should just resign. Why even bother? Alright, we're gonna stop memeing. Alright, we've got Coastal Cliff next. I'm pretty sure we're spending more time in loading screen than we're spending in game at this rate. We've got Japanese versus House of Lancaster. This is a very weird pick. Lancaster's odd because the stone's really far away on this map. So it makes it difficult to gather. I think Coastal Cliffs makes the most sense for Abbey of Kings, and you pressure play. I don't know, though. Like, I don't trust Yeoman into Yumi. I think Yeoman are too expensive for what they are. So you're probably going to see B still play greedy. It's just like, if you want to play greedy, you have to Lancaster Castle the Stone. Could he fast castle? I don't think so. I think that French game where Anatan was able to punish French 2TC, like, you're not going to get Japan to do 2TC. So if you fast castle Lancaster, they'll fast castle Japan and just build Matted Samurai. Your app froze. Okay. Well, this is the problem. This is why you got to make sure, like, this goes out to you, Flo. The problem here, Floridian, is clearly your CPU is not good enough. If you had one of the 9800X 3Ds, you wouldn't have these type of freezes. And that's important because, as we've seen by today's standards, games are over in the blink of an eye. So if you want the best gaming performance, that also makes sure that you don't have a crappy setup for your PC where it stalls and crashes, etc., check out AMD, !AMD. Go check out the new 9800X 3Ds because they're sponsoring us to let you all know about the #1 gaming CPU you need to have in your next setup. So get to it. Boom. That was so clean. You just, like, I can't do it without you guys, you know? Like, you set me up. I'm going to go full, is it Boyzone or what? You raise me up so I can chill on mountains. Couldn't do it without you guys. Oh, also, on top of that, if you want to avoid crashes, I would recommend Opera GX alongside that, because then you further optimize. I mean, I'm just going to, like, I've got an AMD CPU, and I use Opera GX, and my browser never crashes. And that's saying something, guys, because I right now have 50 tabs. 50 tabs open. Optimization, baby. The RAM definitely helps, but the RAM limiter helps even more. So also check out Opera GX, !Opera GX. Rookie numbers? Oh, that was only one of the browser sources. I actually have 2 open, one on each screen. The other one has another 12. All right. Set up predictions, I guess, if it even lasts long enough. Well, this has ended up being the most ridiculous grand finals I've cast in the Midweek Muster Series. One and all, welcome back to the channel for the speed run of grand finals between B and Anatan. 2 of our games have been under 10 minutes. One of them was, I think, 6 minutes. At this point, I don't even know why we're predicting who's going to win. We might as well start predicting how long the game is going to be. This one is going to be a starting bloodbath, though. I actually don't like that they're both building Raxes. Because, guys, if they're both building Raxes, that means one of them could lose a unit early, and then GG. Japan makes a lot of sense to this. They love doing the spin and opening because it's so cheap. Lancaster's been a bit of a surprise, but I think people are waking up to why Lancaster is a decent Dark Age rushing civ. They have a 20% increased food gathering rate on your base food at the start of the game. They gather from sheep quicker. Ergo, they can pump spearmen more cleanly. Now, for Anatan, it does mean his opening's going to be a bit faster because the racks being so cheap gives you that value. But if this turns into like a long Dark Age, I don't think you're going to like it, Zano. Great laming. Straight away stops him. All right, I will say this. For all of B's ingenuity and how good he is at the game, I think people switching on and catching on to the deer shove meta has maybe hurt him more than almost any other player. B and Louis are probably the 2 most prolific deer shovers we've had in the last month or 2, which is surprising because historically I would say Wham and Puppy Ball. But in the most recent metas, they've been the kings of it. And B in particular has taken it to the truest extremes. I've seen players complaining in private discords about him being able to shove 2 deer stacks in before 7 minutes. And in fairness, high-level players' response was correct. They said, kill the deer. It is that simple. As Anatan is now shown. So mini-game played, deer denied. He has got the second one as a backup, but it's super far away. Nano will now just pull back to his side of the map, where B will have to come across and lame his deer as well. Because, you know, it's only fair that way. Would Holland Mongols be OP in team games? There's potential. It was one of the first things I theory crafted because, like, the thing is, the food gathering rate is pretty good. It's 20% increase. It used to be even better at 25%. And remember, sheep have the same base gathering rate as farms. So inflating it is pretty damn strong. Okay. Now, one thing to keep in mind is you're probably not doing Coca here. And that's good news for Anatan that he goes Kura anyway. Because, like, you're in a situation now where you stop your opponent getting his extra food. And we're on a map, we already mentioned, that's pretty bad for Lancaster. Guys, remember, Lancaster is all about those mana spams. And on coastal cliffs, look how far away the stone spawns. And apparently sometimes in the berries. It's really hard to reach. That being said, if B notices it on his spawn, he got a really good spawn. Look how wallable it is. Yeah, this is super safe. There's even a world in which you don't even have to go Lancaster Castle. You can kind of just naturally wall this in. We'll likely see him still go Lancaster, because I don't really know if you want Abbey of Kings here. Your opponent has got back gold. If you want to go full feudal, Abbey of Kings makes sense. But if your idea is like to let both of you rush castle, then I think the lords suck a bit because of how good the Mount Samurai are. But Moment of Truth is approaching. B would do well to move across onto gold sometime this year. Seems he had a little bit of a wood issue, though. Going up to 9 Spearman tends to do that to you. And wait, is he going to turn this into an outpost rush? Because, like, there's potential. No, he's just going to idle the gold. Curry now on the way. Why use Hole instead of HRE? Because Hole doesn't get banned. Remember all that talk about how OP Hole was, and there's HRE still getting banned every single tournament, every single game? I mean, in fairness, they have been nerfed since then. I would honestly say, even if Lancaster hadn't been nerfed, I don't think they would have been a prior ban over HRE. Which is kind of surprising with how strong they are. Or definitely were. Okay, so B, are we just rushing castle? The macro here, man, it's almost like he's just prepping for a delayed castle rush, but Anatan is going to ruin that timing. Spearman, they move in. Nice reaction. Short bow straight away there. B does not skip a beat. He was so quick, they didn't even pull out the bows. They pretty much just shot metal chippings from their hammers. They struck that hammer so hard that it split air and split someone's head in two. Dangerous, boys. Wait, are we... Wait, so you lame my deer, so I take your deer? And this, folks, is exactly what I was talking about with B. These aren't his deer. He took these from Anatan's side. Lancaster Castle on the forward. This is crazy. 10 had to come out to do this, but it's going to work because short bows. Okay, so he secures forward gold. He still doesn't have stone. I can't. This is just like... We hyped the fact that people caught on to what B's doing and they've done a better job of countering it. So what does B do? You know, what do most people do when the ideas get counted out? They change them. They find a new idea. B's like, you just haven't gone far enough. They lamed my deer. But they didn't lame their deer. Oh, this is brilliant. Almost all pros are putting Hull into A or B tier. I see how they can kind of break the game. You mentioned how OP they are. I don't call them OP. That's incorrect. What I've said is I think they need to be changed because it's not a fun style. Mana spam is the most oppressively boring playstyle I think that exists in AoE4 right now. That's the problem. It's not that they are OP. It's the playstyle that they force upon players is honestly more dull than 2TC meta. Like, this is an RTS. If you want to play a building game, like if you want to play a city builder, like SimCity exists. So yeah, my whole issue with the manners, like I've always highlighted this. I think Lancaster is actually a really well-crafted civ outside of the economy. Hobblars are uniquely interesting. Yeomen are uniquely interesting. Olsgard uniquely interesting. They actually have a really robust lineup. I don't think they have an OP lineup. They have some strategies that can feel OP. But at the heart of it, they always end up feeling OP because of what manners do to the game. And I also think that, like, you'd think that this type of civ would be very good for casual players because, oh, yeah, you know, like, you just build your city and it's chill and we fight in the late game. I actually think it's the opposite. I think it's very toxic for casual players. Because if you try to attack them, like, we see it constantly. Pro-level players don't know how to kill them. Right? Or struggle to kill them. So what happens to a casual by comparison? What's easy to do? Execute against a mana build or build the mana build. Right? Like, in games, in competitive games in particular, difficulty of execution needs to equal reward reasonably. And mana spam is so easy to do and so hard to punish. And it rewards you so much. Nice dive in, by the way. I love that Anatan went for Yuumi. The problem with B here is, like, this is a fake-out Lancaster Castle. We do now have Castle just around the corner. This should be White Tower. B was contemplating hobbies, but you just see how underwhelming they can be. I think if you wanted to do Hobbler here, he would have been stuck in Feudal Age, and that just kills your game. Yeah, I hope that explains things a little bit. Because, like, I think that's being read out of context. I think I've said the only thing I've talked about making them OP is Muster the Nobles. And it's made OP because of the mana mechanics. You scale economy, the trade-off is meant to be you can't just have military. But with mana spam into Muster the Nobles, you get both. Like, at the heart of it, the manas and this landmark are the things that I think make Lancaster's inclusion in the game a negative. And it's sad because everything else about the Civ, I think, is incredibly cool. And no, I disagree. Yeomen are not OP. Yeomen are finally balanced now. Like, people who are molding still about Yeomen just don't like moving units at this stage. It's the most expensive archer in the game, bar Gilded Archers, and B? Wait, is he going all in? Oh my god. Okay, he's not going to the base though without wheelbarrow, right? Bruh. Are you kidding me? Okay, thank god. I was about to have a heart attack. He's going to white tower to secure the deer. So this is an interesting one. Anatan is actually not too far off his own castle timing. And Ulfsgard into Japan's a bit weird, no? Because your opponent can just spam Mount Samurai. Deflective armor mitigates a lot of your range damage. He's definitely going for a timing attack, but Anatan, it feels like he's been onto it from step number 1. And makes sense considering Anatan just executed a similar build against Wham earlier today. So White Tower goes up. Flurry of arrows should mop up the army, so an easy clean for him. And he does now have ball secure. And yeah, remember, there might be other elements in AoE4 a little bit like muster. But if you think about it, almost all those elements that have existed in the game have been considered OP at some point. Gremlins from the Kremlin. Desert Raider timing for Ibid. And they all got nerfed. But this one, like the Muster the Nobles one, is in some ways the most powerful form we've had. Yeah, I think that covers everything. Let me know if there's any more queries. I'm happy to explore it. Yeah, and this isn't just like... I think we always try to aim that we're not balanced whiners, right? Like, we try to give criticisms and solutions, and we've given multiple solution manners. And we also have, like, a unique understanding compared to most, because we were... Like, we studied game design. We were a game developer. We are a commentator. Like, I get the POVs on multiple sides. But the daggers have arrived. This is so tilting when you have villagers. Free Earlsguard can insta-kill a villager. That number's important. Because that's the exact number you start with White Tower. That's why the concept of this rush is meant to be one of the dirtiest that exists in Age of Empires 4. If you get this tech up at 8 minutes, at 8 minutes in the game you have... what does that end up being? My brain right now is switched off. Isn't it like 30 villagers or something? It's not that much. So, comes in with a sniper every 15 seconds at such a critical point, and you don't have an answer. Like, it's easy to see how many people could just die to this build. And there we go. Dagger thrown. 15 seconds until he gets another. Reminder, these Earlsguard move quicker than standard men at arms. Oh, sure. Like, I get that most people agree with me. I just, like, I don't like it when the words get twisted out of place. Like, I try to avoid using the true term OP a lot. And, well, this is not a good start for that samurai. I think the Earlsguard count may be a bit too high. He's got 10 already! Like, this is the deer. This is the deer in the boar. It's ridiculous. He's got so much food to pump. It doesn't look like it. But in terms of raw military power, yes. And remember, when you try to run away, watch what happens now. Because if he just pulls back a little bit, he's going to start hurling daggers to finish him off. For the coup de grâce. Okay, so I know this hasn't worked out. We've got to switch. Onimusha. So guys, like, Onimusha would beat Earlsguard, right? Like, surely. Like, yeah, I mean, it does bonus against heavy. So, of course, it would just beat an Earlsguard. Surely. This 5.5 tower range unit is definitely not going to die to these 6.5 tower range daggers before it reaches them, right? That would be silly. B, would you like to present Exhibit A? I'm a bit... Oh, he's... Oh, no. He's not actually tossing him. Here we go. All right. Mission secure, boys. Let's bring it home. Oh, my God. And reminder, by the time you reach him again, he's reloaded. He can toss another dagger. So this is the thing. I think this is why Earlsguard, it wasn't on people's radar as early as you would have thought. It's really micro-intensive. Like, this Earlsguard build might be the most micro-intensive opening for Castle Age I can think of off the top of my head. Let me know if you can think of a more intensive one, but I think this is the one. Because you have to specifically target units time and time again. Where do they keep the daggers? In their boots. You always keep daggers in your boots. Have you guys ever considered that they're just like wearing all this armor and they're just ripping off pieces of it and throwing fragments? Look, it's either they keep it in their boots, they've got an infinite bag of holding, or in their butts. It's your choice though. It's one of the three. So things slow down a bit. You'd think the B would switch. Because now that you've seen the Onimusha, Yeoman have to be sounding pretty damn good. But instead, it's greed. This is pretty crafty actually by B. Your opponent just went for squishy glass cannons. So if you start spamming manas around a Lancaster castle, you can't dive it. Is Dagger Throw something you have to micro where Donzo's auto throw? Donzo's, it's like Donzo's, but the problem is you want to micro it. Because it's very high damage and you want to make sure you're targeting the right thing. So if he didn't micro it, in that fight, he'd be throwing 10 daggers at 17 a pop at a Yumi. And a Yumi has 65 HP. But that many daggers would do 170 damage. So you really want to map it out and maximize it. So for example, when you fight Onimusha here, they have 80 HP. So you want to use 5 of these guys to dagger throw, preferably. That's how you maximize DPS. Is dagger butting a normal English thing? Just ask me after a few drinks. You guys don't sub enough to this channel to get answers to those questions. Dagger help. Is B being overly ambitious? I guess maybe he's worried about Anatan's greed. In fairness to him, B, this is insane. He's got 5 relics off the back of all this. He's gonna lose a lot of troops on the retreat though. He may need Spearman. He hasn't got enough manas to use the get out of jail free cards. That's the funny thing about this game. Like, you don't just have that cheat sheet of Lancaster Castle to save you. But you do have a giga-chatted white tower to protect all. Dive's gonna come in. Now, he could actually just snipe the Onimusha as a priority and then use the Olsguard against the Mount Samurai. I think that's the goal here as well. Yeah, sniping him down. Anatan, this is the second time in a game where he's been forced to dive the white tower like this and lost military advantage. Is it going to happen again, or is he going to have enough to ripple through? It looks like he is actually breaking that line a bit. He needs to go deeper, though. It's the economy he now needs to strike at. Samurai are rotating. He has found him on the tree line. Short bows is ambitious here. You're only doing 1 damage. And B, where the hell are the Olsguard? Oh my god, they were still garrisoned inside. He didn't pull them out. Anatan just bypasses the army. Eco shrinking fast. Now, B isn't likely to just GG straight away. Remember, he's got 5 relics and manas now. He's so confident this game is not over. He's going for the level 2 unlock to get 9 manas when he only has 3. What is this game? This is freaking incredible. And okay, that's just a preview. He's like, Anna, I just want you to know I've got a lot of economy. So if you thought that was going to make me wave the white flag, thank you, come again. Triple mana added in. Anna has a problem here as well. Long term, his food isn't resolved, but B's kind of is just with the manas. I mean, it's 60 food per mana. It's almost 600 you're getting from that alone. The Kura Storehouse is not really going to compete. You gonna say, why ever build white tower when you have college? Exactly. I'll hold my hands up. Behind closed doors, like I said to the dev team, I'm like, I think maybe white tower needs a bit more uniqueness about it. Oh, sorry, no, that wasn't my point. I was like, white tower feels like a bit of a gimmick. And I guess this fits the gimmick idea. Like, you either build it like this, or you build it to defend yourself. And my feedback is I felt that Hobbler's unique tech in King's College should be accessible in Imperial if you don't go King's College. I still stand by that. I definitely don't think that white tower is weak. It's situational, though. These tagger throws, I swear. And I like this blocking stone as if he has to care. Like, B already has maximum manas. Oh my god. I think he just bought his way. It makes sense. He's got He's got so much gold income per minute, he can afford to just buy his way up, right? He's got 400 gold income passively. All right, ones if you think B's going to win this game, twos if you think Anatan is. Because like the weird part is that B hasn't transitioned still. It's just raw Earlsguard. We do at least have a Yoroshiro drop for Anno, so it's a scaling villager lead. But we've got a switch on the way. And it's a big one. Oh my god, B is such a noob. Why is he upgrading to veteran yeoman? He doesn't have any yeoman. It's a fair point, chat. Like, you got me on that one. I mean, you know, why would you upgrade veterancy on yeoman before starting to produce an army so you had it to use? Like, that's silly. He only has double archer range as well. Why aren't you producing it? Oh, that's right. We've got a button. Shire Levy, baby. 17 yeoman at the single press of W. And there's a reason we put it on there, because it's the win key. Actually, that's really what Must the Noble should be. Yeah, everyone's been saying maybe they could rebalance this if they move Demi-Lancers to Castle Age instead. But then, guys, it really would be on the W key. And we've called that ability the win key so often. Probably won't see the Demi-Lancers this game unless he's in panic mode. Yeomen are starting to be produced. Veterancy's coming for Spears as well. Makes sense. Like, Spears actually do pretty well against this comp, considering Onimusha aren't a good counter to Spears. You guys ever realize that because this is a Civ that is a DLC Civ that you have to pay for, we can legitimately call these buttons in the Lancaster Castle the pay-to-win button. Just food for thought. Don't want to start a riot, but... While the siege is beginning, it would be a shame if we could just repair this with wood. And that it also pays for itself because it generates wood. I always find these type of interactions a bit ironic. He'll eventually have enough trebs that he will break through, though. Oh, look. There it is. One more arriving. So this should be enough to start blitzing through these. So B's going to need to square up soon, but look at the military power, man. Where did this army come from? All of a sudden, 23 spears, 27 Earlsguard, and crossbows also following up. And march forward. Only 3 Springolds. Not a crazy count, per se. Especially against spears, you can't really body block them long. It's going to have to. Spreads the line. You are going to break off to deal with the outpost. Well, Samurai count is still looking decent for the moment, but wave after wave is on the way, and crossbows are coming in for the kill secure to the low HPers. And I love that. Yeoman just goes straight after the Springolds, so that's going to be the anti-infantry bolt removed. However, the mounted samurai chow on in and jump that back line. And it looks like such a good fight right now for Anatan, but remember, there's still a military difference that's going to be hard to overcome as this continues. He's scaling into a notable villager lead. So if you can take another fight or two like this, it's going to feel good. But this was kind of like a prelude of how easy it is for B to just keep lobbing bio. Meanwhile, Anatan, his ability to remax on these mounted samurai is going to be limited, remember. Not got many farms. He's exhausted most of the finite resources. Another interesting thing, actually, like, I don't know if B realized that you could have just used the Earlsguard daggers to try and snipe some Springolds at the start there. Because it's low-ranged armor. Like, that's why Lombo is usually a good solution to these things. Is Anatan a bit too hard into Siege? It feels like it a bit. Can the Mount Samurai clear up? Looks like they're going to get rid of that front line again. They'll jump onto the crossbows. Yeah, and B, he did waste a lot of time actually sniping the siege there. It's a good fight. You would not think we're 25 minutes into the game with how small these armies are feeling. Treb pressure is adding up. Manners are starting to crumble. And credit to him, that's the most important thing. Anatan was able to keep those fights going while the Trebs were active. So all of a sudden, this idea of, like, B's going to outmass me isn't as big of a fear anymore. Sacred Sight also locked in. Is B running out of steam? It actually feels like he's falling behind a bit here. The spell hits. Just so much DPS. Villager brought out to repair. Yeoman are going to go for the snipe now. So his thought process here is if he can get the wipe, then Spear Crossbows can just carry the rest of the engagement. But he's running out of space. Forced to retreat here. The Mountain Samurai keep munching forward. Krebs are getting through this nicely. There's going to be another mana going down. That's 4 dead. The weird thing here is like Anatan is actually now benefiting from the state of things. We talked about food being a problem, but he's realized he doesn't need it anymore. B's not blobbing as hard as he was about 2 or 3 minutes ago. The army looks pathetically small, and that gets doubly bad against Mounted Samurai. Mounted Samurai are a unit that feeds and thrives on trickle armies. One by one they go, and one by one they die. Guys, I think he's done it. B looks just hard stuck now. I mean, Hobolars would go a long way here if they didn't suck so badly. You need a lot of Hobolars to break through this. Because if you had Hobolars with the hill training, you'd just be able to snipe the Springles in 2 hits. This is looking rough now. It's going to go in with the crossbows. Gets another one of those Springle kills. It's just a lack of front line, though. Damn. Anatan beating B with his favorite unit of 2024, the Springles. Or else going to hit the deck after moving to new monasteries. He has been building more of the manas back up behind this, but it's pretty much just lose the investment, reinvest, lose it again at a rate where you're not really seeing value. And remember, his ability to rebuild is limited with the stone now being exhausted. Only 400 left there. Guys, can you see what the difference was where Anno started winning fights? It's when he took on the crap castle instead of the good castle. Every time B has taken an edge, it started with this white tower. But ever since he's avoided going near that, Anatan's position is getting better and better. Play out onto the board now. Really is going to try to min-max this map, but also the farms. Where is he getting the room on the economy for this? Actually going to come in again. Yumi can start sniping out those crossbows quite easily. And that's going to enable the Mounted Samurai to exist for longer. Trebuchets are now looking onto the Lancaster Castle itself. B, not able to stand here much longer. It looks like he's going to break again. And this just might be the one that breaks his back. Yeah, no doubt about it. The Trebs are in position now to snipe everything that matters to you. You can go for the Lancaster Castle into the White Tower. And then it's just a dive. Like, at this stage, if Anatan really wants, he can send the Mounted Samurai in. He obviously doesn't know just how good the position is in terms of there being no spears. I think he's about to realize. Damn, props to Anatan on this one. This was elegantly executed. I think the cool thing between these two, we've actually seen it twice now in this series. These are probably 2 of the best examples in 2025 we've had of just how good Springles are. A meme unit when they first got reintroduced, no longer anti-siege, but now truly thriving in their role as anti-blob. White Horseman? Your opponent's building Yeoman Crossbow. It's just more bodies in the fights. Like, if your opponent's going to build crossbows, you build Mount Samurai, you're kind of carrying yourself. And also, I think he's running out of gold fast. So he's just trying to be lean. He's set up the food, but the gold's running out in a game where your opponent could get 5 relics. It makes sense. Here we go. White Tower evaporated. I think B's a matter of moments away from a GG now. Yeah, it's not even about the raw number here. It's this number. The 6 Springles are worth all the Yumi and more. It's just stopping him from mounting an Earl's Guard or a Spimmer Defense, which means he has no answer then to the few Mounted Samurai. Mounted Samurai that are now going to munch down for the final time this game. GG gets called. Anatan will extend his lead. One of the best executions of mid-game Japanese I think I've seen. Yeah, this game was wild. Let me know what you guys think about this in the comments. This was a very unorthodox game from both players. props to him as well. I think you guys are starting to see the interesting dynamics that Lancaster has available. But I think also what's even more encouraging is Japan's answers to some of those problems. Damn, that was a really cool game. Definitely an uploadable one on the channel. I don't know what the focus point is. It's probably something about the White Tower, right? Has to be. It's all going terribly wrong. Yeah, I think it's going to be like White Tower to the rescue. And then you just have the Superman music playing. No, Thunderbird's music. You know, the Thunderbirds Go one. Okay, so we should have a redraft now. Reminder that Anatan is now one game away from taking it all. The whole kit and caboodle. And reminder, we have also got more Anatan tomorrow because we are going to have the Hims Cup starting at 3 p.m. UK time, where it's going to be a showdown in a best of 9 between Wham and Anatan. And reminder about that one, by the way, it does feature a new map. Would you guys like to see that map? Boom! That's right. Impotence is going to be coming to your world in one day. Prepare yourself. And maybe you look up hymns. You might need them. Going to be a fun one, though. I'm looking forward to that. We're going to feature Impotence 5 times, potentially, in that series. So a lot of game time on a brand new map. Big shout out to Caillou again for being quick on the turnaround on that one. But the boys have completed their draft. Let me grab it for you. And we'll load it in. Okay, so next up, we have got Enlightened Horizon. Yes! Love this map. And it's going to be Ottomans versus Lancaster. And I was just like, yo, let me show you how to play this one. I mean, in fairness to him, Anatan's had the most impressive House of Lancaster game of the week. So we'd be able to flex that. Tried to go Ona Begacia to snipe Robotiquins. They did absolutely no damage to it, like with 10 girls on top. That's because Robotiquins have no ranged armor and decent melee armor. They are a counter to melee. So trying to kill them with melee is a big mistake. It's the one siege weapon that Ona Begacia will not beat. Okay, I'm going to run 2 minutes ads, by the way, so you guys don't have to worry about them. All right, so quickly get yourself a drink and then be sitting your ass in the seat. Also, maybe take the opportunity to subscribe to the channel. Come across the Twitch side. Drop a sub. Means you don't have to worry about ads at all. And you get amazing emotes, which I'm sure all my subbers are going to show you in the next 2 minutes in the chat while we wait for those ads. That's right. Spam your favorite emote. Spam them all for the glory. Okay, just checking the background. I think we're good on everything. Yeah, 3 p.m. UK time tomorrow. For those wondering, like, different time zones, you can convert it. But basically, take the time we start today and then add 2 more hours on. And that's when we're going to have that best of 9. Dude, I'm hyped for it. I'm looking forward to Impotence. Wait. God damn it. There's too many situations where you say that and it's, yeah. Yeah, by the way, like I know someone on YouTube mentioning Mana Lords earlier. Whatever happened to Mana Lords? I feel like it just fell off, you know? Really big and hyped, and then I think... Did it just not have enough content? I never got around to trying it in the end. They sent me a key, but like I was busy that week. Why would my wife be looking forward to Impotence? And what makes you think I have a wife? Whoa. Weddings are expensive. You think I can afford those? You're crazy. So I'll leave her alone. You make it sound like I'm like harassing. Leave them. Maybe some people like affection. Not everyone is like a 70-year-old grumpy person. Chill. Oof. All right, we got predictions up. Oh, nice. All right, let's get ready to hop in the game. I wonder if Anatan's going to give us one of his Abbey of Kings games here. Everyone's literally 70 years old. Well, then, like, why is there anyone who doesn't have, like, the sub emotes? Because you guys can just pull your pension and pay me, right? Oh, wait. If everyone's 70 years old, they don't know how to use technology. All right, we're screwed. GG. Wait, am I being called autistic? What's happening here? Woohoo! One and all, I think we found B's kryptonite. Anatan seems to be the B Slayer here. After the Hymns Cup went so well in their clash where he took it 5-1, now we have him on the verge of annihilating B 4-1. We head into Enlightened Horizon for game number 5. Anatan with House of Lancaster in the yellow going up against B, playing as the Ottomans in the green. Ottomans has been looking like a pretty damn strong pick here, especially in the early days in Enlightened Horizon. But as the meta has developed, there's been some surprise picks here. I think we've seen Knights Templar do okay against Ottos. But even House of Lancaster has some variants which I quite like. And Anatan knows one of them well. I've seen him do Abbey of Kings on this map quite successfully. I'm curious to see if we're going to get the fast castle build. You know, I don't like to brag too much, but I was doing White Tower fast castle on this map before anyone else. Yeah, it's a really good map for it, actually, if you can get the timing. Because the short ramp, if your opponent doesn't wall, you get in. Even if he does wall, and you start burning Velsguard, you scale the number, you can never repair these walls because you'll get sniped. You guys might remember, we had a game several weeks ago where it was a pub game, and a player played HRE and he Burgrave rushed. And I think it's Beastie he done it against. And Beastie just kept walling. He walled, and he built Axemen, funnily enough, and he denied the play. Well, Velsguard is kind of like that. They deny the walling, at least. They are able to stop you from protecting yourself that way. So in a weird way, that fast castle build, if he does it in this game, is like a better version of what HRE would do here. But to begin with, you have to play the map. You have to play for the goodies. It is giving me a rush towards the Wolf Den. No aggression onto each other's side here. So B showing a lot of respect, maybe some restraint, because he's in a risky position here. If he loses this game, he will have lost for the second week in a row in the grand finals. They're about even on the timing. Anatan's still adding in more spears. I wonder if you just want to get out of the age now. You don't really need more, necessarily. Because at this point in the game, if you stop producing, your opponent shouldn't be capable of rushing your merchant camp quick enough. And you've already got the Wolf Den. We'll end up losing one of the spears there. There we go. Anna gets the kill. Or rather the burn, which is all that matters here. B is slightly better off on spear count now. Anna is going to replace the losses, but it looks like B is done with the skill. Yeah, so both of them actually choosing a very similar feudal timing here. Remember my game versus Warman? You done White Tower Olsgard and denied her wall? Exactly. Giving a Men-at-Arms a hybrid attack is a very strong thing. And it looks like we've got a slight bit of stutter. I will quickly just do this because it usually fixes it. There we go. Yeah, I remember because after I had that game against Warman, apparently she went on Beastie's stream and she was like, House of Lancaster's busted. KP just cheesed me. Which is funny because it wasn't even the reason why Lancaster was considered busted. And Anno's bolstering his numbers here, so I guess this is good for B. He's forcing Anatan to overinvest in defending himself. Well, it's good for B as long as he doesn't lose troops now. Anno. Yeah, this is the advantage of attacking this situation. Your opponent doesn't know when you're done building. So because of that detail, you have to be a bit paranoid and keep producing extra. So good read by B. Gets a slight edge with 20-minute Patricia timing. And it is going to be a very aggressive Lancaster Castle location by Enlightened Horizon spawns. Most of the time we see people drop them here, but it makes a lot of sense. If you're going to build the extra spears, you should get to go the extra mile with where you place this landmark. Me and Woman had a show match? No, it wasn't a show match. We just played some games on the test server because a lot of the people that got invited to the test server were being lazy and not creating content. I've been over that. Like, that's not a hot topic statement. I'm still disappointed. A lot of the people that were invited as creators to the early access for Knights and Cross and Roses didn't create content. And they also hid their data so other people couldn't create content. Very disappointed. I've already talked with the devs about that. I hope that changes next time. So burn through attempt at the house. Anton's not going to be able to do it quick enough. Harden status is coming in, so it's going to be a full retreat, but he's made the space he needs. He's got the Lancaster Castle coming up guaranteed. Spear's going to get laned. Great read by B, because normally the follow-up play with the Spears is shove these deer in towards the stone outcroppings, and you have safe gathering. Gave those guys early access, but not to Tim. Yep. If you guys are wondering like why I'm so hot-headed about that statement still after all this time, I think there was a great opportunity to market the game, and like not many people bothered. And then to make matters worse, if you have a creative preview where over half the people invited are not creating content, they're just practicing the civs in prep for the next tournament, though that's like a huge competitive bias issue, right? Because like those players get an edge, but they're not even creating content to justify it. Yeah, I don't know. I think the devs took it to heart, so hopefully next time we just see anyone who actually creates content gets invited. Rip Tim, by the way. It's that guy. Scout does see not much right now. I think the idea here is B just wants to keep checking to see if the mana spam is coming, or if this is a fast castle build. And guys, it's a fast castle build. Not only that, B didn't wall. Oh boy. This is a big deal because of the timing on walling, guys. This is really bad. If he white towers here, he can rush you as you build the wall. You can get denied before you can complete it. Now, more likely, we're going to see a white tower over here if you can get the contest point. But now, though, B is poking. And B's probably getting a little bit suspicious because he can't see any manners. Imagine if he just done King's College. The hell? No. It is going to be white tower. Fairly retracted, actually. So it's not securing gold. It does at least protect you against a dive. The B would have to go very wide for that dive. The reason why Antan's doing this is we've seen players just lose from placing a white tower like out here. It's exactly what happened in the B sort of game, the deciding game on this map. Yeah, you see how pitiful Lancaster Castle is in these situations. Keep healing, keep healing, keep healing. Contrary to belief, he's actually gaining health. Good read with the switch of aggro. The imams won't be able to sustain there because only one will be able to heal. He does get the burn down. That's at least going to turn a little bit of a dampen on the timing here for Anatan, as he won't be able to get the Old Guard out as quickly as he wants. But he's already gathering with 10 onwards, so there should be a switch up. And we've got attack port. No, I'm kidding. Guess some sort of ping issue right now. So I've got to pause for a second. By the way, guys, while we're paused, a perfect time, and it just came up in chat, to click the Opera GX link. Go download Opera GX. They're sponsoring us for multiple months now. They're supporting AoE4's ecosystem. So if you like that, download it, create an account, let me know what you think. And back into the action. All these fancy YouTubers where they like make a separate piece that enter into as an integration. I ain't got time for that. B ain't got no time for this castle build. He's rushing himself. The Elsguards, where are they going? They haven't moved yet. Okay, so it doesn't have the timing, and the walls are coming into B. He will be insulated. Really important placement, by the way. I think he's still not far enough away, but the idea is that the Olsgar can shoot from here to about, I think, here. So you kind of need the wall even deeper if you don't want to get daggers tossed at you on this gold vein. Even a Ronin now added in. Reminder, those do get auto-upgraded. I think this play is a little bit underrated, actually. And we're going to see more of it as the Ronin camps get added to more maps. The Lost Ronins are unique in their ability to be efficient raiders. You don't have to catch this straight away. It generates points regardless if someone has control. So you can come in later, get control of it, and spawn 10. In fact, one of the best examples we've had is in a mega random tournament between B and Anatan, where B was able to flip a game around because he kept spawning them on his opponent's flank and raiding his economy. They are between a Samurai and an Onabugeisha in their relevance. Great movement speed for what they are, decent damage. And that's why he's sending it around to look to hunt economy. I'm curious, actually. Does he just want to go full Elsgard here? Against Ottomans, it can be a bit shaky, just because I'm thinking the Mehmed Imperial Armory. If you start spamming Springalds for free, you have the counterplay. Then again, we did mention, like, Springalds in the early stages, the throwing daggers are really effective against them. Knock at the door coming in. Gee, if only you had a dagger that you could throw at this villager. Could you imagine how crazy that would be? Alright, so here we go. Dives towards the gold. B's exhausting it fast, and also there's a blocker on the backside. Yet the Ronin are blocking both deer, and they might catch him on the gold. Lancers will at least be there to answer that. He's going to have to migrate the area fast. Crossbows get queued up. He's going to need a little bit of time to work with here. With the positioning of the production and etc., he should have that time. One thing that should have been concerning is relics, but this is where I guess Ottomans feel pretty good against this strategy. There's already 2 relics that have been brought home by B, courtesy of the Imam strategy. Yeah, I don't think anyone at this stage uses the Imams more than B. I feel like almost every single Ottoman game, he at some point builds it into the order with the Vizier points. That's going to be a straight up dive. I guess with the Elsgard, he's not fearing the TC. Dagger throws are going to be coming through. That is a lot of archers, though. I think Anatan maybe overestimated his position here. He'll have to force his way back out the other side, but the... Oh, the wall! B, this is sick! Blocks him in. It's going to cost him some workers, though. Elsgard turn around to try and protect. Spearmen are now going to take their place. The Elsgard, they've already used the dagger throw, so they won't be able to snipe more. Somehow, B only lost 1 villager for that play. Now, he's definitely going to lose the military. Second villager goes down. Love the micro. It's just like Anatan's fighting you directly. The moment that he gets the recharge, he targets someone far off, which is always eco. Reburns on the wall. But he's going to get mopped up. So B retains control of his base. And all because of that sick wall. Definitely not feeling that far ahead after those losses. Almost more Lancers than there are Elsgard now. And perfect timing as well. I mean, if this had come leaking over here without that type of clash, just think about how dire B's circumstances are. Considering how gold heavy his comp he's going for is. Damn, this is a crazy game now. I think B has a lot of potential to get us another game deeper. Because Anatan at this stage, I don't want to say a hard stock, but what's the clear plan? He's going to go back for the manas now, but at this stage, that slows down quite a lot. You also have very limited gold to work with for the mana spam. He's already exhausted the safe gold. He's only got 1 relic home. And the other 2 are already on the way back to B's base, so a 4-1 split in favor of Ottomans. And now we have the Springalds as well to guarantee he can't do anything. I think Anatan is done building units. He understands that if he wants to stand a chance now, it has to be raw economy. Because there's multiple layers to the problem here. B already is ahead on military, and you're kind of similar eco levels, so you'll stay behind. On top of that, he's probably going to start adding in military school soon, which is only going to essentially be kind of like a pseudo mana effect for Ottomans. Because remember, when you go castle, that's when the military schools tend to be quite worth it. But love what B's doing with the map. Able to take both merchant camps, sacred sites. This is a lot of resource gen. Yeah, it's going to end up sliding like, what, an extra 400 in his pocket with this? 45 per merchant camp, 100 per sacred site. Does B look for the all-in? He could, actually. He could start prepping trebuchets from the Mehmed Imperial Armory. Time being, it's just going to be a mango sieging. Lancers aren't going to be poking the backside. Limited food for Anatan to work with. He's down to 230 income. He's only really got the berries left over and about 2 deer. Okay, actually a little bit more. He's got 3.2 deer worth. Imams pay the price well. Oh, they're not done there. Because now, after they capture the sacred sites, if you bring them to the fight, that AoE heal is still a thing that matters. I think it's often forgotten. Remember, guys, although it's a Vizier point giving the AoE heal and 2 Imams, it's not just those 2 Imams that do an AoE heal. It means all Imams now do an AoE heal. And it does scale based on age. So it goes from 1 health to 2 health to 3 based on age 2, 3, and 4. Okay, the argument of, like, content creators getting access before you guys into, like, creator, like, access things. I don't track with that, like, is our money worth less? No, the whole idea is that you have creators access first to create content to build hype. That's just marketing. Yeah, the problem is, like, when people don't create content. It's like, why are we doing it? Nice, going to shuffling in. Now, the White Tower is going to make it difficult for B to dive. But this is where I think the trebuchets would make the most sense. The time being, though, the Knights... He was contemplating it. It was only 2 spears, so in theory he could have ran past. The tricky part is whenever you're diving White Tower, it's 20 garrison slots. It just feels not worth it in the majority of games, I find. Yeah, that's why English was very toxic, that 2TC meta for quite a while, if you guys remember. You'd see the White Tower, or you just see it at the start of the game. You knew it was going to happen. You wouldn't be able to stop it quick enough. And when it went up, your only recourse really was to answer with your own greed. So being in a pretty firm position. He still hasn't added in Trebs, which is what I find quite intriguing here. I guess he's just happy to slow starve him out of this game. Nano's got exposed manners. The White Tower can't protect them all. Has got a lot safe back here, but gold is still the big issue for Anatan. You know he's not going to sneak a tech up without it. You know he has limited unit diversity without it. Even just adding a Nulls Guard like this is going to get quite pricey on a guy who only has 1 relic and 328 gold. I think Anatan's just going through the motions here. You have to remember we have God Vision so we can see how dire it is. For him, he's just seeing this. So he's seeing about, like, what, 30 to 40 military? If he knew it was the full 70-plus military pop, he'd probably be like, okay, this is over. It is going to become obvious quite quickly, though. The only thing that's really missing for B if he wanted to rush this end is just Rams or Trebs. But like we said, the thing about Enlightened Horizon is Enlightened Horizon is definitely, I think, one of the more extreme versions of a map designed to punish people for staying in the corner too long. In Anatan, at 18 minutes, it feels like you've been in the corner too long here. So a little bit of gold trickle he's got is going to be denied. That is now Anatan about to be 0 gold income. He's going to try to poke out, but you're pretty much just trying to run mass melee into spring ults here. Lancaster lose on both sides? Exactly. It's almost like they aren't absolutely giga-busted. I think Lancaster is fine. Like, I've said this before. I put them as like a mid of the pack Civ. Maybe this is the upper end. But I would never put them above Hri, Rus, Shushi, Chinese, Malians. They're a reasonable Civ. The complaints we've given in the past is just their playstyle is very toxic. Even when Anatan tried to do something here, he ended up back at Manners to try and recover. That makes me sad, by the way. I would like to see these type of strategies work because when they do, it reminds people that they can do something other than Manners. When you see them fail, you get the told you so's and more people building Manners. And that breaks my heart. Oh, God, gonna break his face here, though. Lances. That is such an ugly mosh pit. He's not able to break in, but he's prepping for Imperial. Got 6.5 minutes on the timer. And this is just the white tower effect. Like, trying to dive there was always going to be difficult. He did actually get a few worker kills, because at this point, Anatan, there's literally nothing else to do in his base. So he has 58 economy. That sounds competitive until you realize the only thing he can gather is this tree line. He has 50 villagers working on that single tree line. Mangoes is interesting. I mean, I don't really know if he can afford it. I know he can't with 0 gold access. But it does at least fix the ranged issue. We highlight that Anatan's biggest weakness here is he has no range units. This alleviates some of the concern. I do often wonder in these situations if it's possible to try and sneak a castle just for the Elsguard upgrades, but I just don't think you have the space to do it. Because remember, guys, per castle dropped, you get this House Unified buff, which increases your damage on Elsguard. That does affect both the dagger and the hammer damage. Had a Malian sneak between? I think Malians is like decent. Top 5, top 6 maybe. And they're actually like, there's kind of proof in the pudding that when you look at the priority in drafts, Malians are being picked quite a bit. Second or first, even for some players. Malians gets picked either between 1 or 3 on place in draft. Oh, Mango defense coming in. It looks like the Spearman might be about to be overwhelmed. This is pre-Springald arrival, by the way. It's about to get worse. That means B stays alive. He's looking to make a comeback here as he reminds everyone why he is a true Sultan of Enlightened Horizon. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Damn. A choke point to choking? That might work. Actually, I don't know. I don't really usually like using the word choke. That's the thing like I worry is like if that has a negative connotation towards Anatan or something. It's quirky wordplay though. So, left side win. That one pulled back. We're going to Dry Arabia next, and we're going to have Byzantines versus Chinese. Alright, maybe we're locked to the enemy base. So, Biz Chinese. This has been looking pretty good for Biz the last 2 weeks now. I feel like their win rate has been improving here. So B with a win. Going to game 6. We'll do 2 minutes. I might actually eat dinner at a reasonable time tonight. I didn't really think about that. When I saw I had double semifinals into grand finals, I was like, uh-oh. 8+ hour stream coming in. Oh, and we need to flip the score, don't we? One and all, I don't think there is a player that is more synonymous with the name of a Civ than this. It's Byzantine's time. That's right. Green is going to be manned by Free Clans B. Yellow, it's going to be Volta Esports Anatan, or his Chinese. This is cool, actually. I've really enjoyed watching B on the Byzantines in the last 2 or 3 weeks. You had some crazy builds like the 2TC meta one, which you can't see coming, as well as some interesting system transitions. And on the other side, Anatan's Chinese. This guy is scary on this Civ. I honestly, if I had to think of someone to attach the Archer spam build to, I think it's Anno. He seems to enjoy this build more than most, and it almost seems like most games he's seeking it. Map is going to be Dry Arabia between these two. And if he's able to pull back, if B is able to get the win here, I'm trying to remember what our deciding game is. My brain is actually like malfunctioning right now. I believe we haven't played Excavation. Oh my god, that's actually crazy. Yeah, Excavation as a sider would be kind of wild because we have Mongols and I think we still have Knights Templar Malians. That's crazy to think about. All right, I don't want to try to like bait us into something that might not happen here. It's going to be Limitane beginning and it is going to be Dear Lame. I'm telling you, B. Chat, remind me. Like, you guys have impeccable memory. You have like 9,000 elo as well. Have we seen a game where B went spear opening for Deer Shove and it didn't get denied and then hurt him? I feel like we've quite consistently in the series seen Anatan shut that play down, and then it leaves B with just wasted investment. He has at least got 2 Deer to Shove here, but that does not feel great for a Limitane investment. You have to remember, these spearmen are more expensive than standard spearmen. So it makes it even worse. Imperial Academy, in the meantime, is already on the way. Anatan, he could come back and softly shove this. It's not as big of a priority, I think, for B to deny your Deer Shove, just because you're going to get Pro Scouts anyway. I think now after he got denied on the back Deer, it's probably a little bit more important for B to just try and secure additional sheep. And that's going to make you a bit sad. Matchup's hard to predict. Yeah, it used to be quite, I won't say linear. When China was just trying to bulk and be greedy, they do these fast castle builds that got caught off guard by Western contract remarkably well from Byzantines. But in more recent times, I think things have switched up a bit. The Pro Scouts, especially since it got nerfed, has benefited Byzantines. If you ask me in Season 9, Byzantine struggles here hard. Because Pro Scouts was king and China was one of those kings. They were emperor. But ever since the nerf the timings, like Byzantines actually do kind of surprisingly well off of systems. I still favor China a little bit. But it's a competitive matchup now. I'm trying to think, actually. Like, current Age of Empires 4 might have the most balanced roster of matchups we've had. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but I'm trying to think historically when we've had counter civs. Right now, I don't think we have as many hard counter civ matchups in Age of Empires 4. And that may be deceptive. It might be because certain civs just can't function. For example, like English Malians, you know, is that still what it once was where Malians crush English? Well, we wouldn't know because nobody picks English. Wait, so just to clarify, you guys brag about having all these Gamba points on my channel, and then you don't spend them when you can Gamba. What is it? Which one? You don't count Atrium Rus? Yeah, but Atrium Rus is... Okay, so that's like very different. That's a very different style of like balance issue. We're talking about hard blockers. Like, for example, what Delhi Japanese used to do. Where you just couldn't win. Or Malians English when it first became like a meta matchup to be discussed. With Atria Rus, that's not... Oh my god, Atria is really good against Japan. That's just Atria and Rus are really good against most civs. So that's like a... That's a what I call generic balance issue. It's not a targeted balance issue. Spinman opening on the way from Anna's hand. Probably looking at Longbow contract. It's usually the go-to option up against China. It does feel a little bit weird when you open with Limitane, but I've seen Byzantine players play this build where they just begin spear, add in horseman, then go longbow. And the idea with that build that feels really good is by the time you're starting to add in the longbow, you have enough to do back-to-back pumps. We'll see if he's capable of that. We've got a very different style being played. B didn't rush the systems. He's only now moving over to set those up. So third layer is coming into the cake. The deer shove is real. But really hard to achieve. Especially when Anatan does this. Outpost rush coming in. I mean, B does have an answer with Limitane. And he's got enough. And I don't think Anno realizes. Yeah, because I don't think he saw the extra Limitane go north. And look at the angle. He's coming right around the back to stop a retreat. Anno. No immediate reaction. That villager is going to get denied. Final stab's coming through, so well played by B. And crucial timing there. Had he waited any longer, the archer play would have shut him down. That was gross. B will just retreat underneath the TC. He's still going to have the similar effect, just minus the outpost. It's going to be a denial on berries. Yeah, so shaky position. I mean, sick read on the timing with the Limitane, but it doesn't change much because of this infamous archer spam build that we credited towards Anatan. It's insane how powerful this is. Remember, he's generating a lot of attacks behind this, which is going to enable things like the Steeled Arrow and Undermesh follow-up. And after that, probably looking at a dive. B, in the meantime, has to go jabs. But he's doing so with no extra olive oil. So there's no real scalability. The reason that's important is now, if you just circle to the south side, you block gold. And if you now go Steeled Arrow, javelins will lose to archers. Yeah, this is elegantly executed by Anatan. You know what I think really changed this matchup for the better for China about a year and a half ago? Is when Chinese players start playing aggressive. After the Imperial Academy buffs, they realized their Civ is really good in feudal age. Before that, Byzantines exploited the fact that you just weren't doing anything. But now, just look at the difference, man. Like, we go back a year and a half ago, you'd have to look at the minimap and assume that it was Byzantines up in Anatan's face. But nowadays, it feels like China's the one that gets to stick it to the biz, even more so since the Sistan nerf/buff. Horseman switch does make sense from B. Unfortunately, Anna just saw it straight away. And he already has the rack, so could just start producing more. Also has Steeled Arrow now coming in. A reminder, he can supervise this. It's coming out in just 15 seconds. Did he clip it in range? Okay, that's a bit unfortunate. Anatan, suboptimal placement here. He didn't actually get the blacksmith in range. So these techs aren't going to generate 64 gold. It's only going to be 32. All right, B is just looking pretty stuck right now. Outpost doesn't go up. And he also has food issues, no? Okay, 11 sheep's good. And he has got the deer that he's extending to. So definitely not dead on his ability to scale horsemen. But right now, you see the big problem for B is he literally has one unit type. He doesn't have a way of getting more jabs. It is just ponies. All right, be honest. Freeze in chat if you would have tried to attack by now as China. This is what I love in this game, by the way. Because like we talked about Pro Scout's inevitability. This has all happened because he didn't do it. That's the difference. He's punishing B for this deer shove play. And I'm so happy about that because a lot of people have been moaning about the deer shove being OP. It feels like right now Anatan's showing solutions. Now they're diving the archers. Villagers are going to try to run away. I think he's getting ready for a pole to burn it down. It costs him even more now. And now the fortification's already there. Yay. Even sneaking villagers inside. B's going to try to deny that, but Garrison is successful. And it's time to stab the rocky thing. What's going on? Okay, this feels catastrophic. Villagers, no, they're actually standing there repairing. That's outrageous. Full surround. But the archers are on the way. And on top of that, he actually aggroes onto them. For some further out position. We'll at least get rid of the outpost, but that was a lot of idle time. Just to not be able to do anything with it. And now the archer is able to punish you with no aggro to it. It means no armor. This is looking fairly over. Think about what just happened there. B was not scaling anything. It's a pretty uncomfortable position to be put into. It's why we rarely see someone pull all their economy these days to deal with that. And the spear count looking so good, you gotta just admit that the B doesn't have a clear answer. I wonder if maybe he could have done archers here, but it's hard. He's been harassed in this area consistently. This one as well. It just feels like there's nothing to do, and he agrees. GG gets called. There you have it, folks. It's happened again. B denied by Louis last week, and this time it is going to be Anatan adding to his accolades as a midweek muster champion. Whew. Yeah, some of these games were pretty brutal. I wonder what's going on with B. Maybe it's just like, you know, the exhaustion of the tournament, or he's been figured out. I think one thing I remember being said is like B always looks good when new metas arrive, but then as players figure it out, it's not that he necessarily gets worse. It's just they catch on to the tricky shenanigans that puts him ahead. But either way, props to him. Admirable effort. I think Anatan just switched on, man. This was a guy who was like, damn it, I want a better from Elite Classic. It's time to take that frustration out. And Anno has been absent from the Midweek Masters, I think, for like, was it 3 or 4 weeks? Glad to see him back in them. So yeah, shout out to him. It is going to be a 6-2 finish in favor of the Belarusian. Okay. So, not too bad of a stream length in the end. A little bit of a slow start. Very one-sided semi-final that put us off course and I think slowed down people tuning in. But glad we got there in the end. Ugh. Well, I think I want to get ready to eat some food. So, reminder, we have got more epic action coming up. That's right, because tomorrow we return with a banger. We're going to be having a best of 9. Wait, that's not the right one. We're going to be having a best of 9 between Anatan and Wham, featuring a brand new map in the Hymns Cup with our 4th edition. And we've still got more planned. Later this month, we're working on a game mode as well. So, like, we've got loads of epic things happening this Hymns Cup. Big shout out to them for coming through the sponsorship so we can put the effort into this. Also, really big shout out to Caillou and Hussein, who have been working tirelessly behind the scenes to make sure we have these different epic things to play with. So, start time for that will be 3 p.m. UK time. So, convert it to your local time. It will start 2 hours later than it did today. We're going to have that new map, Impotence, appearing potentially 5 times in that series. And hopefully a bit more back and forth than we saw today. I don't know. Like, I'm shearing a bit. I'm a bit worried. After Anatan wiped Wham 3-0, I'm like, uh-oh, what have I just signed them up for? This might be a mess. But I'll look forward to seeing you guys there. Thank you very much for watching. YouTube, I'm going to end the stream now. Twitch, we go on for a few minutes more as we find someone to raid through to.